Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. Konoha. My Mangekyo can create anything. 1 CA. Chapter 1 The Time Traveler opens Mangekyo at the age of 10. 156th. Chapter 1 The Time Traveler opens Mangekyo at the age of 10. Konoha 43 years, spring. Uchiha Bai Xuan looked at herself in the mirror. On the handsome but slightly childish face, in a pair of scarlet eyes, a blood-colored ring is inlaid with an equilateral triangle. This is Bai Xuan's Mangekyō Sharingan. The pupil technique of the left eye is called Ba Cgn Shen, and its ability is to deduce knowledge. The pupil technique of the right eye is called the Five Gods of Other Heavens, and its ability is to generate matter. The two eyes together represent the power to create everything. I started Mangekyo at the age of 10. Such a talent is not bad among time travelers. It's just that I am only 10 years old after all, and my body is not fully developed yet. This pair of Mangekyo is still a bit heavy on the body, making it difficult to use it casually. But the pupil technique in my left eye can deduce knowledge. What is knowledge? Knowledge is the answer to the problem. Deduction. In the left eye, the regular triangle turned into a square, a regular pentagon, a regular hexagon, and quickly turned into a circle, while the outer ring quickly turned into a regular triangle. When this process was completed, Bai Xuan also derived a Chakra Practice Sage Art Chi Training chapter, based on the secret chakra refining method of the Uchiha family and combined with knowledge related to immortality. It can not only absorb natural energy, synthesize senjutsu chakra, strengthen the body and mind, but also extend life. It even has powerful healing capabilities and can be used to relieve Mangekyo damage to the eyes. This pupil technique is really powerful. He couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth into a bright smile, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Since time traveling, apart from practicing and studying, Bai Xuan has been studying immortality. Because Bai Xuan knows that ordinary ninjas who use chakra are basically short-lived, but immortals who master magic can live for thousands of years. Moreover, Bai Xuan was born in the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan has a great business and a long inheritance. It also has a lot of knowledge related to immortality, which also allowed Bai Xuan to make some research results. However, although there were some results, the power of senjutsu was still too difficult to master. It was not until Mangekyo was activated and the pupil technique was used for deduction that Bai Xuan took the opportunity to master the power of senjutsu. With Chakra Practice Sage Art Chi Training chapter, I will be able to become a 6 paths level expert sooner or later, and even have a long lifespan and enjoy life to the fullest. But the ninja world is full of dangers, and even the third ninja war is about to break out. Although ninjas are powerful, most of them have high attack and low defense. Most of the strong people in the ninja world can even be killed by kunai. To solve this problem, I might be able to create an armor. Thinking of this, Bai Xuan activated his pupil technique again. Deduction. The circle in the left eye turns into an equilateral triangle, and the equilateral triangle turns into a circle. But in the blink of an eye, a brand new secret technique, or pupil technique, was born. Susano Armor Arms. All the knowledge of mechanics has been used. This pupil technique has a really high utilization rate of knowledge. I like it. Bai Xuan is becoming more and more satisfied with this pupil technique. At the next moment, Bai Xuan thought. The Mangekyo pattern in the right eye suddenly changed, with the triangle turning into a circle and the circle turning into a triangle. Matter is generated. Pupil combined with chakra turns into a special metal substance that is not only hard, but also very light and has nearly 100% chakra conductivity. In the blink of an eye, a set of metal full body armor covered Bai Xuan's body, like a masked knight or an armored warrior. The pure white background and pure gold patterns were noble and gorgeous. It is actually able to generate this kind of metal substance. The effect and function of this pupil technique is more powerful than I expected. Maybe no one in the Hokage world can understand the power of this eye technique. But Bai Xuan is very clear that the scientific research in the previous life has been very advanced, and the theories of many technologies are very mature. The reason why it cannot be realized is that it is limited by the materials on Blue Star, or the progress of materials science. Without relevant materials, even if an aero engine has been designed, it cannot be manufactured. If there are enough abundant materials, the level of human science and technology can at least be improved by a large margin, and the era of great interstellar navigation may have begun. The pupil technique of the 5 gods of other heavens can consume chakra and generate materials with various properties. As long as the quality of chakra is high enough, aviation materials can be easily generated. With this pupil technique, a lot of theoretical knowledge in my mind can be transformed into related technologies. With strong anticipation in his eyes, Bai Xuan suddenly felt that roaming the universe was not far away. Touching the Susano armor on his body with his fingers, this special metallic texture made Bai Xuan look forward to his future even more. I haven't started practicing Chakra Practice Sage Art Chi Training Chapter yet. When I master the Celestial Art Chakra and use the Celestial Art Chakra to make the Susano armor, its various performances will be further improved. When the time comes, maybe even the full attack of a cage-level expert will not be able to break through the defense of Susano's armor. This is the power of pupil technique combined with technology. If that's the case, what are you waiting for? With a thought, the Susano armor on his body turned into pupil power and chakra, which were absorbed by his right eye. This pupil technique is not only powerful, but also low cost. It is really quite practical. Bai Xuan found a place to sit cross-legged, then closed his eyes and rested his mind, and began to practice Chakra Practice Sage Art Chi Training Chapter. Use meditation to sense the energy of heaven and earth, then absorb it, and then fuse physical energy, spiritual energy, and natural energy in the body in a 1-to-1 ratio to synthesize the magical chakra. Immortal chakra travels and circulates in the meridian system, and begins to subtly strengthen the body and mind. Some of it is absorbed by cells, and begins to promote cell growth and repair cell damage, thus achieving the effect of extending lifespan. Unconsciously, time passed quickly. It gets dark and then it gets light again. Until the next day, Bai Xuan opened his eyes refreshed. Feeling the power of chakra, feeling the changes in body and spirit, Bai Xuan couldn't help but smile happily. How wonderful! This feeling of getting stronger little by little, this is what an extraordinary power system should be like. This is what cultivation is like, as if life is constantly evolving. The original chakra extraction method will only damage and squeeze the body and spirit, which is why ninjas are so short-lived. If possible, I really want to continue practicing Chakra Practice Sage Art Chi Training Chapter at home. But learning knowledge is also very important. It's almost time. Take a shower, have breakfast, and then go to school to read. I've only read a third of Senju Tobarama's Principles of Ninjutsu Seals. Chapter 2 Ninja School and Learning Knowledge. 256. Chapter 2 Ninja School and Learning Knowledge. As soon as he reached the entrance of the ninja school, Bai Xuan was stopped by a familiar and short figure. With silver hair and a dark mask, this person is none other than Kakashi. Uchiha Bai Xuan, I plan to graduate early, and you are the recognized leader of the school. I want to challenge you, defeat you, and prove that the school is of no use to me. Kakashi spoke calmly and confidently, as if telling a fact. As Kakashi's voice fell, many people around him looked at him with different expressions. What? Kakashi is actually going to graduate early. He also challenges Bai Xuan to prove that school is of no use to him. He has been in school for less than a year. And he's only 5 years old. It's just that although Kakashi is young, no one underestimates him. Not only because he ranks first in age, but also because his father is the famous Konoha's White Fang. Bai Xuan paused and said expressionlessly, "It's so ignorant and arrogant." As the sound fell, Bai Xuan's figure suddenly disappeared from the place. Such a terrifying speed made Kakashi and everyone around him widen their eyes with shocked expressions. Too fast. Can't see it at all. The next moment, Bai Xuan grabbed Kakashi's neck, and the strong force made him unable to breathe. Learning and growth is a process that takes time to accumulate. No matter how talented you are, so what? Now you are just an ant in front of the real strong ones. What right do you have to look down on the ninja school? A 5-year-old child screams that school has no use for him. Even if this child is Kakashi, Bai Xuan only thinks it is childish and absurd. The eyes of everyone around him widened, their faces full of surprise. They also didn't expect Bai Xuan to defeat Kakashi with one move, and in such a crushing way. It seems that Kakashi may not be that powerful. Or maybe Bai Xuan is stronger than they imagined. The kind of speed just now is not something ordinary ninjas can possess. As for Bai Xuan's words, they had no feelings at all. Only Kakashi, thinking over and over in his mind. Maybe I made today's decision because I was too anxious. But what Bai Xuan did to him also made Kakashi feel an unspeakable shame. When Bai Xuan released his palm, Kakashi coughed twice involuntarily. Looking at the back of Bai Xuan walking into the school, he said loudly, "Uchiha Bai Xuan, I will definitely defeat you next time." Bai Xuan said nothing and just walked straight to his classroom. After sitting down, Bai Xuan began to read. It has to be said that Senju Tobirama is very talented. His Principles of Ninjutsu Q-Seal almost clarifies the essence of ninjutsu and seals, a ninja's application technology of chakra. Ninjas use seals to assist themselves in controlling chakra, thereby releasing ninjutsu. So in theory, as long as the ninja's control over chakra is strong enough, he can use a ninja seal to release ninjutsu, or even without any seals. It seems that I still need to create a secret technique that can help me control the magical chakra. It is such a waste of time to release ninjutsu with seals. If all ninjutsu can be released without seals, it will definitely greatly enhance my combat ability. Just when Bai Xuan was thinking, the news of Kakashi's challenge to Bai Xuan had already spread in Konoha. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Bai Xuan's basic information, and his eyes became deep. Based on Bai Xuan's grades, Bai Xuan was actually able to graduate 2 years ago. But Bai Xuan refused at that time, saying that he still had many shortcomings and wanted to study for 2 more years. This is nothing to say no to. But the students who are about to graduate this year are basically mediocre, and there are no teammates suitable for Bai Xuan. And there is a very serious question, who should be Bai Xuan's teacher? If he doesn't arrange anything, the Uchiha clan will arrange it, and then he will lose the opportunity to win over Bai Xuan. This Bai Xuan is a rare genius. Jiraiya came back from Rain Shinobi Village last year and took in a student. Namikaze Minato, Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Uchiha. No, we can't let Uchiha get close to Jinchuriki. Since Tsunade's sacrifice, Tsunade has been in poor condition and unfit. It seems we have to let Orochimaru go. After making the decision, Sarutobi Hiruzen directly ordered the Anbu ninja to summon Orochimaru. Not long after, Orochimaru appeared in the Hokage office. Sarutobi sensei. Seeing Orochimaru, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression softened a lot. Now Orochimaru is still the proud disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Well, Orochimaru, look at this. After hearing this, Orochimaru directly picked up Bai Xuan's information. Penultimate talent, smart and rational, loves learning, modest and arrogant at the same time. This Uchiha Bai Xuan seems to look a little like himself. Does teacher Sarutobi want me to be Uchiha Bai Xuan's teacher? After putting down the information, Orochimaru's words also made Sarutobi Hiruzen smile. He knew that he didn't need to say anything, Orochimaru would understand what he was thinking. Orochimaru, you can touch me first. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen understands Orochimaru, Orochimaru understands Sarutobi Hiruzen. I understand. If there is nothing else, I will go back to do experiments. Hearing the word, experiment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes couldn't help but reveal something strange, and his mood was not as relaxed as it was at the beginning, but he didn't say anything, just nodded lightly. Go ahead. Looking at Orochimaru's leaving figure, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes became profound. Although Orochimaru is talented, he is very satisfied. But Orochimaru's extreme pursuit and deep indifference gave Sarutobi Hiruzen a headache. People like Orochimaru, can you really become a qualified Hokage? I am getting older and it is time to retire. If Orochimaru cannot become a qualified Hokage, who in Konoha can become the 4th Hokage? White Fang, harm. After sighing faintly, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but pick up the pipe. The lingering smoke seems to be able to dispel the inner sorrow. The other side, on the way back to the laboratory, Orochimaru thought of Uchiha Bai Xuan inadvertently. I don't know why, but I have a very special feeling. Maybe this Uchiha Bai Xuan will be the same type of person as me. It would be very interesting if that's the case. Thinking of this, Orochimaru's eyes couldn't help but look forward to it. Why don't we go meet this Uchiha Bai Xuan tonight? Chapter 3 Agreed Deals and Changing the Future. 356. Chapter 3 Agreed Deals and Changing the Future. The cold moon hangs alone. Bai Xuan, who was practicing Chakra Sage Art Chi training chapter, suddenly opened his eyes and said immediately, "Now that you're here, why hide in the dark? Orochimaru senpai, sit down and have a cup of tea and chat." As Bai Xuan's voice fell, Orochimaru's figure suddenly appeared. He looked at Bai Xuan in surprise, not expecting that Bai Xuan could sense him. And this feeling, it's very familiar, the scent of magic. Uchiha Bai Xuan, you really surprised me. With an inexplicable smile, Orochimaru sat opposite Bai Xuan without any worries. His brain turned rapidly, and Bai Xuan quickly thought of the reason for Orochimaru's arrival. There is a high probability that Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to make Orochimaru his student and turn me, the genius of the Uchiha clan, into his. I didn't expect that I could surprise Orochimaru senpai. But I have long wanted to get to know Orochimaru senpai, but I never had the chance. I'm very happy to see you, Orochimaru senpai, today. While talking, Bai Xuan poured 2 cups of tea. Why do you want to befriend me? Orochimaru is now getting more and more curious and looking forward to it. Taking a sip of warm tea, Bai Xuan said calmly, "There are not many people in this world who understand the importance of scientific research, and there are even fewer people who have scientific research talents. Senior Orochimaru is one of the best." After receiving this reply from Bai Xuan, Orochimaru also showed an interested expression. Then what? In Bai Xuan's plan, Orochimaru was a very important key figure. Now that he can see Orochimaru, what should he say? Bai Xuan had already planned it in his heart. I want to study something with Orochimaru senpai. For example, magic, blood inheritance, the evolution of life, and even how to achieve immortality. As soon as these words came out, Orochimaru could no longer remain calm. His eyes suddenly became sharp, like a hunting snake. Orochimaru looked into Bai Xuan's eyes, his tone a little more serious and serious. "Do you really think humans can achieve immortality?" Hearing Orochimaru's question, Bai Xuan suddenly laughed. "I wonder if you know, Orochimaru senpai, that our ancestors once worshipped flames and believed that flames were gods. Now, fire is just a tool for humans. Orochimaru senpai, why do you think this is?" After a slight pause, Orochimaru replied softly, "Because humans already know the principle of flame ignition." "That's right," Bai Xuan continued in a calm tone. "Humanity already knows how fire ignites. You just need to study and you'll understand. Once you understand it, you can master it. The immortals in the 3 holy places have lived for thousands of years. They are all made of flesh and blood. Why can't humans live forever?" Thinking according to Bai Xuan's logic, Orochimaru's eyes couldn't help but light up. He seemed to have figured out something. Perhaps magic is the key to opening the door to eternal life. His dream is not absurd. As long as research continues, why can't humans live forever? Jun Bai Xuan, you really surprise me. I'm really happy to meet you. Orochimaru smiled, bright and sunny, as if full of hope and vitality. Me too. After the two looked at each other and smiled, Orochimaru also took a sip of tea, and then continued, "It seems that Mr. Bai Xuan, you do not lack a real teacher, but a nominal teacher can save you a lot of trouble. I wonder if I have a chance to become Mr. Bai Xuan, your nominal teacher." Shaking his head slightly, Bai Xuan replied, "I am never afraid of those troubles, and I don't need a teacher in name. I know what you are thinking, Orochimaru senpai, and I also know that Orochimaru senpai, you must be able to tell that I have initially mastered the power of senjutsu. We can do a deal first and then slowly deepen the cooperation. Trade, exchange Ruchi Cave's senjutsu for your senjutsu." Although he said it as a question, there was no doubt in Orochimaru's eyes. "Certainly." Bai Xuan smiled slightly, and Orochimaru also smiled slightly. "Okay." Next, the two chatted for a while, until the tea in the cup was gone, and Orochimaru left. He still has experiments to do, and today is the first meeting between him and Bai Xuan. It is enough to confirm the deal, and it is not appropriate to talk more. As for Bai Xuan, he is thinking about some things in the future. Among Ruchi Cave's senjutsu inheritance, there is a technique called inorganic reincarnation, which can give life force to inorganic objects and control them very quickly. The pupil technique in my right eye can generate substances. If I use inorganic reincarnation to give these substances vitality, what kind of effect will it have? How powerful can the vital Susano armor become? And there is another very important point. After obtaining Ruchi Cave's magic, you can further optimize and upgrade Chakra Sage Art Chi Training Chapter. In this way, you can also become stronger at a faster speed. Strength. After murmuring one last word in his heart, Bai Xuan washed the teacup and continued to practice Chakra Sage Art Chi Training Chapter. Meanwhile, Hokage is at home. White Fang looked at his son Kakashi with concern and said, "Kakashi, I already know what happened this morning. I wonder what you think and whether you still want to graduate early." Listening to his father's question, Kakashi's expression froze slightly. After pondering for 2 seconds, Kakashi replied, "This setback may not be a good thing. Uchiha Bai Xuan said that learning knowledge is very important. I read the book for a while today and I feel it is true. And I do need a period of time to settle down, learn knowledge, and practice." Listening to Kakashi's reply, White Fang also showed a happy expression on his face. It's great that Kakashi realizes this. He understands the importance of knowledge very well. If he does not have enough knowledge reserves, he will not be able to optimize and upgrade the Hokage-style swordsmanship to the White Fang-style swordsmanship and become Konoha's White Fang, which is famous in the ninja world. If Kakashi studies hard and can continue to upgrade the White Fang-style swordsmanship in the future and create a more powerful swordsmanship that is unique to him, then Kakashi will definitely be able to surpass himself. As a father, White Fang sincerely hopes that his son Kakashi can surpass himself. "Kakashi, I'm very happy that you have such an idea. Study hard and practice hard. I believe you will be able to surpass me in the future." "I will." There seemed to be a fire rising in Kakashi's eyes. Chapter 4 Becoming the Uchiha Clan Leader After Graduation. 456. Chapter 4 Becoming the Uchiha Clan Leader After Graduation. The next day. Bai Xuan, Elder Shu Na invites you. Lead the way. Not long after, Bai Xuan met the leader of the Uchiha Eagle faction, Uchiha Satsuna. This old man was once a subordinate of Uchiha Madara. He even instigated Uchiha to rebel during the second Hokage's reign and was imprisoned. He was not released until the third Hokage came to power. Uchiha stared at Bai Xuan for a moment. He could feel Bai Xuan's extraordinariness, but he couldn't see through Bai Xuan. Because Bai Xuan is nothing like the ordinary Uchiha, but there are some men like that who sent him to prison, Senjutsu. Love learning, thirst for knowledge, and want to study the principles and essence of everything. Such people are destined to touch taboos and do some extremely cruel things for the sake of so-called truth. And he didn't know what was going on in such a person's head. "Bai Xuan, you are graduating this year. I don't know what your plans are." Uchiha asked in a deep voice for a moment. "What are my plans? Elder Satsuna, do you think I, with these eyes, can become the leader of the Uchiha clan?" As he spoke, Bai Xuan opened the Mangekyō Sharingan. The ring was inlaid with an equilateral triangle, and the bloody pattern rotated slowly. The indescribable sense of oppression made Uchiha's eyes widen in an instant, showing an expression of incredible shock. "How is that possible? Bai Xuan, you are only 10 years old, and you have actually activated Mangekyō Sharingan." "Even Madara-sama." Saying this, Uchiha's voice suddenly stopped. He suddenly realized that Bai Xuan might be a genius far beyond Madara. The Uchiha clan has never been short of geniuses, but no one has ever been able to activate Mangekyō Sharingan at the age of 10. Even without his brothers, Bai Xuan's future is likely to surpass Madara's. Why can't such a genius become the leader of the Uchiha clan? Uchiha all worship power. Bai Xuan, who has these eyes, should become the leader of the Uchiha clan. After a moment of silence, Uchiha replied directly, "Of course. After graduation, you will be the leader of the Uchiha clan. It's just that I want to know how you want to manage the Uchiha clan, and what the future of the Uchiha clan will look like in your plan." After hearing Uchiha's question, Bai Xuan smiled slightly and replied as if he was well prepared. "Enhance the overall strength of the Uchiha family, reform the police force, make money in business, develop technology, monopolize trade, and control the world. Economic lifeline." Bai Xuan's reply made Uchiha pause for a moment, and there was even more confusion in his eyes. Can you tell me more about it? Okay. Let's sit down and talk slowly. Bai Xuan smiled confidently, which instantly made Uchiha look expectant. He thought of Senju Tobirama, the man who founded the ninja school, created the Chunin exam system, established the Anbu, and made the Uchiha a police force. These are things that he Uchiha couldn't think of for a moment, and Bai Xuan is really a bit like Senju Tobirama, so what kind of changes will Bai Xuan bring to Uchiha? He was really looking forward to it. Bai Xuan knows that what Uchiha cares most about is how to improve the strength of the Uchiha clan. But Bai Xuan skipped the topic and started talking about how to reform the police force. Bai Xuan knows very well what kind of institution the police force is. However, Uchiha's characteristics make it difficult to play the role of a police force, and instead make the public hate Uchiha even more. So the police force had to change, and Uchiha had to change his image in the public eye. Bai Xuan's goal is to make the phrase, "when in trouble, call the police," deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. With the new police force to protect you, you can easily develop business and earn a lot of money. This money can be used to develop technology, and then use the new technology to conduct business monopolies, thereby gradually controlling the economic lifeline of the world. What does it mean to control the world's economic lifeline? Meaning that when money speaks, all truth remains silent. Bai Xuan's extremely calm voice seemed to have inexplicable magic. These words even made Uchiha feel a little scared for a moment. He had never thought about these things, that these words could not only turn people's hearts into tools and master human thoughts. It can even turn money into a collar and turn all humans into slaves of money. If the Uchiha family really controls the economic lifeline of the world, so what will Uchiha become? The real master of the world? Certainly. Uchiha instantly understood a truth, that is, strength is the foundation of everything. Without strength, even if Uchiha controls the world's economic lifeline, the strong can take away control of the world's economic lifeline by destroying Uchiha. After being silent for a long time, Uchiha suddenly spoke. Bai Xuan, your wisdom has completely surpassed my cognition. What you said is indeed very reasonable and has the possibility of being realized. I just want to ask you, do you know how powerful Uchiha needs to be to keep all this? Can you make the Uchiha clan so powerful? Listening to Uchiha's question, Bai Xuan smiled. Elder Satsuna, don't move. I'll show you how powerful my Mangekyo is. As Bai Xuan said these words, Uchiha couldn't help but pause slightly for an instant, with a bit of surprise and expectation in his eyes. It turns out that the way Bai Xuan improved Uchiha's overall strength was his Mangekyō Sharingan's pupil technique. Can the Mangekyō eye technique enhance the strength of others? What will it look like? It's really exciting. When Bai Xuan stretched out his palm, the Mangekyō in his right eye suddenly changed, and the hardened light metal was generated, turning into a set of Susano armor and covering Uchiha's body for a moment. This is. Just when Uchiha was in doubt, Bai Xuan's voice slowly sounded. I call it the Susano armor. The current Susano armor is completely immune to ordinary Jonin's attacks. And as my strength continues to grow, the performance of Susano armor can also continue to improve. When Susano armor can be completely immune to the attacks of cage-level experts, when all ninjas in the clan wear Susano armor. Satsuna Elder, how powerful do you think Uchiha can become? And, I have other methods and plans to improve the overall strength of the Uchiha clan. Having said this, Bai Xuan stopped talking. Uchiha, on the other hand, was trembling with excitement. Bai Xuan, no, Master Bai Xuan, from now on, I, Uchiha Satsuna, will be your most loyal subordinate. Until death. He knelt down. Chapter 5 Converting Theoretical Knowledge into Fire-Style Magic. 556. Chapter 5 Converting Theoretical Knowledge into Fire-Style Magic. Hokage Office. He doesn't want to be your student. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Orochimaru with serious eyes, as if thinking about the meaning of this matter. As for Orochimaru, after a strange color flashed in his eyes, he said in a meaningful tone, I can only say that Uchiha Bai Xuan is not an ordinary Uchiha. He is essentially different from other Uchiha's difference. So Mr. Sarutobi, there is no need for you to be so afraid of Uchiha Bai Xuan. Since he was inspired by Bai Xuan's words and even made a deal with Bai Xuan, Orochimaru naturally had a good impression of Bai Xuan. In his opinion, Bai Xuan is destined to be his partner, and he is destined to be the future 4th Hokage, so he also hopes that his teacher will not be afraid of Bai Xuan. Listening to Orochimaru's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen also began to think deeply. Although he does not trust Orochimaru 100%, Orochimaru is his proud student after all, and Orochimaru's opinions naturally carry weight. Since Orochimaru said so, he naturally didn't plan to care about this matter. I just silently wrote down the name Bai Xuan. Maybe I can use this chess piece in the near future. I see. In that case, this matter is over. At the same time, Bai Xuan also finished reading Principles of Ninjutsu Seals. It can only be said that Senju Tobarama is indeed a scientific research genius who has developed a large number of forbidden technique. This book greatly inspired Bai Xuan. Different ninjutsu have the same release principle. The seal is just a guide to chakra, or a switch. It is precisely because of this that Senju Hashirama can release different wood-style ninjutsu by clapping his hands and forming a ninja seal. As long as the ability to master chakra reaches a certain level, you can perfectly control the ninjutsu of a certain attribute, thereby realizing the one-seal interpretation. And in my opinion, Senju Hashirama has not mastered wood-style ninjutsu to ultimate. What if he can form seals with one hand? Does that mean you don't even have to clap your hands? As for the release of any ninjutsu by Mayan, it is not that simple. It requires more in-depth research, so let's talk about it in the future. Bai Xuan has already mastered the skill of forming seals with one hand. If he masters the skill of releasing ninjutsu with one seal, he can release ninjutsu with half seal, which is enough to greatly improve Bai Xuan's combat effectiveness. It's just that the inspiration Bai Xuan gained from the book, Principles of Ninjutsu Seals, goes beyond this knowledge. The Chakra Meridian System, the ninjutsu release program, and the fire style that Uchiha is best at, combined with the technique of assisting in controlling the senjutsu chakra. I seem to be able to create an incredible senjutsu through my Mangekyo. We'll talk about it when we get home from school. After murmuring in his heart, Bai Xuan took out another book by Senju Tobarama, Exploration on the Relationship Between Human Body, Spirit and Chakra, from his school bag. Bai Xuan, who loves learning, can forget the passage of time once he starts reading. Before you know it, it's time for school to end. Go home, eat, and use the pupil technique. The changes of rings and triangles make Bai Xuan's brain extremely active, and a large amount of knowledge can be quickly arranged, combined, and innovated. A fire-style magic was born. This magical technique allows me to use a single gesture to release all the fire styles I have mastered, and even the power of the magical chakra. It also allows me to control flames to a certain extent, so this magical technique is called the flame control technique. Quote, as Bai Xuan stretched out his right hand, straightened his index finger and thumb, half of the yin seal was formed. The blazing red flame suddenly condensed at the fingertips and then expanded rapidly. Immortal technique. Fire dragon technique. But in an instant, a ferocious Haki fire dragon condensed and surrounded Bai Xuan. It's really handsome, and it's much more powerful than ordinary fire-style ninjutsu. Even as he spoke, Bai Xuan concentrated on controlling the fire dragon to hover slowly. I can also control this powerful fire dragon, or control many powerful fire dragons at the same time. Speaking of this, a picture emerged in Bai Xuan's mind. Controlling dozens of fire dragons, he was like the god of fire, swaying across the battlefield, unrivaled. But speaking of it, with the flame control technique, I may be able to develop other fire-style ninjutsu. There is no need to be constrained by the existing fire-style ninjutsu system. His eyes flickered slightly, and Bai Xuan suddenly thought of third Raikage and fourth Raikage. They all have mastered a secret technique called lightning-style chakra mode. Use lightning-style chakra to enhance your physique, use lightning-style chakra to form armor, use lightning-style chakra to increase your reaction speed, and use lightning-style chakra to combine body skills for combat. Even third Raikage created a secret technique called Black Thunder based on lightning-style chakra. This secret technique is already a qualitative change of lightning-style chakra. In addition, Kakashi also controlled the qualitative transformation of lightning-style chakra in the future and created the purple lightning secret technique. So why don't you create a magical technique called fire-style chakra mode? Develop another magical technique called Yin-Yang. As for why it is Yin-Yang, it is naturally because Bai Xuan likes gold. This idea is okay, but I still need to do some research. I hope I can create these 2 fire-style magic before graduation. The other side, Danzo also got information about Bai Xuan. A genius was actually born in the Uchiha clan. The inherently evil family has grown again, and Konoha's cancer has grown stronger again. What's even more hateful is that Sarutobi Hiruzen actually allowed Uchiha's cancer to grow. He doesn't deserve to be a Hokage. The more he looked at Danzo, the darker and more malicious his eyes became. If only I were Hokage. There was a bit more regret on his face, but Danzo quickly suppressed these useless emotions. But even if I'm not Hokage, I can still protect Konoha in my own way. Anyway, that guy Sarutobi has always been weak. As long as the facts are determined, he will only compromise. It's just that I can't be too hasty. I can let Ryoma get in touch with this Uchiha Bai Xuan first. Just thinking about it, Danzo also had a plan in mind. Soon, Ryoma received orders from Danzo in Aburame. The night is getting darker. Bai Xuan, who was practicing Chakra Sage Art Chi training, suddenly opened his eyes. Has Danzo noticed me already? Just in time. Bai Xuan knew that Danzo was deeply influenced by Senju Tobirama. He believed that the Uchiha clan was a cancer in Konoha and always wanted to eradicate the Uchiha clan. Therefore, Danzo is naturally Bai Xuan's irreconcilable enemy, with no room for relaxation. Just in time to use the roots to test the flame control technique. Chapter 6 Danzo, Human Body, Spirit, Chakra. 656. Chapter 6 Danzo, Human Body, Spirit, Chakra. Silently, dense swarms of insects quickly approached Bai Xuan in the darkness. However, at the next moment, red fire suddenly bloomed. The flames were like fire snakes, suddenly wandering in the void, igniting the insects one after another and burning them to ashes. Silently, some ashes fell to the ground. And Aburame Ryoma's face couldn't help but darken, and there were expressions of surprise, shock, fear, caution, etc. in his eyes. Hidden in the dark, he never thought that with his own strength, he would be discovered by the student Bai Xuan. I never expected that Bai Xuan could master such a fast fire style at this age. He didn't even notice the Bai Xuan seal, he released it too quickly. Moreover, this fire style's attack is so precise, without any wastage, it accurately burns every ringworm to death. You must know that his parasitoid is not an ordinary bug. The parasitoid fed by chakra is not afraid of ordinary flames. However, under this fire style ninjutsu, he was burned to death so easily. This is definitely no ordinary fire style. This Bai Xuan is no ordinary genius. But in this situation, he couldn't allow him to think too much. Because in his perception, Bai Xuan's figure had disappeared. What a quick body flicker technique. His pupils couldn't help but shrink. However, at the next moment, he did not see Bai Xuan, but saw a dazzling crimson fire. It was a flame dragon, a red, hot flame dragon. The flame dragon roared and rushed towards him. While avoiding it, he formed seals and released secret techniques. Secret technique insect wall technique. Densely packed black bugs emerged from his body and surrounded him at high speed, converging into walls for defense. Just under Bai Xuan's fire-style magic, his parasite had no resistance at all. But in an instant, it was burned to ashes. Just using these parasitic insects to delay a little time, Aburame Ryoma also took the opportunity to use the insect clone technique and the insect body replacement technique. He wanted to escape, and he wanted to report Bai Xuan's information to Lord Danzo. This Bai Xuan is just as Lord Danzo speculated, it is not simple. And as soon as I find out, I will kill him. Such a person is definitely an enemy of Konoha. We must do our best to eradicate it as soon as possible. Otherwise, if he continues to become stronger, he will definitely bring greater harm to Konoha in the future. Just thinking about this, Ryoma Aburame's eyes revealed a cold killing intent. Besides, in this mission, he suffered heavy losses. Most of the carefully cultivated parasitic worms died. It would take a lot of time and chakra to cultivate them again. Thinking of this, Aburame Ryoma couldn't help but feel a pain in his heart. But he didn't notice that Bai Xuan was standing behind him, his eyes calm. A yin seal was formed on his right hand. The dazzling red fire and the scalding heat made Aburame Ryoma turn around involuntarily. The firelight shone into his eyes, reflecting horror and fear. The formation of the 6 burning dragons. But in an instant, 6 red flame dragons wrapped around Aburame Ryoma's body, and the blazing flames engulfed the flesh, and bones. As the smoke rose, some ashes fell to the ground. Danzo. There was a bit of fierceness in his calm eyes. Since he was destined to be an enemy, Bai Xuan would not show mercy. Just to kill Danzo, you need to be prepared. Without words all night, Bai Xuan practiced. Chakra practice Sage Art Chi Training Chapter. Absorbing natural energy, creating magical chakra, using magical chakra to strengthen himself, and storing magical chakra in the human body's meridian system. The sun also rises. At the root base, Danzo looked gloomy. It's been a night, but Aburame Ryoma hasn't come back yet. Don't think about it, there was definitely an accident. And this accident is most likely related to Bai Xuan. I didn't expect that even Ryoma would miss. Aburame Ryoma is his right-hand man. There are very few people who are more powerful than Aburame Ryoma. Is it possible that I have to take action myself? Thinking of the 3 words Uchiha, Danzo felt that he must not have too many worries. He had to take action when it was time to take action, and he could not let tigers become troubles. Although he decided to take action personally, Danzo was not reckless. He needed to collect information about Bai Xuan first, and then find an opportunity in the near future. If there was no opportunity, then create an opportunity. At the same time, Bai Xuan came to the classroom and was reading Exploration on the Relationship Between Human Body, Spirit, and Chakra. The more he gets to know Senju Tobarama, the more Bai Xuan appreciates this person. Bai Xuan not only appreciates Senju Tobarama's scientific research talent, but also appreciates Senju Tobarama's sharp vision. He realized that in Konoha, there are serious class problems among the Hokage, the ninja clan, and the civilian ninjas. The ninja clan has monopolized the knowledge of ninjas, resulting in the ninja clan ninjas being far stronger than civilian ninjas, and the ninja clan ninjas need to obey the orders of the clan leader, so the power of the Hokage is divided. Only civilian ninjas are the most loyal to the Hokage, so Senju Tobarama established a ninja school. He even put the precious knowledge of the Senju clan, the knowledge he collected, and the knowledge he researched into the library of the ninja school, hoping to break the ninja clan's knowledge monopoly and cultivate a group of civilian ninjas loyal to the Hokage. But he wouldn't have thought that he would die so early, and that after his death, Sarutobi Hiruzen would castrate the ninja school's library. If Bai Xuan had not been in the Uchiha clan, he would never have had the chance to see Senju Tobarama's scientific research works. Chakra is extraordinary energy born from the combination of physical energy and spiritual energy, so it is natural that chakra can affect the body and mind. It's just that I didn't expect that chakra has such a profound impact on the body and mind. Senju Tobarama is really one of the few scientific geniuses in the world. He can study the relationship between chakra and the body and spirit so thoroughly. Chakra can tap the potential of the human body. Although 8 Inner Gates was not created by Senju Tobarama also studied 8 Inner Gates and produced some results. Squinting his eyes slightly, Bai Xuan thought of Shen Nong, the leader of Kong Ninja Village, and also thought of the forbidden technique he stole from Konoha. Zero-tail technique. It is the forbidden technique that uses human negative emotions to create zero tails, a chakra life form similar to tailed beasts. Shenong was able to develop many medical forbidden techniques, and successfully opened the 8 Inner Gates formation without dying with the help of the power of zero tail. It is most likely that he obtained part of Senju Tobarama's research results. This can be seen from Bai Xuan's exploration of the relationship between human body, spirit, and chakra. Chapter 7. Old and New Knowledge, Closing the Deal, Ruchi Cave's Magic. 756. Chapter 7. Old and New Knowledge, Closing the Deal, Ruchi Cave's Magic. 8 Inner Gates is a very powerful and extreme forbidden technique. By releasing the human body's restriction on chakra and opening the 8th gate in the meridian system, it enters a state of overload to gain powerful strength. The side effects are extremely severe. Not only will it damage the body, but after turning on the 8 Inner Gates formation, it will burn the vitality and eventually lead to death. In order to improve the 8 Inner Gates, Senju Tobarama obtained some results by studying the relationship between the human body and chakra, which were recorded in the book, Research on the Relationship Between the Human Body, Spirit, and Chakra. 8 inner gates are not only the self-protection mechanism of the meridian system, but also protect the human body by limiting chakra beyond the human body's endurance limit. At the same time, it is also a very important treasure in the human body. If the effect of 8 inner gates can be fully exerted, it will definitely greatly strengthen the physical fitness and even the body's carrying capacity for chakra. Senju Tobarama believes that the influence of the spirit on the human body is huge, so he tries to use spiritual energy to tap the potential of the 8 inner gates, or the potential of the human body. And after opening the 8 inner gates, the chakra will become very violent and difficult to control. Powerful spiritual energy can also be used to control the violent chakra. The spiritualization technique, the zero-tail technique, is part of the result of Senju Tobarama. Among them, the spiritualization technique can use chakra to strengthen and carry the spirit, thereby achieving an effect similar to an out-of-body experience. This technique not only verifies the existence of the soul, but also shows that chakra can be used to carry the soul. And is the chakra that carries the soul an alternative chakra life form. As for the zero-tail technique, by collecting humans' negative emotions, or negative spiritual energy, it can also be carried by chakra, thereby giving birth to a special chakra life form, which is zero-tail. It seems that spiritual energy and soul are very closely related, and it is even possible that the two are the same existence. It's a pity that I don't have the 8 inner gates, the spiritualization technique, the zero-tail technique, and Senju Tobarama's experimental report in my hands. Otherwise I will be able to understand more deeply the mysteries of chakra, life, and even the soul. But even if it doesn't happen now, it will definitely happen in the future. There was some thought in his eyes. Bai Xuan had a plan in his mind. After reading this book, Bai Xuan felt that he had benefited a lot. With more knowledge, you can create fire-style chakra mode and more powerful fire-style nature transformation magic. And he also has a deal agreement with Orochimaru. If you can exchange Chakra Repair Sage Art Chi Training Chapter for the Immortal Technique Inheritance of Dalongdong, then you can further upgrade Chakra Repair Sage Art Chi Training Chapter, and then cooperate with the pupil technique to develop more powerful magic. Knowledge is the most precious and cheapest wealth. The process of development is to constantly eliminate old knowledge and constantly create new knowledge. The same goes for getting stronger. By exchanging old knowledge that will be eliminated for various valuable knowledge, I can continue to create new and more valuable knowledge. If this cycle continues, I will eventually become extremely powerful. Bai Xuan took out Investigation on the Principles of Chakra Morphological Changes and Nature Transformation from his school bag and continued to study. At the same time, Orochimaru also returned to his laboratory from Ruchi Cave. Looking at the scroll in his hand and the pure white snake scales, Orochimaru's eyes lit up with a fiery light. Immortal magic is the key to unlocking the door to immortality. And within these immortal scales, there is hidden the secret of how living beings can obtain immortality with the help of immortal magic. If you find the lock of immortality in your body, you can use magic to open the door to immortality. Orochimaru has not forgotten that he and Bai Xuan have a trade agreement. He is really curious about what kind of results Bai Xuan has achieved in his research in the field of immortality, and what kind of immortality Bai Xuan has mastered. With Bai Xuan's magic, Dalongdong's magic, and this immortal scale, can he gain immortality? This is still really exciting. The longevity experiment cannot be completed overnight. While I can't wait to start experimenting, I can't rush it. First copy a copy of Dalongdong's magic. Once you're done, go fulfill the agreement and complete the deal with Lord Bai Xuan. After obtaining Bai Xuan's immortal skills, we can start the immortality experiment. In the laboratory, Orochimaru picked up a pen and paper. Time passes, the sun goes down, and the night gets darker. Seeing that the time was almost up, Orochimaru left the laboratory. On the other side, Bai Xuan was reluctantly putting down the Study on the Principles of Chakra Form Changes and Nature Transformation in his hand. Today, I only watched a quarter of it and already gained a lot. By the time he finishes reading this book, Bai Xuan is confident that he will be able to create the fire-style chakra mode, or even a fire-style magic similar to Black Thunder and Purple Lightning. After all, These two are the form changes and nature transformation of fire-style chakra. For Bai Xuan, who has the art of knowledge deduction, he can deduce detailed chakra application technology after knowing the principle. It's time to practice, but I feel the breath of the snake. Now that Orochimaru is here, let's complete the deal first. Then write down the Earth Dragon Cave Immortal technique, upgrade the Chakra Sage Art Chi training chapter, develop the Immortal technique combined with the Eye technique, and then start practicing. When Bai Xuan stared into the darkness, Orochimaru's figure emerged from the shadows. As expected of Mr. Bai Xuan, this kind of perception is really keen. Orochimaru smiled as he spoke. Please take a seat. After Bai Xuan said this, he also smiled. You should know, Orochimaru senpai, that once you master senjutsu, a ninja's perception will be greatly improved due to the nature of natural energy. Yes, the power of magic is really fascinating. After sitting down, Orochimaru placed a scroll on the table. Bai Xuan, who was well prepared, also took out a scroll and handed it to Orochimaru. The scrolls are exchanged and the transaction is completed. The two sides looked at each other and smiled, and then opened the scroll in unison with perfect understanding. Looking at Ruchi Cave's magical knowledge, Bai Xuan was not surprised. This magical knowledge was in line with Bai Xuan's speculation. Sage Mode, White Geki Technique, Inorganic Reincarnation, Legend of Distant Shadow. A magic created by snakes and used by humans. Although it is powerful, it also has many flaws. I just don't know if the immortal arts used by the immortals themselves will be more perfect and powerful. Chapter 8 Immortal Magic Analysis and Software Transformation Technology. 856. Chapter 8 Immortal Magic Analysis and Software Transformation Technology. The Sage Mode of the three holy places each has its own characteristics. The Sage Mode of Ruchi Cave will allow the user to grow snake-like corneas and even change the structure of the human body. This is also the basic condition for using the White Geki technique. Releasing the White technique will release a red glowing dragon from its mouth. The red dragon holds a black bead. The red dragon will rotate around the black bead, and then the red dragon will get into the black bead, causing the black ball to explode. After the explosion, it will emit strong light and harsh sound, hindering the opponent's vision and hearing, and causing the opponent's hearing and body to feel great pain. At the same time, air vibration is used to paralyze the opponent's senses, causing the opponent's bones to feel numb and blocking the opponent's movements. After turning on the Dalongdong Sage Mode, the snake's cornea can block the field of view and ignore the impact of strong light. The snake-like soft body structure can also be immune to sound and vibration. Strong light, sound waves, and vibrations. This is a very valuable magic technique, but I won't be able to use it in a short period of time, but I will be able to use it sooner or later in the future. The Legend of Yin-Yang. This magical technique only needs to absorb other people's cells into the body, and you can use that person's technique. It can even activate the blood inheritance limit. In theory, there is no technique that cannot be activated. It's just that theory is theory, and for most people, theory cannot be turned into actual applied technology. But for Bai Xuan, he was able to use knowledge to deduce this technique and easily turn theoretical knowledge into practical application technology. Therefore, this magic is the most valuable to Bai Xuan. It's just that if you want to fully realize the value of this magical technique, you still need a large number of blood ninja cells and a lot of experimental research. None of this can be achieved by Bai Xuan in a short time. Therefore, this magic is still a magic that Bai Xuan can only use in the future. Continuing to look down, Bai Xuan soon saw the magical technique he needed most at the moment, inorganic reincarnation, which gives life to inorganic objects and controls them. With just a few modifications, this technique can be used to great effect. For example, give life to Susano's armor and control it, and give life to fire-style magic and control it. As expected, this magical technique is of great use to me now. With this magic, I can give vitality to Susano armor, thereby greatly enhancing the performance of Susano armor, and even developing other application technologies for Susano armor. Also, if I develop a fire-style magic technique similar to Black Thunder and Purple Lightning, and give it life force, will I be able to get a chakra life form similar to a tailed beast? When the time comes, I'll put on a tailed beast, Susano. Who is Danzo? With such a strong fighting power, Even if I kill Danzo, the third generation will not dare to turn against me. Thinking of this, Bai Xuan couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. Opposite Bai Xuan, Orochimaru looked at Chakra Sage Art Chi Training Chapter, with shock and horror in his eyes and heart. He could not imagine that such rigorous and exquisite magic was actually created by Bai Xuan. Moreover, this technology of using chakra to strengthen the body and mind can already extend human lifespan. Even if he can't live for thousands of years like the immortals in the three holy places. But relying on Chakra Sage Art Chi Training Chapter should not be a problem to live for another 100 years. 100 years of life is the average lifespan of a ninja 50 years. It seems not. This magic is simply a product that transcends the times. If it could be popularized, the entire ninja world would change. No, not just the ninja world. This is magic enough to change the world. The person who created this magical technique was actually a 10-year-old Uchiha who was still attending a ninja school. Genius. Monster genius. Such a genius might surpass the first Hokage. What changes will the existence of Bai Xuan bring to the world? This is really exciting. Orochimaru couldn't help but glance at Bai Xuan, his expression extremely complicated. He originally thought that no matter how talented Bai Xuan was, the magic he created must be very crude. The value of Delongdong's magic should be greater than the magic created by Bai Xuan. But looking at it now, the value of Chakra Sage Art Chi Training Chapter is far greater than the magic of Delongdong. As Bai Xuan's senior, is it possible that I still want to take advantage of Bai Xuan? Orochimaru felt that he could not do such a thing. After a slight pause, Orochimaru took out another scroll and handed it to Bai Xuan. Bai Xuan-kun, your talent is far beyond my expectation. The value of Chakra Sage Art Chi Training Chapter is also far greater than Ruchi Cave's celestial art. This is my software transformation technology. I think it is very useful to you. For reference value, please accept it. Listening to Orochimaru's words, Bai Xuan's eyes couldn't help but reveal a bit of strange color. A scientific research talent like Orochimaru will definitely be conquered by himself in the future, so Bai Xuan doesn't think that he should let Orochimaru earn more. Anyway, he will definitely be one of his own in the future. But since Orochimaru offered to increase the price, Bai Xuan would naturally not refuse. Okay, then I'll accept it. Bai Xuan showed a slightly meaningful smile and continued, once it's new, it's the second time it's familiar. The pleasure of this transaction will naturally lead to a second and third transaction in the future. I hope we can cooperate and make progress together. Listening to Bai Xuan's words, Orochimaru couldn't help but smile brightly. Certainly, I hope so too. Orochimaru is already looking forward to his second transaction with Bai Xuan. It's getting late today, so I'll leave. Walk slowly. After watching Orochimaru leave, Bai Xuan opened the scroll recording the software modification technology. Just the first glance made Bai Xuan look serious. Orochimaru was right. This software transformation technology does have great reference value for Bai Xuan. Using chakra to transform the body, the transformed body can freely stretch or twist to any angle. If this technology is derived, you can use chakra to transform the human body, thus greatly enhancing the various functions of the human body. The bodies of ordinary ninjas are too fragile, and most strong ones will even be killed by a kunai. But what if the human body was modified? Interesting, this technology can greatly improve my ability to save my life. If combined with fire-style chakra mode, it might be able to surpass the effect of lightning-style chakra mode. Orochimaru's vision is really vicious. Whispering in a low voice, Bai Xuan was already looking forward to it. Chapter 9 Susano Activated Armor. 956. Chapter 9 Susano Activated Armor. 3 days later, Bai Xuan, who has thoroughly studied Ruchi Cave's magic, couldn't help but show a pensive expression. There seems to be a secret hidden in Ruchi Cave's senjutsu. Sage mode can transform the eyes and body structure. The alien distant shadow can absorb the cells of other living beings and acquire their characteristics, and even Orochimaru's software transformation technology is partly based on the principles of Ruchi Cave senjutsu. Modifying the body and enriching genes, is this considered a kind of autonomous evolution of organisms? The evolution of snakes, Snakes can evolve into dragons, and the legend of dragon transformation is spread in Ruchi Cave. It's interesting. I seem to know how to upgrade. Chakra Repair Sage Art Chi Training Chapter. The corners of his mouth could not help but raise slightly, and there was a look of anticipation in his eyes. Without saying anything, the Mangekyo pattern in his left eye suddenly changed, the circle turned into a triangle, and the triangle turned into a circle. During the change, the brain cells become extremely active, and the sparks of thinking gather together to ignite a grand flame. But in a blink of an eye, Bai Xuan completed the upgrade of Chakra Repair Sage Art Chi Training Chapter. The current Chakra Repair Sage Art should be called the Dragon Transformation Chapter. The effects of Chi Training Chapter are all available in Dragon's Breath Chapter, and all of them have been increased to a certain extent. The biggest feature of transforming the dragon is that it can use the magic chakra to strengthen and optimize the human body, thus greatly improving the physical fitness, and finally having a body comparable to a dragon. Very good, perfect. The shortcoming of the ninja's fragile body has been perfectly solved by me. Even my body will no longer be my weakness, but will become my strength, my specialty, and my weapon. And a strong body can better carry Mangekyō Sharingan. The body and mind interact with each other. The Uchiha clan is naturally mentally strong. Although their physical strength is not bad, Uchiha's physical strength and mental strength definitely do not match. Perhaps it is because of this mismatch that the Uchiha clan is prone to mental illness. Certainly, Bai Xuan is not sure either. To verify this speculation, a large number of experiments are needed. After a slight pause, Bai Xuan continued his thoughts. After completing the upgrade of Chakra Repair Sage Art Chi Training Chapter, I still need to improve the inorganic reincarnation and combine it with Susano armor arms to upgrade the Susano armor. As Bai Xuan's thoughts moved, the Mangekyo pattern in his left eye continued to change. The circle turned into a triangle, and the triangle turned into a circle. The brain cells were activated, and his thinking became extremely active. A large amount of knowledge is constantly being arranged and combined, and new ones are introduced. The pupil technique of Susano armor armation has also been upgraded into Susano activated armor. Sure enough, just as I speculated, after simple modifications by inorganic reincarnation, Susano's armor can be given vitality. And the Susano armor that has gained vitality has also derived many characteristics, becoming more powerful and even more convenient. As Bai Xuan's thoughts moved, the Mangekyo pattern in his right eye also changed. The triangle and the circle transformed into each other, and the special metal material was also generated. This metal material is not only hard and light, but also has ductility that exceeds all materials in Blue Star. Make a seal with one hand and cast a spell with one seal. With the continuous flow of magical chakra into it, this piece of metal also gained extraordinary vitality in Bai Xuan's hands. It came alive, rapidly deforming, twisting, expanding, and spreading under Bai Xuan's control. In just one breath, it completely covered Bai Xuan's body, turning it into a set of exquisite armor with white background and gold patterns, gorgeous and noble. If I want, I can change the shape of this armor at will, and even add a pair of wings to it. Unfortunately, I haven't mastered the technology to make the armor fly, but sooner or later I will. I am very satisfied with the Susano armor now. Looking at himself in the mirror, Bai Xuan felt extremely handsome. And, following Bai Xuan's thoughts, the white and gold armor quickly shrank and turned into a glove. Certainly, it can also be turned into a belt if Bai Xuan wishes. It's just that ninjas are not used to wearing belts, so gloves are fine. It feels like the Uchiha clan in the future will be armored warriors and common riders. Everyone will be armed with armor and transform into a knight. And as I continue to upgrade the Susano armor, sooner or later it will become a giant mecha, even bigger than the complete Susano or the powerful Susano. If there are 3,000 giant mechas, how could Uchiha not be able to dominate the world? After checking the time, Bai Xuan felt that he could read for a while and finish investigation on the principles of chakra morphological changes and nature transformation, before going to bed. Chakra's form changes and nature transformation do seem very simple and easy to understand on the surface. Morphological change is to change the shape and state of chakra. Nature transformation is to change the nature and properties of chakra. However, it is not that simple to explore the morphological changes of chakra and the principles of nature transformation. According to research by Senju Tobarama, chakra may be composed of many tiny particles. According to the difference between the body and mind of the ninja, that is, the physical energy and the spiritual energy, the particles of chakra also have different properties. Ninjas may control the chakra through psychic powers, thereby changing the structure of the chakra. By arranging and combining chakra particles in different structures, the shape and properties of chakra can be changed, and millions of ninjutsu can be derived. Therefore, mental power is very important to master the form changes and nature transformation of chakra. The Uchiha clan is naturally very spiritually powerful. Sure enough, there is no end to learning. I thought about one thing wrong before. I think fire-style chakra mode is fire-style chakra mode, and fire-style magic like Black Thunder and Purple Lightning is fire-style magic. The two can only be two magics. However, after reading this book, Investigation of the Principles of Chakra Form Change and Nature Transformation, I discovered that as long as the mental power is strong enough and the understanding of chakras form change and nature transformation is deep enough, these two techniques can be turned into one technique. Black Thunder can be combined with Lightning-style chakra mode to become Black Thunder chakra mode, and Purple Lightning can also be combined with Lightning-style chakra mode to become Purple Lightning chakra mode. For the same reason, I will get an extremely powerful fire-style magic. Perhaps, this technique will be called Sage Art Golden Flame chakra mode. Putting down the book in his hand and looking at the lonely moon outside the window, Bai Xuan decided to go to bed. In the past 2 days, he looked at Uchiha's collection of fire-style related knowledge and went to deduce Sage Art Jinyan chakra mode. Chapter 10 Orochimaru and Jiraiya, Mount Myoboku Senjutsu, Namikaze Minato. 1056. Chapter 10 Orochimaru and Jiraiya, Mount Myoboku Senjutsu, Namikaze Minato. Bai Xuan fell asleep, but Orochimaru did not. After these days of research, he finally gained insight into the essence of Chakra Sage Art Chi Training Chapter, and with the help of the ideas contained in it, he saw some of the secrets of Ruchi Cave's magic. Simply put, he saw the hope of immortality. The fragile human body is a key factor preventing humans from achieving immortality. In that case, let's strengthen and transform the human body. By strengthening and transforming cells, the human body can have a long lifespan. As long as the body can live forever, even the soul also has a lifespan. According to the principle that the body and soul will influence each other, an immortal body will also be able to extend the lifespan of the soul. And now I have seen the hope of immortality. As long as you give me enough time, immortality is by no means a fantasy. So what I have to do now is transform my body. Orochimaru, who has mastered software modification technology, has already modified his own body, although he is very confident and sure about modifying his body. And his thinking is very clear now. It is said that the magic of Yin-Yang can absorb the cells of living beings, so can he absorb the cells of the white snake immortal? In his hand, there happened to be a fairy scale. If the transformation is successful, his body will be able to possess some of the properties of the white snake immortal's body. In this way, even if he cannot live for thousands of years, he will at least be able to live for hundreds of years. A lifespan of hundreds of years means hundreds of years. Such a long time is enough for him to research the technology of immortality. Just thinking about it, Orochimaru couldn't help but smile brightly. It feels so good to be hopeful. After checking the time, Orochimaru wanted to continue with the next experiment, but thinking that he still had an appointment with Jiraiya, he was ready to go out. He knew that Jiraiya wanted to drink and chat with him about Namikaze Minato, Jiraiya's new student. But he was thinking about how to obtain Mount Myoboku's senjutsu, see what Mount Myoboku's senjutsu was like, and explore the roots of senjutsu through reference and research, so as to master immortality faster. With his relationship with Jiraiya, it shouldn't be difficult to obtain Mount Myoboku's senjutsu. Not long after, Orochimaru saw Jiraiya drinking alone in the izakaya. Ha ha ha, Orochimaru, you're here, sit down, sit down. It seemed that he was already a little drunk, and Jiraiya looked a little unrestrained. Jiraiya, you look like you're in a good mood. Seeing Jiraiya's gesture, Orochimaru also raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Jiraiya was in a good mood. The smiling Orochimaru no longer looked so cold, which also made Jiraiya's eyes show a bit of surprise. Based on his understanding of Orochimaru, since Orochimaru has this expression, it means that Orochimaru is in a very good mood now. I am indeed in a good mood, but it looks like you are in a good mood too, Orochimaru. It's really good. Orochimaru did not deny it, but sat across from Jiraiya. Although he hadn't had a drink in a long time, he wanted some today. So he picked up the wine glass, poured himself half a glass, and drank it all in one gulp. It's really good. Looking at this scene, Jiraiya couldn't help but sigh. It seems that Orochimaru, you are in a really good mood right now. I wonder if you would like to talk about it. Orochimaru, who had already planned it, smiled slightly, and then said unhurriedly, of course. And even if you don't ask about this matter, I will tell you because it is also related to you. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Jiraiya couldn't help but be stunned. He couldn't guess what Orochimaru wanted to say, but he understood Orochimaru's character and knew that Orochimaru didn't like to beat around the bush, so he remained silent and waited for Orochimaru's next explanation. Just as Jiraiya understands Orochimaru, Orochimaru also understands Jiraiya, although Orochimaru did not pause at all, but continued to speak. I discovered the secret of Immortal's eternal life for thousands of years by studying the senjutsu of Ruchi Cave. Maybe it won't be long before I can become an immortal. Just a simple sentence, but Jiraiya's heart was shaken. Of course he knew Orochimaru's desires. It's just that both he and Tsunade believed that ninjas, no, humans, couldn't live forever. But, based on his knowledge of Orochimaru, he naturally knew that Orochimaru would not lie in this regard. Immortal. Immortals can indeed live forever, but can humans become immortals? It does seem to work. Because newly born toads are still tadpoles, they are still very weak and do not seem to have a long lifespan. But as they grow up, become toads, and practice immortal skills, they seem to slowly become immortals. Since toads can become immortals by practicing magic, why can't humans? Orochimaru has always been a brilliant genius. It doesn't seem incomprehensible that he can discover the secrets of immortals and find ways to become immortals. No wonder Orochimaru was so happy. It turns out that I saw the hope of realizing my dream. So when will my dream come true? When can this world have real peace? Thinking of this, Jiraiya's mood was not so good. However, Orochimaru, who had expected this, continued unhurriedly, if I can obtain Mount Myoboku's senjutsu, I may be able to find a way to become a sage earlier. Jiraiya, you should know the importance of power. If you have more powerful power and master the power of immortals, will you have greater confidence and more time to complete your dreams? This sentence almost hit Jiraiya's death hole. Suddenly feeling refreshed, Jiraiya looked at Orochimaru with a positive and optimistic expression. Ha ha ha, Orochimaru, you have really changed a lot. Since you said so, how could I refuse you? Tomorrow I will sort out the senjutsu on Mount Myoboku and give it to you. Hearing Jiraiya's reply, the smile on Orochimaru's face became even brighter. Plan accomplished. However, after Jiraiya changed his voice, he continued to speak. But I have listened to the reasons why you are happy, so let me talk about the reasons why I am happy. You know Minato, my new student. It only took him 3 days to learn the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique. I remember Orochimaru that it took you 3.5 days to learn this jutsu. Ha ha ha, my students are more talented than you. Chapter 11 Tsunade's Message, Uchiha Madara's Notebook. 1156. Chapter 11 Tsunade's Message, Uchiha Madara's Notebook. Listening to Jiraiya's words, Orochimaru's eyes showed a strange color. I learned the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique in 3 days. This talent is really good. As for Jiraiya saying that Namikaze Minato is more talented than herself, Orochimaru doesn't think so. Does learning ability mean that your talent is better than yours? He knows what his talents are. Being able to learn well is only secondary. Strong scientific research ability is the most important thing. Maybe this Namikaze Minato's learning talent is very good. But is he also very talented in scientific research? Orochimaru doesn't think so. A true genius, a genius stronger than himself, should be like Bai Xuan. And a genius like Bai Xuan will never become a student of Jiraiya. Since this Namikaze Minato has chosen to become Jiraiya's student, it means that his talent is definitely not as good as Bai Xuan. As for whether it is stronger than his own talent, there is still a question mark. It's just that Orochimaru thinks that there is a high probability that this Namikaze Minato will not be more talented than himself. Seeing that Orochimaru didn't reply, Jiraiya could roughly guess what he was thinking. But Jiraiya is very confident in his student Namikaze Minato. Orochimaru, don't underestimate Minato. He may be the son of the prophecy predicted by the great Toad Sage. In the future, he may be able to become the Hokage and bring true peace to this world. I believe in him. It won't take long for him to become a powerful man famous in the ninja world. Looking at Jiraiya's appearance, Orochimaru felt that he was like a toad sitting in a well looking at the sky, not knowing how high the sky was. A powerful man who is famous in the ninja world. So what if Namikaze Minato becomes a powerful person who is famous in the ninja world? There is never a shortage of strong people in the ninja world. There is no shortage of strong men who have died. What if he becomes a Hokage in the future? Bai Xuan had the wisdom to change the world at the age of 10. What was Namikaze Minato doing when he was 10 years old? To bring true peace to this world. Is it interesting to say this before actually doing it? A look of disdain flashed across Orochimaru's eyes. Time will tell. Jiraiya on the side looked at Orochimaru's expression and had no idea of continuing to tell Orochimaru about Minato's excellence. He only hopes that Minato can live up to his expectations and prove his talent in front of Orochimaru in the future. It seems that I am happy too early. Then let time prove everything. As he said this, Jiraiya drank a glass of wine. I believe Namikaze Minato has good talent and will become an excellent ninja in the future. But Jiraiya, you don't have to have high hopes for him. Know that the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Just calm down and let time prove everything. Don't talk about this, let's change the topic. Orochimaru's calm words made Jiraiya nodded slightly. Okay, let's change the topic. Well, Orochimaru, Tsunade said that she will leave Konoha when her niece graduates. As Jiraiya told the news, Orochimaru's eyes narrowed. Of course he knew why Tsunade wanted to leave Konoha. He is Naoki's teacher, and naturally he does not want to see Naoki's sacrifice. But war is so cruel. Naoki was dead, Danya was dead, and other things had happened, so he could understand that Tsunade wanted to leave Konoha. Just thinking about Naoki made him feel a little gloomy. But, people who die cannot be resurrected for this reason. Second generation has developed a reanimation jutsu that can summon the dead. If you continue your research, you might be able to create a technique that can resurrect the dead. In this world, anything is possible. First study the technique to make the living live forever, and then study the technique to resurrect the dead. Orochimaru thought to himself, and at the same time began to think about how Tsunade could obtain the magic of the Shigo forest. Dan's niece Shizune is only 5 years old now, and there are still a few years until she graduates from the ninja school. A few years would be enough for him to obtain the immortal technique of Shigo forest from Tsunade, so he didn't have to worry. Just what he was thinking. If I could collect the magic from the 3 holy places, then I could figure out the principles of magic. Becoming an immortal is just the beginning. Not only must he have a long lifespan, but he must also gain great power. These thoughts flashed through Orochimaru's mind. After a slight pause, Orochimaru then said, I remember Dan's niece is called Shizune. She is only 5 years old now. It will take at least a few years to graduate from the ninja school. Maybe during this time, Tsunade's mind will change. We all know Tsunade's character, but we don't need to worry too much about her. She's not that fragile. After a moment of silence, Jiraiya nodded and said with a hint of melancholy, that's true. Next, Orochimaru and Jiraiya chatted for a while. After finishing the sake on the table, the two left. Orochimaru is going back to do experiments. Jiraiya wants to collect materials for the novel. At this time, the stars and the moon were shining brightly, as if it was still far away from dawn. However, time flies by like a white horse passing by. Today is the weekend, Bai Xuan doesn't have to go to school. So Bai Xuan found Uchiha in the early morning. I need the Uchiha clan's knowledge about fire style. Uchiha Satsuna was once a subordinate of Uchiha Madara, and he even had a notebook left by Uchiha Madara in his hand. After hearing Bai Xuan's needs, Uchiha regarded Bai Xuan as Uchiha's hope for the future. In an instant, Uchiha made the decision without any hesitation and replied, I understand, Mr. Bai Xuan, please wait for me for a moment. Not long after, Uchiha instantly placed a pile of scrolls and a notebook in front of Bai Xuan. These scrolls record the knowledge related to fire style that has been passed down by the Uchiha clan for thousands of years, and this notebook was left behind by Madara-sama. Hearing Uchiha's words, Bai Xuan's eyes couldn't help but reveal a bit of strange color. He knew that Satsuna Uchiha was once a subordinate of Uchiha Madara, and the two had a close relationship. But he didn't expect that in Uchiha Satsuna's hands, there was actually the notebook left by Uchiha Madara. This deserves a good look. You know, Uchiha Madara's fire style is not at the same level as ordinary ninjas. That's a fire style that can fight against the Ninja Alliance and suppress the 5 cages with one person's power. Thank you very much, and I didn't expect that Elder Satsuna actually has Uchiha Madara's notebook in his hands. This is a real help. Listening to Bai Xuan's words, Uchiha also smiled in an instant, lowered his head slightly, and replied respectfully, "It would be great if I can help Mr. Bai Xuan." Chapter 12. Preliminary Realization of the Susanoo-tailed Beast. 1256. Chapter 12. Preliminary Realization of the Susanoo-tailed Beast. After returning to his room, Bai Xuan continued reading. It has to be said that the Uchiha clan is indeed born to play with fire. Passed down for thousands of years, the understanding of fire style is extremely profound and refined. How to release fire style faster, how to increase the temperature of fire style ninjutsu, how to expand the attack range of fire style ninjutsu, how to increase the hit rate of fire style ninjutsu, and so on. This knowledge and skills are enough for the ninjas of the Uchiha clan to be far superior to other fire style ninjas in controlling fire style. Although Bai Xuan has read the relevant knowledge about fire style in the Uchiha clan before, he has not read them all. And there is some knowledge that Bai Xuan cannot obtain. I just take this opportunity to study fire style systematically and sort out the knowledge system of fire style. Bai Xuan spent the next half-month studying. There is so much knowledge about fire style among the Uchiha clan, but Bai Xuan, who has a photographic memory, still read through all this knowledge in half a month. After reading it, Bai Xuan did not stop, but opened Uchiha Madara's notebook. This notebook happened to be the notebook that Uchiha Madara used to record his experiences when he was practicing fire style ninjutsu. Uchiha Madara is the reincarnation of Indra Chakra. He is not an ordinary Uchiha, and he is even essentially different from an ordinary Uchiha. His perception and control of fire style are also very different from ordinary Uchiha. Bai Xuan stared at the words on the notebook, with a little understanding in his eyes. Black thunder and purple lightning are both qualitative changes of lightning style chakra nature transformation. In fact, Uchiha Madara is only one step away from mastering the qualitative transformation of fire style chakra. But the power of the Eternal Eye is too powerful, so Uchiha Madara did not concentrate on studying fire style. This is also a normal thing. Looking at the blazing sun in the sky, Bai Xuan also understood in his mind how to complete the qualitative change of fire style chakra nature transformation. The unparalleled high temperature represents the majestic and vast energy, and also represents the ultimate flame. Deduction. The left eye suddenly turned into Mangekyo, the triangle turned into a circle, and the circle turned into a triangle. The brain cells became extremely active, and a large number of thinking sparks gathered together to ignite the raging fire of wisdom. Sage Art Golden Flame Chakra Mode was born. The moment Mangekyo was closed, as Bai Xuan thought, golden hot flames suddenly burst out from Bai Xuan's body, dazzling, bright, like the fire of the sun. Lines of golden flames wrapped around Bai Xuan's body like a set of flame armor, making Bai Xuan look like the god of fire and the god of the sun. Certainly, this is just the beginning. I have thought about using the upgraded version of inorganic reincarnation to give this qualitatively changed fire style chakra vitality. While deducing Susano activated armor, I completed the upgrade of inorganic reincarnation. So, when Bai Xuan stretched out his right hand and formed the Ren seal, a steady stream of immortal magic chakra began to pour into the golden flame chakra. Golden flames began to gather. This is a fireball, like a miniature sun, more like an egg with great vitality. Under Bai Xuan's control, the golden flame turned into a golden three-legged crow. After just thinking for a second, Bai Xuan gave this special fire-style chakra life form a name. Fire-style artificial tailed beast blazing golden crow. Alive, but without a soul. Or my will is its soul. Although it is not as good as a real tailed beast, it is still much stronger than an ordinary elite jonin, and only surpassed by cage-level experts. Under Bai Xuan's control, the fist-sized golden crow flapped its wings and surrounded Bai Xuan, looking cute and adorable. But Bai Xuan knew that as long as he gave the order, the blazing golden crow could transform into a giant beast exceeding 10 meters in size. The blazing golden flames were enough to destroy many existences in the world. It's just that the usage of the blazing golden crow is not directly used to fight the enemy. My purpose in creating the golden crow is to realize the Susanoo-tailed beast. Combining the blazing crow and Susano armor into one is what I want. When Bai Xuan thought, the white and gold gloves appeared, and the magic chakra was input into it, and the white gold gloves turned into Susano armor. Under Bai Xuan's control, the blazing golden crow flew directly towards Susano's armor, blending directly into it in the electric light and flint. Hoo! The golden flames burned brightly, completely covering Susano's armor. The dazzling golden flame is like an abstract golden crow, setting off a blazing heat wave. When the flame wings condensed, the shape of Susano's armor also stabilized. This state is called Susano armor blazing golden crow chakra mode. Such power is already cage-level ultimate. Stretching out his right hand, clenching his fist, feeling the surge of power, Bai Xuan couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. This feeling of ever-increasing strength. It's wonderful. But power alone is not enough. I also need to create some combat moves, or magic, based on the Zuonengu armor blazing golden crow chakra mode. Attack, defend, move, control. At the same time, at the base of the base, Danzo's expression is as gloomy as ever. Uchiha Bai Xuan and Uchiha Satsuna have a close relationship. Uchiha Satsuna, this is a man who once tried to rebel. This Uchiha Bai Xuan must be eradicated as soon as possible, but his life schedule is very regular. It is 2 o'clock and one line every day. It is difficult to find opportunities to attack. Ninja school, graduation assessment. No, Sarutobi Hiruzen will never let me put my hand into a ninja school. It seems we can only take some risks. A genius who dies is no longer a genius anyway. Let's do it tonight. Thinking of this, Danzo also had a cold murderous intent in his eyes. Walking into the darkness, Danzo's figure melts into the darkness. The so-called root people have no names and no emotions. No past, no future. There is only a mission in mind, and what supports the big tree of Konoha village behind it is the will of the roots, deeply rooted in the earth. And his Danzo's will is the root's will. Selecting 9 elites from the root, Danzo stared quietly as the sun went down and the night deepened. As time goes by, Bai Xuan also used pupil skills to deduce a set of combat moves under the chakra mode of Zuonengu armor. It's finally completed. I don't know when I will have the opportunity to test it in practice. Just murmuring in a low voice, Bai Xuan's eyes were full of satisfaction and expectation. Chapter 13 Danzo is about to die. 1356. Chapter 13 Danzo is about to die. What a coincidence. Bai Xuan, who was practicing chakra sage art, dragon transformation, suddenly opened his eyes and showed a strange expression. Chakra, which is composed of physical energy and mental energy, will reflect the physical and mental state of the ninja to a certain extent. The chakra of root ninja is particularly cold. Whoosh! A kunai suddenly broke through the wind, shot into the room from the window, and was nailed to the wall. Oh, what a low-level method. His eyes suddenly became calm, and Bai Xuan's figure disappeared from the place. This is coming out. It seems that my guess is correct. Danzo has always believed that there are no high or low means, as long as they are useful. Seeing that the method worked, Bai Xuan was lured out so easily, and Danzo felt a little more relaxed. If Bai Xuan can't get in and keeps huddled in the room, then it's really hard for him to do anything. If it attracts other people from Uchiha, that would be difficult. With a gesture, Danzo immediately led his men into the forest. The further away from the Uchiha clan's territory, the easier it was for him to strike. Although Bai Xuan had a chance to catch up with Danzo, Bai Xuan was not in a hurry and followed Danzo leisurely. Danzo wants to stay away from Uchiha's clan. Why doesn't Bai Xuan think so? Wanting to test the power of Sanenbu armor blazing crow chakra mode, and wanting to kill Danzo, Bai Xuan certainly didn't want anyone to disturb him. The dense leaves blocked the light of the stars and the moon. In the darkness, 10 shadows stood. They stared at Bai Xuan with expressionless faces and cold eyes. Uchiha Bai Xuan, you are really brave. It seemed that he already had a chance to win. Or maybe he wanted to use words to create opportunities, and then use a sneak attack to kill Bai Xuan without fail, and get a pair of Sharingan by the way, so Danzo was not in a hurry to take action. Haha, Danzo, you old pig and dog, you obviously want to kill me, why are you still riding here? When you fight 1 out of 10, you still think about how to create a sneak attack opportunity. Do you want this pair of Sharingan? Or are you afraid that I can kill you? Bai Xuan looked confident, and although his tone was calm, he was indescribably arrogant. Upon hearing these words, Danzo was stunned for a moment, and then became furious. No one had ever dared to talk to him like this. How dare Uchiha Bai Xuan call him an old pig? How dare he? But how did he know that he wanted to use words to create an opportunity to sneak attack him? Why did he want Sharingan himself? Also, why does he act so confident? Why is he so arrogant? Danzo couldn't understand, but he wasn't ready to think anymore. He was well aware of the consequences of indecision, so after making a gesture, the root ninjas took action directly. Heart turn technique, shadow mimicry. The ninjas of the Yamanaka clan and the Nara clan took the lead. Hee. Bai Xuan smiled disdainfully. Then he directly turned on the Zuonengu armor blazing golden crow chakra mode. The white and gold Susano armor suddenly appeared, and golden flames also rose. When the wings of golden flame condensed behind Bai Xuan's figure also disappeared. Standing in the void, the wings of golden flames suddenly unfolded. Blazing feather. Feathers condensed from golden flames were like arrows, shooting at Danzo and others among the lightning and flint. The speed is so fast, like golden streams of light. The temperature was so high that scorch marks appeared on the ground. With just this move, 3 root ninjas were easily killed. The golden flames burned brightly, and the flesh, skin, and bones were turned into ashes. Watching this scene, Danzo's pupils could not help but shrink into needle-like shapes. How can this be? Why is this Uchiha Bai Xuan so strong? Such power. It's so scary. Is this golden flame some special blood inheritance limit? Is it possible that this Uchiha Bai Xuan is really sure that he can kill me? As soon as this thought came out, Danzo couldn't help but feel a little fear in his heart. He hasn't become a Hokage yet, how could he die here? Death in the hands of a mere Uchiha Bai Xuan. If this is the case, then be decisive. Without hesitating for too long, Danzo's eyes showed some determination. Ding, Li, Kui, use the 4-image seal. As the order is given, 3 root ninjas began to move at high speed. They were tree climbing, trying to get as close as possible to Bai Xuan. Bai Xuan knows very well what the 4-symbol seal is. Simply put, it's the suicide bomb technique that dies together. Although Bai Xuan felt that the Susano armor in the Golden Crow mode might not be able to defend against the 4 elephants seal, Bai Xuan didn't want to take the risk. At the next moment, Bai Xuan formed a seal with one hand. With a yin seal, golden flames suddenly burst out and turned into 3 flame dragons. The formation of 3 flames and sun halo. The flame dragon was extremely fast, but the lightning and flint entangled the 3 root ninjas and turned them into ashes. Danzo didn't expect that Bai Xuan would be so powerful. With just one move, Ding, Li, and Kui were killed. So next, is it my turn? This time, it seems that I am really going to fall into trouble. Why is this? Uchiha Bai Xuan is only 10 years old now and is still a student at the ninja school. Why is he so powerful? No matter what Danzo was thinking, Bai Xuan's figure had disappeared. Blazing light technique. Golden firelight flashed across the void. The remaining 3 root ninjas were riddled with golden flames and turned into ashes. Arriving in front of Danzo, Bai Xuan opened Mangekyō Sharingan. The scarlet color turned into a pattern of rings inlaid with equilateral triangles. Looking at these scarlet eyes, Danzo could not help but widen his eyes. Of course he knew what those eyes were. This is the ultimate power of the Uchiha clan, This is Mangekyō Sharingan. These are Uchiha Madara's eyes. This is a power comparable to the ninja god. That's it, that's it. The ultimate power of the Uchiha clan actually appeared in a child who was only 10 years old. Who could have imagined such an incredible thing? I won't complain if I lose. Come on, kill me. I'm willing to admit defeat. I just hope you don't destroy Konoha. Looking at Danzo, Bai Xuan's eyes were full of contempt and disdain. Hee. Those who are about to die are still acting. You don't think your sneaky little moves can be hidden from these eyes? That's ridiculous. When Bai Xuan revealed his disguise, Danzo's face turned livid. Chapter 14 Danzo's Death, Bai Xuan's Harvest, 3rd Generation's Decision. 1456. Chapter 14 Danzo's Death, Bai Xuan's Harvest, 3rd Generation's Decision. Bai Xuan could see that although Danzo no longer had any hope of living, he still wanted to activate the Li Sixiang seal and die with him. But, how could Bai Xuan give Danzo this opportunity? But killing Danzo so simply and crudely is too wasteful. Bai Xuan wants all the knowledge and confidential information in Danzo's mind. Sharingan Illusion. Although Bai Xuan is not a grandmaster of illusions, the powerful eye power of Mangekyo gives Bai Xuan the strength of illusions that can overwhelm most ninjas in the world. You must know that Uchiha Obito, who also owns Mangekyo, has controlled 4th Mizukage for many years. Although Bai Xuan is not Obito, Danzo is not 4th Mizukage either. Although Bai Xuan cannot control Danzo now, it is not a problem to just read the memories in Danzo's mind. And in Danzo's mind, there are many precious memories. Although Danzo has not started the wood-style experiment at this time, he has already collected Senju Hashirama's cells. With so many wind-style ninjutsu, Danzo's ninja talent is really good. He is second only to Kage-level existence. His control over wind-style ninjutsu is also one of the best in the ninja world. There are also these sealing techniques, the tongue-erasing seal, the curse-binding seal of self-karma, and the four-symbol seal. Danzo is still very good at training and controlling his subordinates. Although Danzo is hypocritical, short-sighted, and paranoid, Bai Xuan looks down on Danzo very much. But Bai Xuan has never underestimated Danzo. To be able to become the darkness of shinobi and control such a huge root organization, Danzo must have his advantages and strengths. But, people died. All the strengths and advantages turned into nothingness. After reading Danzo's memory, Bai Xuan formed a seal with one hand. When a golden spark fell on Danzo's body, the skin, flesh, blood and bones turned into ashes. Danzo, the evildoer, died like this. It's really heartwarming. Sorting out Danzo's memories in his mind, Bai Xuan raised the corners of his mouth slightly. This time Bai Xuan gained a lot, with Danzo's memory. Bai Xuan can also better plan his next plan. And this is secondary, because Bai Xuan knows very well that strong strength is the guarantee for promoting plan development. Without strong power, everything is empty talk. It just so happens that Danzo's memory can help him become stronger. Return home. Bai Xuan began to think about how he should become stronger next. Wind style and fire style are a perfect match. After all, wind brings fire. The next thing I have to do is to create a Sage Art Wind Style Metamorphosis Chakra mode similar to the Sage Art Golden Flame Chakra mode, and a Wind Style Artificial Tailed Beast similar to the Blazing Golden Crow. Also, I have never forgotten that the Blood Successor Snare is one of the most powerful forces in the world. I will also try to fuse Fire Style and Wind Style to create a Blood Inherited Realm. I remember the fusion of Fire Style and Wind Style was called Scorch Style. And there is a Scorch-style envoy in Sunagaku, his name is Yi Kang. If I can get her cells and use the ability of teleportation, I should have a high chance of success in mastering Scorch-style. Once I master the Scorch-style, I can develop the Sage Art Scorch-style Chakra mode, and even fuse the Argent Crow and the Wind-style Artificial Tailed Beast into one to create a Scorch-style Artificial Tailed Beast. After completing all this, Bai Xuan's strength will inevitably improve by leaps and bounds. In addition, Bai Xuan was able to guide Orochimaru to accept part of Danzo's legacy and conduct wood-style experiments. Bai Xuan knows very well what wood-style represents to Mangekyo. If Mangekyo wants to evolve into the Eternal Eye, or even into the Rinnegan, wood-style is the key. In fact, Bai Xuan feels that the sealing technique Danzo has mastered is also valuable and may be used to upgrade, chakra sage art. After all, didn't Orochimaru develop a curse seal that combines sealing techniques and senjutsu in the future? Besides these, I think illusions are also very useful. White gear technique can create strong light, sound waves and vibrations. If you complement the sense of smell and taste, can you create an illusion that affects the five senses? It's just that people's energy is limited. My next time is already full, so I'd better wait until the future to study illusions. It's getting late now, it's time to go to bed. Although Bai Xuan thinks he is very smart, human energy is limited after all, and the work efficiency of brain cells is not infinite. There are too many things to learn, research, and think about, and Bai Xuan also feels that his brain is somewhat insufficient. Perhaps what I need most is a technology that can strengthen, optimize, and transform the brain. As long as you want to create this technology, it will take a lot of time and energy, so just take your time. With this thought, Bai Xuan fell into sleep. Just after dawn, Sarutobi Hiruzen got the news that Danzo was missing. This also made Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darken almost instantly. He and Danzo grew up together and were both students of second Hokage Senju Tobirama, so they have a very deep relationship. Even though there were many conflicts between the two due to the power struggle, Sarutobi Hiruzen still cared about Danzo very much. Why is it missing? What happened recently? Constantly thinking about the reason in his heart, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyebrows furrowed tighter and tighter. Go to the root base. Without hesitating for too long, Sarutobi Hiruzen planned to go to the root base in person to collect information. 2 hours later, Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into deep thought. He lit his pipe and began to smoke. Danzo is currently investigating Uchiha Bai Xuan. He probably wants to kill Uchiha Bai Xuan, the genius of the Uchiha family. But Uchiha Bai Xuan is only 10 years old this year and is still a student of the ninja school. Danzo's strength is not weak, and he mobilized 9 elites last night. No matter how talented Uchiha Bai Xuan is, can he really kill Danzo and the 9 root elites? According to the information collected by Danzo, Uchiha Bai Xuan has a close relationship with Uchiha Satsuna. So what happened to Danzo last night was because of Satsuna Uchiha. Uchiha Satsuna used Uchiha Bai Xuan as bait to kill Danzo. It's possible, but I still need to investigate. The other person is Uchiha, I can't act rashly. But don't worry Danzo, I will definitely help you get revenge. After making up his mind, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately gave Anbu a task. He wants to investigate the movements of the Uchiha clan ninjas last night, especially Uchiha Satsuna, a man who once tried to rebel. Chapter 15 The Second Knowledge Transaction, Harvest and Inspiration. 1556. Chapter 15 The Second Knowledge Transaction, Harvest and Inspiration. The senjutsu of Mount Myoboku is indeed very different from the senjutsu of Ruchi Cave. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, illusion, barrier jutsu, it's all-encompassing. By studying the senjutsu of Mount Myoboku, Orochimaru also gained a deeper understanding of senjutsu, or senjutsu chakra. Immortal chakra is a kind of chakra that is more powerful and closer to the origin of nature. It is precisely because of this that the immortal chakra can be regarded as a more advanced chakra. What the chakra can do, the immortal chakra can also do. Moreover, celestial chakra is closer to nature than chakra, so celestial chakra can also do things that ordinary chakra cannot. For example, it promotes the evolution of living organisms, or let living beings master the power of nature. Preliminarily, the applications of magical chakra fall into 2 broad categories. The first category is to use the magic chakra to strengthen oneself and obtain the evolution of the essence of life. Ruchi Cave's senjutsu is actually closer to this category. If a snake wants to transform into a dragon, doesn't it mean that it wants to obtain the evolution of the essence of life? The second major category is to use the magic chakra to bring the living body closer to nature and become a part of nature as much as possible. This will not only strengthen oneself, but also take the opportunity to master part of the power of nature. What is the force of nature? Nature includes everything and is the origin of the world. The force of nature is the origin of the world. It is precisely because of this that the great Toad Sage was able to master the ability to predict such horrors. There is no difference between these 2 application directions, but I prefer the first one. Compared to the illusory nature, I want to understand the essence of life more. It's just that the second application direction shouldn't be wasted. Why not give it to Bai Xuan together with Mount Myoboku Senjutsu? Thinking of this, Orochimaru's eyes couldn't help but reveal a bit of anticipation. He wanted to know what kind of magic Bai Xuan could create after getting this information. Moreover, he had a deal with Bai Xuan and gave this information to Bai Xuan. What kind of knowledge would Bai Xuan give him? Trading knowledge is really enjoyable. The knowledge traded will not decrease, but will gain new knowledge. This is a win-win situation. Unfortunately, most people in the world are ignorant and like to hide it. After sighing with emotion, Orochimaru was about to go out to find Bai Xuan. However, as soon as he walked out of the laboratory, Orochimaru's eyes narrowed. Watching a gray snake spit out a scroll, he took the scroll and opened it directly. The above information also caused a ray of light to flash in Orochimaru's eyes. Danzo is actually dead, and it is very likely that he is related to Bai Xuan. Although Orochimaru has never seen Bai Xuan's true strength. But Orochimaru knows that Bai Xuan is by no means simple, and there is a high probability that Bai Xuan killed Danzo. That disgusting guy Danzo, let him die. I just don't know what the teacher will find out. And with Bai Xuan's wisdom, it is impossible that he has not thought about the follow-up to this matter. Haha, this is really exciting. And I really want to see you more and more. Jun Bai Xuan. Just muttering in a low voice, Orochimaru's figure disappeared from the spot. At the same time, Bai Xuan is sorting out relevant knowledge about wind style. Although Danzo's understanding of wind style is very in-depth, he is even one of the best in the entire ninja world. But even so, Danzo's understanding of wind style cannot be as good as Uchiha's understanding of fire style. Therefore, Bai Xuan can easily create Sage Art Golden Flame Chakra Mode and Fire Style Artificial Tailed Beast Blazing Golden Crow. But it is more difficult for Bai Xuan to create Sage Art Wind Style's Qualitative Transformation Chakra Mode and Wind Style Artificial Tailed Beasts. Certainly, difficulties are just difficulties, and Bai Xuan is sure to overcome them. It is only a matter of time. Moreover, all ninjutsu have something in common, and Bai Xuan is not without a clue. The principle is similar, but the attributes have changed. After studying my ideas, it can be completed in up to 2 months. This speed is no longer too slow. Suddenly, Bai Xuan made a move. Orochimaru is here. There was a strange color in his eyes, and Bai Xuan immediately smiled. Orochimaru senpai, please sit down. Hearing Bai Xuan's words, Orochimaru's figure suddenly appeared, and he also showed a smile. You were really eye-opening, Mr. Bai Xuan. Upon hearing this, Bai Xuan naturally guessed what Orochimaru was talking about, and then replied calmly, if someone wants to kill me, I will not just wait to die. It's just killing someone, how easy it is. At this point, Bai Xuan's voice suddenly changed. And, killing is not without its benefits. Life will die, but memory can last forever. As Bai Xuan's words reached Orochimaru's ears, Orochimaru's pupils couldn't help but shrink. With a glance, he also saw the text Bai Xuan was writing, which was related knowledge about wind style. Combined with Bai Xuan's words, does this knowledge come from Danzo's mind? How could Danzo only have this knowledge about wind style in his mind? It seems that Lord Bai Xuan has a plan. In that case, I'll wait and see. After saying this, Orochimaru decided to get down to business. Mr. Bai Xuan, I obtained the magic of Mount Myoboku from Jiraiya, and I also researched some results. I wonder if Mr. Bai Xuan is interested. As he spoke, Orochimaru handed the scroll to Bai Xuan. Of course I'm interested, and I already had the knowledge to trade in. While talking, Bai Xuan also handed over a scroll, which recorded the upgraded version of inorganic reincarnation, which is an immortal technique that can create artificial tailed beasts. Orochimaru paused for a moment, then showed an even more expectant expression. Exchanging scrolls, Bai Xuan and Orochimaru opened the scrolls in perfect harmony. The senjutsu of Mount Myoboku, and the research results of Orochimaru. Close to nature, integrate into nature, control nature. This is the idea of the unity of nature and man. With this, I roughly know how to break through in chakra sage art. Bai Xuan was very satisfied, and Orochimaru was also a little surprised. I didn't expect that inorganic reincarnation could be upgraded to this kind of celestial art, giving chakra vitality and controlling it to create artificial tailed beasts. With this technique, wouldn't it be possible to mass-produce jinchuriki? And what if the magic chakra is given life and controlled? Is it possible to master a more powerful sage mode? I have an idea. Chapter 16 Sage Art Technique. 1656. Chapter 16 Sage Art Technique. Jinchuriki gives life to the senju chakra and controls it, then seals it in his body, making himself a jinchuriki of the senju chakra artificial tailed beast. Enter sage mode with the power of the sage chakra artificial tailed beast to master the sage technique. What kind of power would that have? Moreover, the use of senju chakra artificial tailed beast is not just as a prop to enhance sage mode. You can also develop other application technologies for senjutsu chakra artificial tailed beasts. After all, chakra is the source of all supernatural power. The magic chakra is a more advanced chakra. Inspiration continued to pour out of his mind, and Orochimaru couldn't help but smile a slightly sickly snake-like smile. I can't wait to turn these inspirations into magic. Hehehehehehe. Seeing Orochimaru's posture, Bai Xuan also raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Orochimaru-senpai, it seems you are very satisfied with this knowledge. Really satisfied. Orochimaru closed the scroll and showed a friendly expression to Bai Xuan. I am also very satisfied with this knowledge. Orochimaru-senpai is indeed a genius among geniuses. This scientific research talent is really eye-opening. Bai Xuan's sincere praise made Orochimaru's smile brighter. Mr. Bai Xuan, your scientific research talents also shocked and inspired me. The two looked at each other and smiled, saying nothing. Okay, now that this deal has been reached, it's time for me to leave. Looking forward to our next transaction, goodbye Mr. Bai Xuan. As the last word, Jun, fell, Orochimaru's figure also disappeared. After looking at the time, Bai Xuan also put away the pen and paper and began to practice sage art. As time passed, one piece of information about Uchiha was placed on the desk in Hokage's office. The more Sarutobi Hiruzen looked, the more solemn his expression became. How can it be so normal? Why are there no clues at all? Didn't Uchiha kill Danzo? If Uchiha didn't kill Danzo, then who did? There's no way it was Uchiha Bai Xuan who killed him. His eyes flickered slightly. Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Etc. There's another possibility. It's Cloud Shinobi. 2 years ago, Cloud Shinobi's spies infiltrated Konoha in an attempt to steal the jinchuriki. In the past 2 years, Cloud Shinobi has never stopped making small moves. He is doing everything possible to enhance his own strength and also weaken the strength of other shinobi villages. Maybe this time it was Cloud Shinobi's spy who seized the opportunity and killed Danzo. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that his speculation was probably the truth. It's just that he also has a very strict personality and is unwilling to let go of any clues. Cloud Shinobi wants to investigate, and so does Uchiha Bai Xuan. After making the decision, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately assigned 2 tasks to Anbu. However, in the next period of time, Bai Xuan has always been very honest, studying wind style in the morning, immortal art in the afternoon, and practicing chakra sage art in the evening. Just like that, a week passed. Bai Xuan also fully mastered the essence of Mount Myoboku Shanjutsu, completely absorbed Orochimaru's research results, and even had his own understanding. The unity of nature and man is not inconsistent with evolution itself. Humans can be dragons, and dragons can be the union of heaven and man. So the upgraded version of chakra repair sage art can be called Tianlonghei technique. Deduction. The left eye Mangekyo suddenly opened, the circle quickly turned into a triangle, and the triangle turned into a circle. The brain cells were activated by chakra, and the sparks of thinking gathered together, igniting a monstrous flame. Technique was born. Closing his eyes, Bai Xuan adjusted his breathing slowly. Breathe in, breathe in, breathe in, breathe in, breathe in. Natural energy flows continuously into the body and combines with chakra to produce magical chakra. Immortal art chakra forms a circulatory system in the human body's meridian system. When the celestial chakra circulation system and the natural energy circulation system between heaven and earth reach a state of dynamic balance, Bai Xuan has entered a state where he can continuously absorb natural energy and use natural energy to strengthen himself. Wonderful. Now I can finally practice all the time. This feeling seems to be the true cultivation of immortality. With the Tianlonghei technique, even if I do everything, in about 30 years I will be able to become an immortal who can live for thousands of years. It's just 30 years, but it's still too long for me. But this is not important. I will continue to upgrade Chakra Sage Art in the future. According to my speculation, within 7 years, I will be able to become an immortal who will live for thousands of years, and within 10 years, I will be able to become 6 paths a level of strength. The feeling of practicing the Tianlonghei technique is really wonderful. Moreover, the technique of Heaven and Dragon Unity is not only an upgraded version of Chakra Sage Art, it is also an immortal art that can allow Bai Xuan to enter Sage Mode Dragon Unity state. So, Sage Mode Heavenly Dragon Unity Susano Armor Arm Blazing Golden Crow. How strong can you be in Chakra Mode? It's just that the name seems too long. It's even more outrageous than Namikaze Minato naming ninjutsu. But as I became stronger and stronger, I developed more and more techniques. If these techniques can be used together, it will be normal for the names to be long. After all, with the speed I am getting stronger, the name of my strongest state will also have to be constantly changed. Thinking of this, Bai Xuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Forget it, then I don't want to, that's it. Now, Chakra Repair Sage Art has been upgraded. Then we just need to study wind style. And now I am practicing all the time, which means I can spend all my time studying wind style. I'll hopefully accomplish my goal within a week. Create Sage Art Wind Style's Qualitative Transformation Chakra Mode and Wind Style Artificial Tailed Beast. When Bai Xuan continued to study wind style, Sarutobi Hiruzen in Hokage's office showed a headache. Uchiha Bai Xuan, nothing unusual. Go to school, get out of school, and practice diligently every day. It can basically be ruled out that he killed Danzo. As for Cloud Shinobi, he did find 2 spies. But the 2 spies knew nothing about Danzo. Therefore, the possibility of Cloud Shinobi cannot be ruled out yet. Who did this? It's actually done so seamlessly. It's really a headache. Harm. Chapter 17 Artificial Jinchuriki Technology, the Third Knowledge Transaction. 1756. Chapter 17 Artificial Jinchuriki Technology, the Third Knowledge Transaction. In Orochimaru's laboratory, the culture tank was filled with a light green viscous liquid with tiny bubbles. Turn on the switch, pour some pure white powder into it, and start stirring. Slowly, a ray of materialized magic chakra was produced. And when the first ray of magical chakra was born, a steady stream of magical chakra was born. The pure white magic chakra is like substance, like pieces of colloid. Looking at this scene, Orochimaru also showed a sick smile full of anticipation and excitement. It worked. It went really well. The celestial magic chakra derived from the cells of the white snake sage is not an ordinary celestial magic chakra. Combined with my processing technology, hey, this kind of special senjutsu chakra should be very close to the tailed beast's chakra. In this case, the artificial tailed beast of senjutsu chakra that I created will naturally be very close to the real tailed beast. And the artificial tailed beast has no soul and no independent consciousness. In other words, my will is its soul. This is much more obedient than the real tailed beast. And being obedient means it's easy to use. More importantly, if this technology continues to be optimized, as long as the problem of excessive cost is solved, I can even mass-produce artificial tailed beasts and artificial jinchuriki. Thinking of this, Orochimaru's eyes couldn't help but reveal a bit of fanaticism. He knew very well how powerful the tailed beasts and jinchuriki were. What does it mean if it can be mass-produced? It means that the structure of the ninja world will be easily overturned by him. No, not just the ninja world. He can easily overturn even the entire structure of the world. This is technology that can change the world. Jun Bai Xuan, you have been of great help to me. And you are still young. I really don't know what kind of shocking technologies you will be able to create in the future. What great technologies can I create with your inspiration? I'm really looking forward to our future with you more and more. Unknown represents infinite possibilities. When the amount of Senju chakra reached a certain level, Orochimaru stretched out his hands and began to form seals continuously. His hands turned into phantoms, forming ninja seals one by one. The magical chakra in the culture jar also produced strange changes. Vitality is gestating. When the senjutsu chakra gave birth to enough vitality, it turned into a living creature and became an artificial tailed beast. That's a snake. A pure white snake. Perfect. His smile became brighter, and he stretched out his palm. Orochimaru controlled the white snake to get out of the culture tank, fly to his palm, and merge into his body. I'm just one step away from becoming a jinchuriki. 5 elements seal. The hands turned into phantoms again, and as the seal was completed, purple light suddenly appeared on the 5 fingers. Use 5 fingers to press your dantian to complete the 5 elements seal. And he, Orochimaru, easily became the jinchuriki of the artificial tailed beasts. Now he only needs a thought to activate the artificial tailed beast's magic chakra, enter sage mode, and control the power of magic. Just like this, there is no need to form seals, just a thought. The pure white magical chakra suddenly overflows from the body and condenses into an energy coat on the surface of the body. It's such a wonderful feeling. The perfect combination of senjutsu and jinchuriki. This power is really powerful. Maybe now I have surpassed the teacher. And I know very well that this is just the beginning. With the help of the power of the artificial tailed beast, I can further transform my body and make my body closer to that of an immortal. As long as I complete the initial transformation of my immortal body, I can have at least 500 years of life. But before I start creating the immortal body transformation technology, I still have to meet Bai Xuan. The upgraded version of the inorganic reincarnation technique was given to me by him. He must also have an artificial tailed beast in his hands. I should also show him the research results on the artificial jinchuriki. After all, with my teacher's cautious character, I will definitely take action myself soon to test whether there is anything wrong with you. My teacher is much better than Danzo. They are not on the same level at all. I don't know what kind of scene he thought of, but a look of expectation suddenly appeared on Orochimaru's face. He didn't think Bai Xuan would die in the hands of his teacher. At the same time, he didn't think Bai Xuan would kill his teacher. The final outcome is most likely that the teacher will give in shock. Although it also affects him, Orochimaru, he doesn't care about the effects. After all, Bai Xuan's help to him was really great. With this opportunity, I should be able to see the full strength of the teacher and Mr. Bai Xuan. Hey. With a final smile, Orochimaru's figure disappeared. On the other side, Bai Xuan's research on wind style has also come to an end. The research is almost done. Within 1 week, I was able to complete the Sage Art Wind Style transformation into Chakra mode and create the Wind Style artificial tailed beast. Although I can't fuse Wind Style and Fire Style together to form Scorch Style in a short time, Wind Style and Fire Style can be superimposed together to form a compound Sage Art. The name can be called Compound Sage Art Wind and Fire Chakra mode. Bai Xuan, who had just chosen a name, suddenly felt a familiar yet unfamiliar chakra, and then narrowed his eyes. Orochimaru senpai, I didn't expect you to create your own unique senjutsu so quickly. It's so efficient. Orochimaru suddenly appeared in sage mode. He was not surprised at all that Bai Xuan could sense his arrival. It's just that he's in a really good mood right now. Because the power of Jinchuriki sage mode is too powerful. He likes this feeling. The feeling that he is constantly getting stronger with his scientific research talents and wisdom. Jun Bai Xuan, your talent is obviously stronger than mine, so you don't need to praise me every time we meet. Although I know you are telling the truth, it doesn't have to be this way between you and me. As he spoke, Orochimaru also exited sage mode, sat opposite Bai Xuan, and then handed out the scroll. Bai Xuan smiled slightly, took out a scroll recording Sage Art Golden Flame Chakra mode, and handed it to Orochimaru. Sure enough, there is still. Orochimaru took the scroll without any surprise. Looking at each other and smiling, the two opened the scroll at the same time. Bai Xuan has already speculated about Orochimaru's research results. It's just that although Jinchuriki technology is good, Bai Xuan can't use it now. Chapter 18 The Third Generation's Decision, Sage Art Wind and Fire Chakra Mode. 1856. Chapter 18 The Third Generation's Decision, Sage Art Wind and Fire Chakra Mode. As expected of the technology created by Orochimaru, it is very powerful and perfect. It's just that I can integrate the artificial tailed beast into the Susano armor and use it. The effect is more powerful than the artificial jinchuriki technology. Of course, I won't let such a complete and powerful technology go to waste. I will have the opportunity to use it in the future. And, if I'm not wrong, Orochimaru wants to continue to optimize this technology, and finally be able to mass-produce artificial jinchuriki at low cost. Interesting idea. With some thoughts in his eyes, Bai Xuan immediately put down the scroll. On the other side, Orochimaru looked at the design principles of Sage Art Kinyan Chakra mode and couldn't help but stretch out his snake-like Nobuko. Chakra's nature transformation actually allows Chakra to produce this qualitative transformation. It's really a bit magical. So, the artificial tailed beast in Bai Xuan's hands was created by giving Jinyan Chakra its vitality. Such an artificial tailed beast will definitely have good combat effectiveness. I just don't know if Mr. Bai Xuan has any special technology for using artificial tailed beasts. I guess there will be. Certainly, Orochimaru didn't put too much thought into guessing Bai Xuan. Instead, he began to think about how to use Chakra's qualitative transformation technology to upgrade his own white snake artificial tailed beast. The qualitative change of Chakra, the fusion of Chakra, with Lord Bai Xuan's wisdom, he will definitely not let go of the power of studying the limits of blood inheritance. Since chakras with 2 attributes can be fused into the blood successor limit, and chakras with 3 attributes can be fused into the blood successor elimination, what kind of blood successor can the chakra with more attributes, or even all attributes, be fused into? Others in the ninja world cannot master this power, but it does not mean that Bai Xuan-kun and I cannot master this power. Fire-style chakra can undergo qualitative changes, which means that other chakra attributes can also undergo qualitative changes. If you master the qualitative changes of all attribute chakras, you may be able to reduce the difficulty of integrating the 7 chakra attributes. And this may be the ultimate form of the artificial tailed beast. The ultimate blood successor formed by the fusion of 7 chakra attributes, and then completed the qualitative transformation of the blood successor chakra to create an artificial tailed beast. How powerful is such an existence? Perhaps he can easily surpass the ninja god. Become a true god. These thoughts flashed through Orochimaru's mind, but he didn't say anything because he felt that he could think of it, and so could Mr. Bai Xuan. In this case, if the two of them continue to maintain this relationship of mutual transactions and cooperation, they can continue to make progress together. Jun Bai Xuan, the 3rd knowledge transaction is completed, it's time for me to leave. Finally, I look forward to seeing your full strength. As he spoke, Orochimaru also showed a meaningful smile. And then, his figure disappeared from the spot. Bai Xuan, on the other hand, had a calm expression and a calm look. Merely Sarutobi Hiruzen, although the strength is good, it is only the strength. He doesn't really think that he is the strongest Hokage. Putting down the scroll in his hand, Bai Xuan began to design Sage Art Kamikaze Chakra mode. Time continues to flow and does not change according to human will. 7 days later, in the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression became increasingly serious. Danzo's death seems to have nothing to do with Cloud Shinobi. So, Danzo was really killed by Uchiha Bai Xuan. But Uchiha Bai Xuan is only 10 years old and has not even graduated from ninja school. How could he possibly kill Danzo, and the other 9 elites of the roots? Even Shodai couldn't do it when he was 10. Is it possible that Bai Xuan's talent even surpasses Shodai's? Recalling the godlike power of first Hokage Senju Hashirama, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know what to say for a while. If Uchiha Bai Xuan really has the talent to surpass the first Hokage, does that mean that Uchiha Bai Xuan is likely to have the power to surpass the first Hokage in the future? If in the future, he really surpasses the first Hokage, will he become the Hokage? Uchiha becomes the Hokage, which is not a good thing. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression became extremely embarrassed. Although he is not as extreme as Danzo, he wants to eradicate the Uchiha clan. But he, Sarutobi Hiruzen, does not have a good impression of the Uchiha clan. As for making Uchiha the Hokage, I haven't even thought about it. Not to mention, this Uchiha also killed Danzo. How could he, Sarutobi Hiruzen, let such a thing happen? If Danzo is really killed by Uchiha Bai Xuan, then I must use all means to eradicate Uchiha Bai Xuan, and I cannot let Uchiha Bai Xuan destroy Konoha in the future. If not, of course it would be better. I'm just not afraid of 10,000, just in case. Let's go test it tonight. After making the decision, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a little more relaxed. At the same time, Bai Xuan also finally completed Sage Art Kamikaze Chakra mode. Make a seal with one hand and cast a spell with one seal. The invisible divine wind chakra suddenly diffused out of Bai Xuan's body, as if it had turned into a piece of wind armor. And this is just the beginning. Continue to form seals to release inorganic reincarnation. With the continuous integration of magic chakra into it, the invisible divine wind and chakra come together to give birth to majestic vitality. But in a breath, a translucent tiger the size of a cat was born. This is the wind-style artificial tailed beast Kamikaze tiger. It looks a bit cute. The left hand touches the cat-like Kamikaze tiger, and the right hand opens to summon the blazing golden crow. All that's left is the final steps. As he spoke, the Susano armor also appeared. Control the golden crow and Kamikaze tiger to blend into the Susano armor. The violent wind and flames also intertwined and merged together in the next moment. The wind and fire surged, hot and explosive. When a pair of wings condensed, Bai Xuan also entered the Sage Art Wind and Fire Chakra mode. This feeling is really amazing. The lightness of the wind and the heat of the fire perfectly blend together to create a more powerful force. How could Sarutobi Hiruzen be my opponent? In the face of this power, he can only compromise. Stretch out your palm, bend your 5 fingers, and then clench your fist. At this moment, Bai Xuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration in his mind. An inspiration came into his mind. I know what kind of moves I should create to fully utilize the power of Sage Art Wind Fire Chakra mode. Chapter 19 The third Hokage comes to visit, the arrogant Bai Xuan. 1956. Chapter 19 The third Hokage comes to visit, the arrogant Bai Xuan. After the sun goes down, the night gradually becomes darker. Third Hokage, why hide now that we are here? As Bai Xuan's voice fell, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression could not help but darken. Being able to discover him so easily, this Uchiha Bai Xuan is definitely not simple. And he didn't even call himself Hokage-sama. Third Hokage. Such a title only made him feel uncomfortable when he said it from Uchiha Bai Xuan's mouth. Just Uchiha Bai Xuan, why do you dare to call yourself that? What a courage. There is no need to ask anymore. Sarutobi Hiruzen is 80% sure that Danzo was definitely killed by Uchiha Bai Xuan. In this case, then he can be sure that Bai Xuan is a genius beyond first Hokage. Such a genius appears in the Uchiha clan. It is definitely a huge disaster for Konoha. He wants to get rid of Uchiha Bai Xuan. But, judging from Bai Xuan's appearance, he seemed to be well prepared. He would not underestimate this talent that surpassed the first Hokage. So, what kind of trump card does Bai Xuan have? The unknown is the scariest thing. And now Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't want to take risks. He is no longer the ninja hero he once was. Appearing in front of Bai Xuan, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked serious. It seems that I really underestimated you before. I didn't expect that at such a young age, he would commit such evil deeds. Ah, Bai Xuan smiled disdainfully, and then calmly replied, are you looking down on me? You were the third Hokage. Why did you care about me, a little Uchiha, before? As for you saying that you committed such evil deeds at such a young age. This is even more ridiculous. If someone wants to kill me, can't I fight back? What's the point? Then I want to kill the third Hokage, so please don't fight back, okay? Or do you think that old piggy Danzo's life is more valuable than mine? You, Sarutobi Hiruzen was angry. Hearing Bai Xuan's strange annoyance, he was so angry that he couldn't express his anger. But for a moment he couldn't think of how to reply. Because he knew Bai Xuan was right. But in this world, does right or wrong matter? I'm the third Hokage, how dare you talk to me like this? He said in a cold voice, his eyes full of oppression, as if he wanted to use his identity and power to oppress Bai Xuan, and wanted Bai Xuan to take the initiative to admit his mistake. However, looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen's gesture, Bai Xuan also smiled. At the next moment, Bai Xuan opened Mangekyo. The eyes turned scarlet in an instant, and the ring with an equilateral triangle pattern slowly rotated. The terrifying pupil power surged, and an extremely terrifying sense of oppression suddenly burst out. Look into my eyes and say it again if you can. Old pig dog. Why does Bai Xuan give face to Sarutobi Hiruzen? Who is he? Isn't he weak? Doesn't he like to compromise? Then let him be weak to the end. Then let him compromise to the end. Looking at Bai Xuan's pair of Mangekyo, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but be stunned. Of course he knew what kind of eyes they were. This is the ultimate power of the Uchiha clan, Mangekyō Sharingan. These are Uchiha Madara's eyes. This is a powerful force comparable to that of the ninja god. No wonder Bai Xuan was able to kill Danzo. With these eyes, Bai Xuan can indeed kill Danzo. It is said that Mangekyo is the eye of spiritual reflection, and each pair of Mangekyo has different eye skills. Although I don't know what Bai Xuan's eye skills are, but Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that Mangekyō Sharingan's eye skills must be extraordinary. Most likely, you can kill yourself. Otherwise, why would Uchiha Bai Xuan dare to be so arrogant? It's okay if Hokage-sama doesn't scream anymore. Now it doesn't even call third Hokage anymore. Just call the old pig dog. How could he bear it? But what can he do if he can't stand it? Do it directly. What if you are killed? If I had known earlier, I would have brought Anbu here. It's a pity that the world didn't know this earlier. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen fall into silence, Bai Xuan smiled easily. You know who is right and who is wrong. Those who kill will always be killed. This is a great truth. I know what you are worried about. Why don't we go to the suburbs to discuss and learn from each other? After all, you don't want others to know that the dignified third Hokage actually lost to a 10-year-old Uchiha. As soon as these words came out, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression became more relaxed. This was exactly what he was worried about, since Bai Xuan was so sensible. Maybe I shouldn't compete with him. There's nothing wrong with compromising, and there's no need to take the risk and fight to the death with little Uchiha Bai Xuan. Anyway, what I want is just to prevent Uchiha Bai Xuan from becoming a Hokage in the future. You can definitely do it by other means. To know, becoming a Hokage requires more than just fighting and killing. Merely Uchiha Bai Xuan. How many means are there? As a Hokage, I might as well use some other means to utilize the genius of Uchiha Bai Xuan. Certainly, the premise of all this is based on the condition that he cannot kill Bai Xuan. If you can kill Bai Xuan, then kill Bai Xuan directly and avenge Danzo. In just a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen figured out many problems and chose to compromise. And these were also within Bai Xuan's expectations. Okay, then let's go to the suburbs to discuss and learn from each other. Sarutobi Hiruzen agreed. Bai Xuan was not surprised at all, and then smiled politely. Please, third Hokage. Hearing Bai Xuan call himself third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth twitched slightly. Taking a deep breath, he said nothing. After nodding, he walked towards the suburbs. Bai Xuan, on the other hand, slowly followed behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. With a quick glance, Bai Xuan saw a small gray snake in the grass. Smile slightly. Seeing Bai Xuan's smile, Orochimaru, who was far away in the laboratory, couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. It's exactly what I expected. The teacher has chosen to compromise. It seems that the teacher has indeed aged and is no longer the same shinobi. It's just that although the teacher is old, his strength has not declined much. Jun Bai Xuan, what kind of power do you have that makes you so confident? I'm really looking forward to it. Not long after, Bai Xuan followed Sarutobi Hiruzen to the suburbs. Take action. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Bai Xuan with a condescending attitude, ready to give Bai Xuan pointers. Third Hokage, I should be much stronger than you think. If you are not prepared to use all your strength, it is very likely you will lose miserably. As Bai Xuan spoke, he activated the magic chakra in his body. Chapter 20 King Kong Prison Wall and 5 Escape Dalian Bullet Technique. 2056. Chapter 20 King Kong Prison Wall and 5 Escape Dalian Bullet Technique. Hoo. The wind howled and the fire roared. Wind and fire intertwined around Susano's armor, and the dazzling firelight swayed with the wind. You can even vaguely see the shadows of the golden crow and the tiger. Haki is simply as cool as the ultimate. This is Susano Armor Arms Wind Fire Chakra mode. Seeing Bai Xuan's posture at this time, feeling this terrifying and powerful aura, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but widen his eyes. To know, in addition to the title of ninja, Sarutobi Hiruzen also has the title of ninjutsu professor. Not only can he skillfully control the combination of 5-attribute ninjutsu, he can also grandmaster all the conventional ninjutsu in Konoha. With his understanding of ninjutsu, he can naturally see how amazing Bai Xuan's state is at this time. That white and gold metal armor should be the pupil technique of Mangekyō Sharingan. Its power must not be underestimated. In addition, there are also the blessings of wind style and fire style. This blessing method is very similar to Cloud Shinobi's lightning style chakra mode, except that Bai Xuan has mastered this level of fire style nature transformation and wind style nature transformation. Even I have not completed the qualitative change between fire style and wind style. More importantly, I also feel the aura of immortality. The phantom of the three-legged crow and the phantom of the tiger are existences similar to tailed beasts. They are chakra with life and the product of fairy magic. Mangekyo, fire style, wind style, shanjutsu, these 4 powers are perfectly combined together, which is the power of Uchiha Bai Xuan at this time. No, not only strength, but also wisdom. This talisman compound immortal technique was created by Uchiha Bai Xuan. This creative talent is really incredible. He is only 10 years old. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen would never have believed that this level of compound senjutsu could be created and mastered by a 10-year-old Uchiha. But now the fact is before his eyes, he has to believe it even if he doesn't believe it. This is the reality that he has to accept. Now that Bai Xuan has mastered such powerful power, what else can he do? It is almost impossible to kill Uchiha Bai Xuan. If you don't go all out, it will probably be difficult to gain the upper hand. There was no way he would admit defeat for the sake of the Hokage. So, then go all out. He took off his coat with one hand, revealing a combat uniform. His hands suddenly formed seals and entered a fighting state. Summoning technique King Kong Rui stick. As a line of white smoke appeared, an iron rod also appeared in Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand. This iron rod is called the Vajra Rui rod, and it is no ordinary weapon. It is transformed from Sarutobi Hiruzen's summoning beast, Monkey King, and Monkey Demon. The ape demon has an indestructible body, so this Vajra wish-fulfilling stick naturally also has the ability to be indestructible. Not only is it extremely hard and heavy, it also has the ability to change and is very powerful. Crouching in the grass, the gray snake watched all this quietly. Orochimaru in the laboratory looked at this scene, and he couldn't help but feel a little emotional in his eyes. How long had it been since he had seen his teacher display such a fighting posture? There is also Bai Xuan. Sarutobi Hiruzen can recognize that Susano armor arms wind fire chakra mode as a compound senjutsu, and he Orochimaru can naturally recognize it as well. And because Orochimaru had traded with Bai Xuan 3 times, he knew it better. It turns out that Bai Xuan has 2 artificial tailed beasts in his hands. One represents the qualitative change of fire style, and the other represents the qualitative change of wind style. And Bai Xuan actually has the technology to use artificial tailed beasts. Is it because of those eyes? Mangekyō Sharingan, it's really unexpected. But if you think about it carefully, it's natural. It's expected and reasonable. Interesting, really interesting. Jun Bai Xuan, let me see more of your power. In Orochimaru's expectant and fiery gaze, Bai Xuan's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot, as if a ball of fire was carried by the strong wind, flashing through the void like a shooting star. Technique of wind and fire. The golden light flashes and the heat wave surges. So fast, Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils shrank, almost making him make a decision immediately. Bai Xuan's speed must be limited, otherwise this competition will not be easy. Shadow clone technique. His hands turned into phantoms, but in an instant Sarutobi Hiruzen created 5 shadow clone. 6 Sarutobi Hiruzen moved at high speed, but unfortunately his speed was much slower than Bai Xuan. But in a blink of an eye, Bai Xuan came to the true form of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Punch out. The storm is raging. This move is called Wind and Fire God Aerial Strike. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen had expected it. With a slight twist of the Vajra Rui stick, one stick turned into dozens of sticks. King Kong Prison Wall. Dozens of Vajra sticks built a cube cage to protect Sarutobi Hiruzen. The 5 shadow clones were already standing in 5 directions around them and began to form seals quickly. Wind style, fire style, water style, lightning style, earth style. This is the 5-release Dalien bullet technique, Sarutobi Hiruzen's ultimate move when he takes action. Bai Xuan dismissed it. The power of the wind and fire god's aerial attack was so powerful that it destroyed Sarutobi Hiruzen's diamond prison wall almost instantly. Wind and fire were perfectly combined, and the terrifying power gathered into a huge wave, slamming towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Even if he wanted to hide, how could he escape this monstrous wave of blazing fire? In the next moment, a little blood spilled from the corner of Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth, and he flew backwards. If it weren't for the Vajra Rui stick in front of him and just this air strike from the god of wind and fire, he would have died. It's such a terrifying power. It's hard to imagine that Uchiha Bai Xuan is only 10 years old now. He has mastered such a powerful power and developed such a terrifying technique at just 10 years old. He is simply a monster-like existence. It's just that no matter how talented Uchiha Bai Xuan is, he probably won't be able to defend against my 5-release Dalien bullet technique without any damage. Quickly stabilizing his body's center of gravity, Sarutobi Hiruzen landed as quickly as possible, staring at Bai Xuan and his 5 shadow clone. When the seal is completed, the 5 attributes of ninjutsu come together. The terrifying compound ninjutsu was born. 5 escape Dalien bullet technique. Just let me test this technique. With 5 fingers clenched into a fist, Bai Xuan mobilized the magic chakra in his body with all his strength. This move, it's called a magical tiger with added wings. When the 2 artificial tailed beasts, Kamikaze Tiger and Shijinwu, merged together, the wind and fire on Bai Xuan's body suddenly converged. Wind and fire intertwined and merged into one. The strong wind is my bones and the flames are my clothes. Chapter 21 Sarutobi Hiruzen's Compromise and Concession. 2156. Chapter 21 Sarutobi Hiruzen's Compromise and Concession. Wind and fire mixed into a divine tiger with wings. The moment the divine tiger was condensed, its figure disappeared and turned into a golden fire. The golden fire is extremely fast. In less than a second, the 5-release Dalien Dan technique, as well as Sarutobi Hiruzen's 5 shadow clone, disappeared. Then, divine wind and golden flames appeared again on Bai Xuan's Susano armor. What just happened? I only saw a flash of golden light, and my 5 shadow clones were wiped out. This is such a compliment. What a terrifying attack. What will happen if Uchiha Bai Xuan attacks herself with this move? Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent for a moment. Maybe he will die. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Bai Xuan actually has the ability to kill himself. Certainly, it's not like I don't have the ability to kill him. The corpses are sealed away. The forbidden sealing technique from the Uzumaki clan can summon Shinigami to harvest the souls of enemies. Certainly, this move needs to be released at the cost of life. He doesn't want to die yet. Therefore, he would not use this move unless absolutely necessary. Bai Xuan certainly knows this. So the current Bai Xuan will not push Sarutobi Hiruzen into a desperate situation. Third Hokage, I think this sparring session is over. That move just consumed chakra too much. Bai Xuan told lies with his eyes open, and Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally knew what Bai Xuan meant, and then nodded with a smile. Okay, that's the end of this discussion. Bai Xuan, your talent is very high and your strength is also very strong. I believe you will become the hope of Konoha's future. Sarutobi Hiruzen seems to have something in his words and contains deep meaning. Naturally, Bai Xuan guessed what Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking, and immediately replied unhurriedly, Third Hokage, actually I am not interested in becoming a Hokage. So there is no need for you to be so hostile to me. After all, Uchiha is also part of Konoha, right? The first Hokage firmly believes that Uchiha can integrate into Konoha. Why doesn't the third Hokage give it a try? Hearing Bai Xuan say that he was not interested in becoming a Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but feel happy. And listening to Bai Xuan's next words, there was a somewhat complicated expression in his eyes. This Bai Xuan seems to be not only talented and powerful, but also politically intelligent. And what he said is not wrong, maybe you can try it yourself. As long as Bai Xuan is still a Konoha shinobi, and as long as he still abides by Konoha's rules, he can use him as much as possible. Isn't this bad? Of course, I'll try. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled kindly. Bai Xuan sneered in his heart. It's just a frog boiled in warm water. Now that Sarutobi Hiruzen has been put into the pot, let's wait for death. Orochimaru looked at this scene and couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. He knew that Bai Xuan won this round. My teacher not only chose to compromise and give in again, but also felt that the result was quite good. Hee. This kind of thing will happen if there are 1 or 2, then there will be 3 or 4. After an afternoon of constant compromise and concession, what will be the outcome? It seems that the teacher is really old. Or maybe he can no longer keep up with the development of the times. The future belongs to Mr. Bai Xuan and to me. This seems good. With a thought in his mind, the gray light in his eyes suddenly disappeared, and Orochimaru turned his attention to the experimental table. Go ahead and experiment. Let me see how I can let the white snake artificial-tailed beast control the qualitative transformation of fire-style chakra and the qualitative transformation of wind-style chakra. When Orochimaru started experimenting, the atmosphere between Bai Xuan and Sarutobi Hiruzen has also become much more harmonious. Now that the atmosphere was in place, Bai Xuan said directly. Third Hokage, I need some knowledge about lightning style. How can I get it? As soon as these words came out, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but be stunned. Based on Bai Xuan's performance, he can probably guess what Bai Xuan wants to do. Bai Xuan wants to control lightning style as well as fire style. And in the future, water style and earth style will definitely not be let go. Giving Bai Xuan the knowledge about lightning style will definitely make Bai Xuan stronger. This is what he wants. But he couldn't refuse. After all, Bai Xuan doesn't plan to become a Hokage anymore, he plans to become a Konoha shinobi obediently. As the third Hokage, he doesn't even get any benefits, so why should he be obedient? After a slight pause, Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a deep voice. I know, I will ask Anbu to give you what you want tomorrow night. Thank you, third Hokage, then. Bai Xuan thanked him politely. After watching Sarutobi Hiruzen leave, Bai Xuan looked at the sky and prepared to wash up and go to bed. After waking up, start learning lightning style. Bai Xuan slept soundly tonight and woke up feeling refreshed. After washing, eating, and taking some scrolls about lightning style from the Uchiha clan, Bai Xuan went to school. Most of the Uchiha clan have the fire style attribute, and a few have the lightning style attribute. As for other attributes, there are very few. Although the Uchiha family has knowledge about lightning style, as I imagined, it is too little and too shallow. But this is normal. Even if the ninjas of the Uchiha clan have lightning style attributes, there is a high probability that they are not as good as fire style attributes, so even if they have them, they may not necessarily learn lightning style ninjutsu. Isn't the fire style ninjutsu inherited by the Uchiha clan powerful? It's just better than nothing. I believe that the knowledge about lightning style that Sarutobi Hiruzen sent Anbu tonight will not be bad. Not sure what he was thinking of, the corners of Bai Xuan's mouth could not help but raise slightly. Doesn't Sarutobi Hiruzen like to win people's hearts? Then give him this opportunity and let him win my heart to his heart's content. And since you want to win people's hearts, the benefits naturally cannot be too bad. Lightning style. Thinking of lightning style, Bai Xuan couldn't help but think of lightning style chakra mode, the Chidori and Reikiri created by Kakashi in the future, and the Chidori series lightning style ninjutsu created by Sasuke. I have always liked the power of lightning. I also know that the essence of lightning power is electromagnetic force. If I can combine the lightning style chakra mode with the Chidori series lightning style ninjutsu, and then add the application of electromagnetic force, it will create what kind of lightning style magic can you use? With this expectation, Bai Xuan walked into the classroom. Behind Bai Xuan, 5-year-old Kakashi watched Bai Xuan walk into the classroom, with a bit of sharpness in his eyes. After this period of hard study and practice, he believed that his strength had greatly improved. Wait for me, Uchiha Bai Xuan. When I fully master the White Fang swordsmanship, I will challenge again. Chapter 22 Research Ideas of Lightning Style, Orochimaru and Tsunade. 2256. Chapter 22 Research Ideas of Lightning Style, Orochimaru and Tsunade. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Bai Xuan received the lightning-style knowledge sent by Anbu from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lightning-style Thunder Boom, lightning-style Pseudo-Darkness, lightning-style Earth Walk. In addition to some conventional lightning-style ninjutsu, there is also Sarutobi Hiruzen's own understanding of lightning-style chakra form changes and nature transformation. Sarutobi Hiruzen is weak and short-sighted, but his knowledge storage is really good. After all, there are very few ninjas in the entire ninja world who can skillfully master the combination of 5-attribute ninjutsu, and can even master the compound ninjutsu at the level of the 5-release and Dalian bullet technique. Although it does not involve a qualitative change in the properties of chakra, it is profound and comprehensive enough. Let me think about it. In almost a month, I was able to create Sage Art Lightning-style Chakra Mode, and Lightning-style Artificial Tailed Beast. Then it's time for me to graduate. Bai Xuan plans to become the leader of the Uchiha clan after graduation. And now it has the support of Uchiha Satsuna, the hawkish and powerful elder. But among the Uchiha clan, there are not only hawks, but also doves, and even the doves are even more powerful. Otherwise Uchiha Fugaku will not become the leader of the Uchiha clan in the near future. Certainly, Bai Xuan is absolutely certain to become the leader of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku, how to compete with yourself. Forget it, don't think about that for now. Strength is the foundation, and improving strength is the most important thing. Focus on lightning style. After finally thinking to himself, Bai Xuan concentrated his energy. And as Bai Xuan learned more about lightning style, a bold idea became clearer in Bai Xuan's mind. If I could master electromagnetism with the help of lightning style. I remembered that the third Tsuchikage mastered the earth-style ninjutsu related to gravity, earth-style weighted rock technique, earth-style light and heavy rock technique. Gravity is the force of gravity, which is the universal force of gravity. The basic forces of the universe: electromagnetism, gravity, strong interaction, weak interaction, and the grand unified theory. Although it seems unattainable, it is not impossible. Just take it one step at a time. I will first try to master the electromagnetic force through lightning style, and then use the electromagnetic force to perfectly combine the power of fire style, wind style, and lightning style. Sage Art Wind, Thunder and Fire Chakra Mode. It's really exciting. At the same time, in Orochimaru's laboratory, looking at the relevant data on the experimental report, Orochimaru frowned. The experiment failed, but not completely. According to this pace of experimentation, it will take me at least a year before the White Snake Artificial Tailed Beast can master the qualitative changes between fire style and wind style. This is taking too long. It seems that I still have to complete the preliminary immortal body transformation technology first. When I complete the initial transformation of my fairy body, I will also have more powerful abilities and be able to create more powerful fairy magic artificial tailed beasts. When the chakra qualitative transformation experiment is started, the progress will be very fast. However, the reason why Orochimaru suspended the immortal body transformation experiment was because he encountered difficulties in the immortal body transformation experiment. He wondered whether he could use the chakra qualitative transformation experiment to help him overcome this difficulty. But now, although the chakra qualitative transformation experiment has not completely failed, the progress is not ideal. So now Orochimaru has only one choice. I originally thought about looking for Tsunade in 2 years. But now it seems, I'd better go see Tsunade and get the celestial magic of the Shigo Forest as soon as possible. According to Orochimaru's understanding of Shiju Forest's celestial art, it is the celestial art that has the greatest impact on the body. With the celestial arts of Shigu Forest, he must be able to successfully complete first-generation celestial body transformation technology. Just go out. It's just not my nature to be indecisive. Based on Orochimaru's understanding of Tsunade, although it was getting late, Tsunade was definitely not sleeping. Either gambling or drinking. Then let's go to Konoha's casino first. Not long after, Orochimaru was not surprised to see Tsunade rolling dice in the casino. 2, 1, 2, little. Tsunade-sama, you lost again. Seeing the empty chips in his hand, Tsunade was not happy, but he had already gotten used to it. Lost all again. After murmuring, Tsunade turned his attention to Orochimaru. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Tsunade asked in a bad tone, Orochimaru, why are you here? I'll buy you a drink. There's something I want to talk to you about. As Orochimaru's calm voice fell, Tsunade frowned, hesitated for a moment, and finally chose to agree. Okay. You lead the way. With a slight nod, Orochimaru took Tsunade to the izakaya where Jiraiya often drank. Why do you want to suddenly invite me to drink? Tsunade asked impatiently while drinking. Orochimaru knew that Tsunade didn't trust him. After all, his brother was brought out by himself and died in the mission arranged by him. He could understand that he had made a lot of preparations just to obtain the magic of Sharingan. You take a look at this first. Taking out a document, Orochimaru handed it to Tsunade. Tsunade took the information with some confusion and began to flip through it. As a ninja with the strongest medical ninjutsu in the ninja world, Tsunade can naturally understand this information about human body modification technology. It was precisely because he understood that Tsunade's expression became serious. Although this human body modification technology is not perfect, the framework is very complete. It only needs to solve some problems to completely perfect this human body modification technology. More importantly, the basis of this human body modification technology is magic. Judging from some data at the end of the document, this human body modification technology can transform the human body to be close to the body of an immortal. Not only can it possess powerful magical powers, but it can also have a lifespan that far exceeds the limit of human beings. This is simply a transcendent human body modification technology. And this technology, if nothing else, it must be the result of Orochimaru's research. After reading it, Tsunade hesitated to speak. After a long silence, Tsunade said, "It seems that Jiraiya and I underestimated you before. I didn't expect you, Orochimaru, to be able to develop such amazing results. Although this technology cannot give humans an eternal lifespan, it can also give humans a lifespan of hundreds of years. If we continue to study, it seems that it is not impossible for humans to have eternal lifespan. And I probably know why you came to me. You want the magic of Sharingan. I'll ask Katsuyu Sage tomorrow. It's probably no problem. Just wait for my good news." Chapter 22 Research Ideas of Lightning Style, Orochimaru and Tsunade. 2256. Chapter 22 Research Ideas of Lightning Style, Orochimaru and Tsunade. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Bai Xuan received the lightning style knowledge sent by Anbu from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lightning style Thunder Boom, lightning style Pseudo Darkness, lightning style Earth Walk. In addition to some conventional lightning style ninjutsu, there is also Sarutobi Hiruzen's own understanding of lightning style chakra form changes and nature transformation. Sarutobi Hiruzen is weak and short-sighted, but his knowledge storage is really good. After all, there are very few ninjas in the entire ninja world who can skillfully master the combination of 5-attribute ninjutsu, and can even master the compound ninjutsu at the level of the 5-release and Dalian bullet technique. Although it does not involve a qualitative change in the properties of chakra, it is profound and comprehensive enough. Let me think about it. In almost a month, I was able to create Sage Art Lightning Style Chakra Mode, and Lightning Style Artificial Tailed Beast. Then it's time for me to graduate. Bai Xuan plans to become the leader of the Uchiha clan after graduation. And now it has the support of Uchiha Satsuna, the hawkish and powerful elder. But among the Uchiha clan, there are not only hawks, but also doves, and even the doves are even more powerful. Otherwise Uchiha Fugaku will not become the leader of the Uchiha clan in the near future. Certainly, Bai Xuan is absolutely certain to become the leader of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku, how to compete with yourself. Forget it, don't think about that for now. Strength is the foundation, and improving strength is the most important thing. Focus on lightning style. After finally thinking to himself, Bai Xuan concentrated his energy. And as Bai Xuan learned more about lightning style, a bold idea became clearer in Bai Xuan's mind. If I could master electromagnetism with the help of lightning style. I remember that the third Tsuchikage mastered the earth style ninjutsu related to gravity, earth style weighted rock technique, earth style light and heavy rock technique. Gravity is the force of gravity, which is the universal force of gravity. The basic forces of the universe: electromagnetism, gravity, strong interaction, weak interaction, and the grand unified theory. Although it seems unattainable, it is not impossible. Just take it one step at a time. I will first try to master the electromagnetic force through lightning style, and then use the electromagnetic force to perfectly combine the power of fire style, wind style, and lightning style. Sage Art Wind, Thunder and Fire Chakra Mode. It's really exciting. At the same time, in Orochimaru's laboratory, looking at the relevant data on the experimental report, Orochimaru frowned. The experiment failed, but not completely. According to this pace of experimentation, it will take me at least a year before the white snake artificial tailed beast can master the qualitative changes between fire style and wind style. This is taking too long. It seems that I still have to complete the preliminary immortal body transformation technology first. When I complete the initial transformation of my fairy body, I will also have more powerful abilities and be able to create more powerful fairy magic artificial tailed beasts. When the chakra qualitative transformation experiment is started, the progress will be very fast. However, the reason why Orochimaru suspended the immortal body transformation experiment was because he encountered difficulties in the immortal body transformation experiment. He wondered whether he could use the chakra qualitative transformation experiment to help him overcome this difficulty. But now, although the chakra qualitative transformation experiment has not completely failed, the progress is not ideal. So now Orochimaru has only one choice. I originally thought about looking for Tsunade in 2 years. But now it seems, I'd better go see Tsunade and get the celestial magic of the Shigo Forest as soon as possible. According to Orochimaru's understanding of Shiju Forest's celestial art, it is the celestial art that has the greatest impact on the body. With the celestial arts of Shigu Forest, he must be able to successfully complete first-generation celestial body transformation technology. Just go out. It's just not my nature to be indecisive. Based on Orochimaru's understanding of Tsunade, although it was getting late, Tsunade was definitely not sleeping. Either gambling or drinking. Then let's go to Konoha's casino first. Not long after, Orochimaru was not surprised to see Tsunade rolling dice in the casino. 2, 1, 2, little. Tsunade-sama, you lost again. Seeing the empty chips in his hand, Tsunade was not happy, but he had already gotten used to it. Lost all again. After murmuring, Tsunade turned his attention to Orochimaru. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Tsunade asked in a bad tone, Orochimaru, why are you here? I'll buy you a drink. There's something I want to talk to you about. As Orochimaru's calm voice fell, Tsunade frowned, hesitated for a moment, and finally chose to agree. Okay. You lead the way. With a slight nod, Orochimaru took Tsunade to the izakaya where Jiraiya often drank. Why do you want to suddenly invite me to drink? Tsunade asked impatiently while drinking. Orochimaru knew that Tsunade didn't trust him. After all, his brother was brought out by himself and died in the mission arranged by him. He could understand that he had made a lot of preparations just to obtain the magic of Shigulen. You take a look at this first. Taking out a document, Orochimaru handed it to Tsunade. Tsunade took the information with some confusion and began to flip through it. As a ninja with the strongest medical ninjutsu in the ninja world, Tsunade can naturally understand this information about human body modification technology. It was precisely because he understood that Tsunade's expression became serious. Although this human body modification technology is not perfect, the framework is very complete. It only needs to solve some problems to completely perfect this human body modification technology. More importantly, the basis of this human body modification technology is magic. Judging from some data at the end of the document, this human body modification technology can transform the human body to be close to the body of an immortal. Not only can it possess powerful magical powers, but it can also have a lifespan that far exceeds the limit of human beings. This is simply a transcendent human body modification technology. And this technology, if nothing else, it must be the result of Orochimaru's research. After reading it, Tsunade hesitated to speak. After a long silence, Tsunade said, it seems that Jiraiya and I underestimated you before. I didn't expect you, Orochimaru, to be able to develop such amazing results. Although this technology cannot give humans an eternal lifespan, it can also give humans a lifespan of hundreds of years. If we continue to study, it seems that it is not impossible for humans to have eternal lifespan. And I probably know why you came to me. You want the magic of Shigulen. I'll ask Katsuyu Sage tomorrow. It's probably no problem. Just wait for my good news. Chapter 23 The First Generation of Immortal Body Transformation Technology. 2356. Chapter 23 The First Generation of Immortal Body Transformation Technology. Then I'll trouble you, Tsunade. After thanking him, Orochimaru paused slightly and changed his tone. Tsunade, you should know that second generation once developed a forbidden technique called impure world reincarnation. If this technique continues to be developed, it may not be able to be used to resurrect the dead. Times are constantly changing, and so are ninjutsu. Maybe you can try to look forward. As Orochimaru said these words, Tsunade's expression froze. Impure world reincarnation. Of course she knew the forbidden technique. Although she thinks this forbidden technique is evil. But what Orochimaru said is not unreasonable. As the top medical ninja in the ninja world, she knows very well that the development of medical ninjutsu is inseparable from human experiments. And human experimentation is destined to lead to the sacrifice of the experimenter. These are inevitable. She even saw a lot of Senju Tobarama's experimental reports. I know that many experimenters died at the hands of Senju Tobarama. Can she say Senju Tobarama is evil? Development is bound to bring sacrifices. And the sacrifice is not without value. How many medical ninjutsu did she improve based on Senju Tobarama's experimental reports? How many lives have been saved? Isn't this the value produced by sacrifice? More importantly, if only impure world reincarnation could be perfected through human experimentation, wouldn't it be possible to resurrect those victims? With this thought, Tsunade did not resist studying impure world reincarnation and trying to perfect this forbidden technique. Only, now I suffer from hemophobia. How can human experiments be conducted? Hemophobia is not that easy to cure. But I won't give up on treating it. Looking forward, it's easy to say, but not so easy to do. Even the more anxious you are, the worse the condition will become and become more serious. Orochimaru naturally understood this, and then nodded gently, his tone a little softer. I understand, this topic is over here, continue drinking. Well, keep drinking. After finishing a bottle of sake, the two left the izakaya. The next day, Tsunade also gave Orochimaru the senjutsu of the Shigo Forest as promised. Katsuyu Sage promised to give you the magic of Shigu Forest, but he has one request. He hopes that you will go to Shigu Forest after the research and development results, so that he can experience this immortal body transformation technology that can change the era. No problem, I will. After receiving Orochimaru's reply, Tsunade nodded slightly. Okay, now that I have given you the things, I will go gambling next. Orochimaru, I wish you success. Don't worry Tsunade, I will succeed. After watching Tsunade leave, Orochimaru walked into the laboratory until his back disappeared from sight. Opening the scroll and reading the celestial arts of the Shigo Forest carefully, Orochimaru's eyes couldn't help but light up. Sure enough, as I suspected, Shigulin's magic focuses most on the impact of the magic chakra on the human body. This technology of affecting the body through the magic of chakra is really exquisite. It can affect the normal physiological activities of the human body, and it can also strengthen many functions of the human body to a certain extent, so that the human body can maintain its best condition to a certain extent. It seems that Tsunade maintained his current physical condition by studying the celestial arts of the Shigo Forest. This technology can completely enable humans to maintain their youthful state for a long time. More importantly, my guess is correct. The magic of Shigulin can indeed help me complete first generation's immortal body transformation technology. This help is even greater than I expected. With the immortal skills of Shigulin, it seems that it won't take long for me to complete first generation's immortal body transformation technology. At that time, I will not only be able to master more powerful magical powers, but I will also have a lifespan of at least 500 years. This is really exciting to think about. I can't wait to start experimenting now. With a final murmur, Orochimaru began his experiment in transforming the immortal body. In this way, time passed quickly. Half a month later, Orochimaru opened his eyes when he looked at the experimental subject in front of him, and the corners of his mouth could not help but raise slightly, forming a faint smile of joy. It worked. It really worked. I, Orochimaru, am indeed a genius. First generation's immortal body transformation technology has finally succeeded. While excited, Orochimaru also began to test various physical data of the experimental subject at this time. Very good. Various body functions have exceeded human limits. The first generation immortal body only needs to receive the most basic physical training, which is enough to be comparable to elite Jonin in combat power. This data is already very alarming. If I combine the immortal body transformation technology with artificial jinchuriki, I can even mass-produce artificial soldiers comparable to the 5 cages. Strong. Too strong. And Orochimaru didn't forget it even after he came back. The most important use of immortal body transformation technology is not to strengthen the body. Even strengthening the body is only the least important function of the immortal body transformation technology. Sure enough, the first generation immortal body's ability to perceive, absorb, and even carry natural energy is much stronger than that of ordinary human bodies. It can be said that every first generation immortal body can easily master immortal arts, and with the help of the power of immortal arts, it has a combat power comparable to 5 cage levels. Of course, even if I don't rely on the power of magic, I still have 5 cage level combat capabilities. The biggest and most important effect of first generation immortal body transformation technology for me is to use immortal technique chakra to maintain the vitality of cells. It has a lifespan of 500 years and can even use immortal technique chakra to maintain the youthful state of the body before death. Quote, 500 years of life, and 500 years of youth. After such a long time, I will definitely be able to continuously upgrade the immortal body transformation technology, continue to extend my lifespan, and achieve eternal life. An impure world reincarnation. It's been so long, I don't believe I can't perfect this forbidden technique. After checking the data and confirming that the first generation immortal body transformation technology was very complete, Orochimaru directly separated a shadow clone and began to transform himself into an immortal body. 27 hours later, Orochimaru opened his eyes, feeling the subtle changes in his body, and couldn't help showing an expression of enjoyment. Hehehehe. It's wonderful, it's just wonderful. This is the body of an immortal. Even if it is not complete, it is still a body that exceeds the limits of human beings. Powerful strength, abundant vitality, permanent youth, long life. There is also this affinity for natural energy and this unparalleled talent for magic. It is really intoxicating. Chapter 24, The Fourth Knowledge Transaction. 2456. Chapter 24, The Fourth Knowledge Transaction. Orochimaru knows very well that he has become much stronger through the immortal body transformation. But he doesn't know how powerful he is now. Maybe now I have surpassed the teacher. I just don't know if I can defeat a demigod now. Orochimaru. Jiraiya, Tsunade, known as Sannin. However, the name Sannin was given by the demigod Hanzo. Is this glory, or shame? Orochimaru actually didn't care. According to the current speed of getting stronger, he will surpass the demigod sooner or later. By the time, are these still important? Orochimaru is the most powerful ninja in the ninja world. There may be many ninjas who can defeat him. But is there any strong man who can kill him with absolute certainty, Orochimaru? Maybe none. So in Orochimaru's opinion, just enough power is enough. What I pursue is never the power to get stronger, but all the truth in the world. Only with eternal life can one truly master the mysteries of chakra and ninjutsu, master all the truths in the world, and become a being comparable to a god. After being intoxicated for a long time, Orochimaru finally regained his composure. Today he finally opened the door to immortality and saw the hope of eternal life. One step closer to truly realizing your dream. This is just the beginning. I can't get carried away. I still need to keep learning and making progress. This immortal body transformation technology should be handed over to Mr. Bai Xuan first. I don't know what kind of precious knowledge is hidden in Mr. Bai Xuan's mind. Just thinking about this, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. At the next moment, Orochimaru's figure disappeared. At the same time, Bai Xuan has also made some achievements in the research of lightning style. The essence of lightning style is to control current. Although current and electromagnetic force can transform into each other, current is current and electromagnetic force is electromagnetic force. What is used to integrate wind style and fire style is electric current, and what is used to restrain current, wind style, and fire style is electromagnetic force. This point is very important. And there's another point that's also crucial. Electromagnetic force can not only be used to restrain current, wind style, and fire style, electromagnetic force can also control metal. What does that mean? This means I can further upgrade the Susanoo armor. And this upgrade may allow the Susanoo armor to be upgraded into a Susanoo Mecca. After all, electromagnetism allows me to control more and heavier magnetic metals. The Susanoo Mecca, I can finally drive it. I'm really looking forward to it when I think about it. Just thinking about it, Bai Xuan couldn't help showing an expectant look. However, when Bai Xuan felt a familiar yet unfamiliar chakra, a strange color flashed across his eyes. As this Orochimaru, it seems his experiment was successful. With a slight smile, Bai Xuan said calmly, "Senior Orochimaru, please sit down." Jun Bai Xuan. As Orochimaru's voice sounded, his figure suddenly appeared. After sitting opposite Bai Xuan, Orochimaru took out a scroll and placed it in front of Bai Xuan. "I knew I couldn't hide it from you. This is my latest achievement. Please take a look at it, Mr. Bai Xuan." Bai Xuan, who had already planned it, took out a glove and handed it to Orochimaru. "This is also the gift I have prepared for you, Orochimaru-senpai. I hope you like it." The moment he saw this glove, Orochimaru's pupils suddenly shrank. He witnessed Bai Xuan's battle with Sarutobi Hiruzen. At this time, I also clearly remembered how this glove appeared on Bai Xuan's hand and then turned into a set of armor. This is not Mangekyo's pupil technique. No, this should be a product created by Mangekyo eye technique. I just didn't expect it. It can actually be used by others. Orochimaru wouldn't know what this meant. This means that Bai Xuan can use this pupil technique to cultivate a group of outstanding subordinates. I just don't know if Bai Xuan wants to make such gloves, it will cost a lot, and what the output will be. And there is. How powerful is the armor transformed from this glove? Taking the glove, Orochimaru put it on his right hand directly, and then input the senjutsu chakra. Watching the metal continue to expand, stretch, and deform, Orochimaru also felt a little surprised. What a magical existence! And when the platinum armor completely covered Orochimaru's body, light yet powerful, this set of armor can actually increase the user's physical fitness. And it's actually alive. This should also be an application technology for inorganic reincarnation. Incredible, really incredible. Even if Chunin wears this armor, he will have combat power close to Kage level. If such armor could be mass-produced. As soon as this thought came to his mind, Orochimaru laughed instead. How could such a powerful armor be mass-produced in such a short time? But in the future, it is not impossible to achieve mass production. Artificial jinchuriki technology, immortal body transformation technology, and this active armor technology. If these technologies could be popularized and mass-produced, what would the world look like? It's simply unimaginable. But no matter what Orochimaru was thinking, Bai Xuan couldn't help but his eyes lit up when he saw first generation's immortal body transformation technology. This first generation immortal body transformation technology is really wonderful. Just right for upgrading. Chakra Sage Art. You can even use Chakra Repair Sage Art to further improve the first generation immortal body transformation technology. Orochimaru is indeed Orochimaru, and he is actually able to create such exquisite human body modification technology. Using the magic of chakra to transform the human body, it makes the human body closer to the body of an immortal, thus possessing powerful power and a long lifespan. Furthermore, the technology of using the senjutsu chakra to maintain cell activity and keep the human body in a youthful state should come from the senjutsu of the Shigo forest. It's just that although Orochimaru applied it well, he did not fully realize the full potential of this technology. Using chakra to influence the physiological state of the human body, you must know that the human body has 8 major systems. If chakra can be allowed to participate in the operation of the 8 major systems of the human body to the greatest extent, it will surely strengthen various physiological functions of the human body to the greatest extent. Combined with Sage Art Dragon Unity technique, I may be able to transform my human body into an incredible flesh and blood body. For a time, Bai Xuan's mind is filled with a lot of inspiration. After taking a deep breath, Bai Xuan said with emotion, "Senior Orochimaru, this is really an amazing skill." Chapter 25 Tianlong Immortal Body Transformation Technology. 2556. Chapter 25 Tianlong Immortal Body Transformation Technology. Really a great skill. However, it is not perfect and needs many upgrades before humans can truly have eternal life. Orochimaru's tone seemed to indicate something, and Bai Xuan naturally knew what Orochimaru was thinking, and immediately said, "That's true. I have an idea, Orochimaru-senpai, you can listen to it. It is said that first Hokage can enter Sage mode anytime and anywhere, perfectly controlling the power of magic. Moreover, his physique is very special and he has extremely terrifying self-healing ability. Such a physique may be helpful for upgrading the immortal body transformation technology. And the power of wood style is so abnormal, it seems to have exceeded the scope of blood inheritance. Maybe it contains some great secret." As Bai Xuan's words reached Orochimaru's ears, Orochimaru's expression could not help but condense slightly, and his eyes showed a somewhat thoughtful look. This is really a good research direction. But it's the first Hokage after all. There was some concern in Orochimaru's tone. But Bai Xuan replied pointedly, "But Danzo has prepared experimental materials. If we don't conduct the experiment, wouldn't it be a waste of such precious experimental materials?" A simple sentence, but it shocked Orochimaru. He looked at Bai Xuan. Although he knew that Bai Xuan had read Danzo's memory, he did not expect that Danzo would actually do such a heinous thing. Now that Danzo has already done this, it doesn't seem to be a big deal if he continues to do it. It's all Danzo's fault anyway. I understand. It seems that Mr. Bai Xuan has already considered everything. Of course, and I think Danzo's roots are a very useful organization. If Orochimaru-senpai is so determined, he might as well try to take over Danzo's legacy. After hearing Bai Xuan's suggestion, Orochimaru's eyes narrowed. "I'll think about it carefully." Bai Xuan nodded lightly and did not make any further suggestions. He believed Orochimaru would follow his advice. Roots. It also really suits Orochimaru very well. Okay, that's it for today. Goodbye, Mr. Bai Xuan. Finally, he smiled at Bai Xuan, and Orochimaru's figure disappeared. He needed to investigate the roots first. As for Bai Xuan, after Orochimaru left, there was some thought in his eyes. Should I continue to complete the research on lightning style, or should I first use the first generation immortal body transformation technology to upgrade Chakra repair sage art? Bai Xuan didn't hesitate for long before choosing the latter. Because Chakra sage art is a skill, while lightning style is just a spell. Completing the upgrade of Chakra repair sage art, and completing the transformation of one's body means that one has a more powerful talent or qualification. When the time comes to study lightning style magic, you will definitely be able to get twice the result with half the effort. That's it. It's been decided. First use the first generation immortal body transformation technology to upgrade Chakra repair sage art. Speaking of which, Orochimaru's explanation of the first generation immortal body transformation technology is very detailed, and the principles are also clearly marked. In this case, it won't take long for me to fully control the first generation immortal body transformation technology. By then, I will be able to use the pupil technique of my left eye to upgrade the Chakra sage art. Thinking like this, Bai Xuan quickly calmed down and began to concentrate on studying the first generation immortal body transformation technology. Time passes day by day. Half a month later, Bai Xuan finally fully mastered the first generation immortal body transformation technology. Deduction. The Mangekyo in the left eye suddenly opened, and the circle gradually turned into a right triangle, and the right triangle gradually turned into a circle. The brain cells activated rapidly, and the sparks of thinking gathered together, rising into a raging fire. In a blink of an eye, Bai Xuan completed the upgrade of Chakra sage art. Tianlong type immortal body transformation technology. After completing the transformation, not only can the physical fitness be greatly enhanced, giving it a powerful physique comparable to that of a dragon. It also has strong natural energy affinity, can passively absorb the natural energy between heaven and earth, and automatically produce magical chakra in the body. It is equivalent to being practicing all the time, getting stronger all the time, and even increasing one's lifespan all the time. In just 20 years, the effect of this passive cultivation will reach its limit, and Bai Xuan will become an immortal who will live for thousands of years. In addition, the Tianlong type immortal body transformation technology has another biggest feature. This is also the most powerful place where the Tianlong type immortal body transformation technology is most powerful. That is, in the human body, chakra will participate in the physiological activities of the 8 major systems of the human body, thereby comprehensively and greatly improving various physiological functions of the human body. Respiration, digestion, movement, nerves, endocrine, circulation. What does this mean? It means that the human body will be optimized in all aspects and become more perfect, not just more powerful. I didn't expect that I would be able to create such excellent human body modification technology. This kind of transformation is simply the evolution of living organisms and the sublimation of living beings. And from the Tianlong type immortal body transformation technology, I also learned a very important knowledge point. In other words, we have realized a very important property of chakra. Chakra can participate in the physiological activities of the human body. If we deeply explore this property, can we maintain normal physiological activities of the human body by consuming chakra? If it can, it means that as long as there is chakra in the human body, there is no need to eat, drink water, oxygen, or many things. Then we will solve some other defects of the human body, such as the human body's resistance to temperature, pressure, radiation, rays and other factors. So can humans survive in the sea or even in space? Thinking of this, Bai Xuan couldn't help but look at the night sky. Looking at the silver moon and stars in the night sky, it is the vast sea of stars in the universe. The human body can survive in space, but it is the basic prerequisite for human beings to be able to cross the sea of stars and travel between stars using the human body alone. At least Otsutsuki can survive in space. Therefore, if you survive in a vacuum, it must be the most important issue in your future. Maybe I don't need to think too much. Because I have a feeling that as long as I continue to upgrade my immortal body transformation technology, sooner or later I will have a body that can survive in a vacuum. Now that the heavenly dragon type immortal body transformation technology has been created, then the next step is to carry out human body modification. Bai Xuan's eyes flickered slightly, showing a bit of expectation. Chapter 26 Immortal Body Transformation Surgery, Changes After Surgery. 2656. Chapter 26 Immortal Body Transformation Surgery, Changes After Surgery. The heavenly dragon type immortal body transformation technology is much more complicated than the first generation immortal body transformation technology. Therefore, if Bai Xuan wants to use the Tianlong type immortal body transformation technology to transform his own body, he still needs to make a lot of preparations. However, with the help of Uchiha Satsuna, it is not difficult to prepare a professional operating room and various tools and instruments. After all, the Uchiha clan is not poor. A lot of money was spent, and in less than a week, Bai Xuan had everything ready. Then, Bai Xuan began the surgery to transform the Tianlong immortal body. When the anesthetic took effect, Bai Xuan also closed his eyes. 3 shadow clone operations begin. It took a full 49 hours for the operation to be completed. Slowly opening his eyes, Bai Xuan seemed to see a new world that he had never seen before. The world is filled with natural energy. These natural energies are so clear that Bai Xuan can even feel that these natural energies are made up of tiny particles. This is the ability of the heavenly dragon immortal body to perceive natural energy. As expected, it is not comparable to the bodies of ordinary humans. And just as Bai Xuan calculated, the heavenly dragon type immortal body can passively absorb natural energy and synthesize the immortal magic chakra in the body. The process is fully automatic and very comfortable. Strong, abundant, light, effortless. This feeling is so beautiful that Bai Xuan doesn't know what words to use to describe it. Moreover, after chakra is synthesized, it spontaneously begins to participate in various physiological activities of the human body, thus subtly strengthening various functions of the human body. It's like breathing by yourself to become stronger. I just completed the operation and it will take some time to get used to it. My current body has not developed to its optimal state. But in Shanju, chakra can replace growth hormone to a certain extent, thereby promoting my growth and development. Originally, I had to wait until I was 21 to reach my best state. Now I only need to reach my best state when I am 16, which is 5 years ahead of schedule. Just because the body structure has developed to its optimal state, it does not mean that the cells have been strengthened to the ultimate state of the Tianlong type immortal body. It will take me 20 years to grow the heavenly dragon-type immortal body to its limit, so that I can become an immortal who will live for thousands of years. But as long as Orochimaru achieves certain results in his research on first Hokage's cells, I may be able to upgrade the heavenly dragon-type immortal body transformation technology again and become an immortal who will live for thousands of years in a shorter time. The cells of the first Hokage, the chakra of Ashura, the body of the immortal. Some thoughts came to his mind, and his eyes became darker. When Bai Xuan walked out of the operating room, Uchiha couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although he believed that Bai Xuan would not do anything he was not sure about. But what if something happens to Bai Xuan? What will happen to the Uchiha family in the future? Of course Bai Xuan knew what Uchiha was thinking. Seeing Uchiha's worried and concerned expression, he smiled slightly. Don't worry, Elder Satsuna. I'm absolutely sure that nothing will happen. And the success of this operation is great news for you. After all, you wouldn't refuse to live for 500 years and see the future of the Uchiha clan with your own eyes. As Bai Xuan's words reached Uchiha's ears, his body could not help but tremble slightly. Of course he would not refuse to live for 500 years. Of course he wanted to see the future of the Uchiha clan with his own eyes. And he is old. He has an incomparable fear of death and an incomparable nostalgia for his youth. He dreams of living a few more years. That's a lifespan of 500 years. He had dreamed of it, so how could he say no? But who in this world can give him a lifespan of 500 years? If this sentence was not what Bai Xuan said, he would definitely think that the other party was joking. But since this sentence was said by Bai Xuan, naturally, he would not think Bai Xuan was joking. Master Bai Xuan can really grant him a lifespan of 500 years. So what should he do next? What to say? Kneel down and kowtow. His body was shaking and his tone was excited. Thank you, Lord Bai Xuan, for your gift. Uchiha Satsuna is not only loyal, but also quite capable. With such a subordinate, Bai Xuan naturally does not want him to die of old age, and naturally wants to use him for a few more years. Don't kneel down all the time. If you do your job well, you will be rewarded. What's more, we are all for the future of the Uchiha clan. Yes, Uchiha stood up instantly. The operation will begin at 12 o'clock in the evening 3 days later. Do not eat or drink for 24 hours before the operation. Yes, I noted it down. Uchiha replied seriously. After leaving, Bai Xuan ate and drank as much as possible while adapting to the heavenly dragon immortal body as quickly as possible. My appetite has increased, my digestion ability has become stronger, and my body's ability to tolerate hunger and thirst has also improved. This is really a wonderful change. Various subtle changes have made my body increasingly different from that of ordinary humans. The process by which living beings continue to become stronger is the process by which life continues to evolve. If nothing else happens, my body will become even more inhuman. Stretching out his right hand, Bai Xuan looked at the back of his hand. The texture was very light and the pores were hard to see clearly. It seemed that there was no flaw at all, and it was as perfect as a work of art. I like this change very much. Recently, it was raised slightly, forming a smile. After eating and drinking, Bai Xuan returned to his room and continued to study lightning style. Not bad, not bad. All body functions have been improved, the work efficiency of the brain has also been enhanced to a certain extent, and learning ability, calculation ability, and logical thinking ability have all been improved. In this way, in 10 days at most, I can complete the research on lightning style and create the Sage Art Lightning Style Transformation Chakra Mode, and the Lightning Style Artificial Tailed Beast. Once completed, I can develop Sage Art Wind, Thunder and Fire Chakra Mode, as well as upgrades to Susano's armor. You know, this time the Susano armor is upgraded to a Susanoo Mecca. I can finally drive a mecha. It's not easy. I'm still a little excited when I think about it. Time passed quickly, and 3 days passed before I knew it. Bai Xuan agreed to perform surgery to transform Uchiha's immortal body into a heavenly dragon type. Because of his previous surgical experience, the operation only took Bai Xuan 41 hours. 41 hours later, Uchiha opened his eyes instantly, felt the changes in his body, and shed tears of joy and excitement. Chapter 27 Sage Art Wind, Thunder and Fire Chakra Mode. 2756. Chapter 27 Sage Art Wind, Thunder and Fire Chakra Mode. Although Uchiha Satsuna's appearance hasn't changed much, but his body has rejuvenated and is back to its best. Certainly, his appearance was deliberately preserved by Bai Xuan. After all, the phenomenon of rejuvenation is too conspicuous and ostentatious, and it can easily cause a lot of trouble. And Uchiha Satsuna also knew this, but he didn't care about his appearance. As long as his body is restored to its youthful state and reaches its best condition, he will be very satisfied. Not to mention, this is more than just regaining youth and returning the body to its best condition. This is obviously the transformation of the body and the evolution of life. Unprecedentedly powerful, unprecedentedly light, and unprecedentedly easy. People who have never experienced aging have no idea how terrible aging is and how precious youth is. People who have never had strong strength will not know how wonderful it is and how light the body is. This feeling, it's so wonderful. When he thought of Bai Xuan's instructions to him, and when he thought that he still had hundreds of years of youth, his body couldn't help but start to tremble. So excited, so happy. And these are still secondary. Since Bai Xuan can perform this immortal body transformation surgery on himself, it means that Bai Xuan can perform immortal body transformation surgery on other Uchiha. Coupled with Susano, this means that Bai Xuan can easily greatly improve the overall strength of the Uchiha clan as long as he is willing. Satsuna Uchiha, who has experienced war, understands the importance of strength all too well. Only if you are strong enough can you survive and have everything. And Master Bai Xuan is only 10 years old now. When Bai Xuan grows up, how powerful will he become, and how powerful can he make Uchiha? What if Uchiha had enough power to dominate the world? Then the world naturally becomes Uchiha's. Master Bai Xuan, I feel better than ever before. Get used to your current body. And you should know the importance of strength. This is the fire style magic I developed. Practice it well, Bai Xuan said as he handed a scroll to Uchiha. This scroll contains Sage Art Yuan Technique, Sage Art Golden Flame Chakra Mode, and Sage Art Arsenal Black Technique. As long as Uchiha learns these fire-style senjutsu in Satsuna, combined with the power of the Heavenly Dragon-type celestial body, he will have 5 cage-level combat capabilities. I will. Uchiha took the scroll cautiously for a moment. Well, then I'll leave first. Master Bai Xuan, walk slowly. After watching Bai Xuan leave, Uchiha opened the scroll in an instant. Just at the first glance, he couldn't help but feel shocked. Is this the wisdom of Lord Bai Xuan? He was actually able to create such an exquisite fire style. It simply surpasses the wisdom passed down by the Uchiha clan for thousands of years. This kind of wisdom is so shocking. With the Susano armor, the celestial dragon-type fairy body transformation technology, and these fire-style fairy techniques, doesn't it mean that as long as they have the talent to become a ninja, all Uchiha can become cage-level experts? Thinking of this, Uchiha couldn't calm down for a long time. Now he is sure. Bai Xuan is a genius beyond Uchiha Madara. Even the strongest genius that the Uchiha family has inherited for thousands of years. Under the leadership of Lord Bai Xuan, how could Uchiha not be able to get out of its current predicament? Under the leadership of Master Bai Xuan, the Uchiha clan will become the overlord of this world sooner or later. And with a lifespan of hundreds of years, I can definitely see the future of the Uchiha clan with my own eyes. It's really exciting. No matter what Uchiha was thinking for a moment, Bai Xuan's research on lightning style has now come to an end. The framework is now very clear. Lightning style chakra can have 2 nature transformations, one is a qualitative change of electric current, and the other is directly transformed into electromagnetic force. The former is used to blend into the divine wind and golden flames, while the latter is used to restrain and control the power of wind, thunder, and fire to maintain the stability of the wind, thunder, and fire chakra mode. At last, electromagnetic force can also be used to control the Susanoo Mecca. It's just that if you want to upgrade the Susano armor into a Susanoo Mecca, you need to change the properties of the material and make it have strong magnetism. Electromagnetic force. Electromagnetic force is one of the basic forces of the universe. There are so many science and technologies related to electromagnetic force, and they are almost too powerful to count. It's not like he can't convert some of the electromagnetic force related technologies into ninjutsu or senjutsu. Since the Susanoo Mecca will use electromagnetic force as its driving force, I should also develop some electromagnetic force-related chakra application technologies as weapons and equipment for the Susanoo Mecca. It looks like it's going to be a huge project. But I don't have to worry. I'll take my time and create the lightning-style magic first, then upgrade the Susanoo armor, and then design the Susanoo Mecca's weapons and equipment. After a brief pause, Bai Xuan gathered his thoughts and concentrated on studying lightning style. A few days later, Bai Xuan extended his right hand. Silver current burst out suddenly, converging into a ball of lightning. Crack, crack. Listening to the thunderous sound caused by the silver current, Bai Xuan also slightly raised the corners of his mouth, revealing an awkward smile. The qualitative change of lightning-style chakra, silver lightning, Sage Art Maiden Technique and Sage Art Gindan Chakra mode have been completed. The next step is to create the lightning-style artificial tailed beast. The right hand holds the silver ball lightning, and the left hand forms the seal. A steady stream of magical chakra pours into the silver ball lightning, giving it some life. As the vitality became more and more bold, the silver ball lightning also began to deform and twist. It turned into a snake. Maybe it should be called the silver electric snake. Blazing golden crow, divine wind tiger, silver electric snake. It is Bai Xuan's third artificial tailed beast, lightning-style artificial tailed beast silver electric snake. Finished. The last step is left. The glove of Susanoo's armor suddenly appeared on her right hand. As the magic chakra poured into it, the Susanoo armor quickly condensed and covered Bai Xuan's body. The silver electric snake sank into it, followed closely by the blazing golden crow and the divine wind tiger. Wind, thunder and fire merge into one. Along with Bai Xuan's right hand seal. Sage Art Electromagnetic Constraint Technique. Bai Xuan also finally entered Sage Art Wind, Thunder and Fire Chakra mode. Golden flames, silver thunder and lightning, colorless divine wind, the three are perfectly combined. Cool and Hokage. Chapter 28. Researching the Sealing Technique, Orochimaru's Plot and the Third Hokage's Dream. 2856. Chapter 28. Researching the Sealing Technique, Orochimaru's Plot and the Third Hokage's Dream. This feeling. Bai Xuan's brows condensed slightly. Although he could feel the power of Sage Art Wind, Thunder and Fire Chakra mode, he also felt the problems of Sage Art Wind, Thunder and Fire Chakra mode. As for what the problem is, the Sage Art Electromagnetic Constraint Technique has made the Sage Art Wind, Thunder and Fire Chakra mode more stable. But it also limits the outbreak of Sage Art Wind, Thunder and Fire Chakra mode to a certain extent. I need to add an adjustment function to the Sage Art Electromagnetic Constraint Technique. Just wanting to add adjustment functions to Sage Art Electromagnetic Constraint Technique is not an easy task. His eyes narrowed slightly, and there was a hint of thinking in his eyes. Bai Xuan feels that Sage Art Electromagnetic Constraint Technique still has a lot of room for optimization. Or if you don't upgrade Sage Art Electromagnetic Constraint Technique. Susanoo armor is also difficult to upgrade into Susanoo Mecca. It is also difficult for me to control the Susanoo Mecca through electromagnetic force. I think we can try to combine the Sage Art Electromagnetic Constraint Technique with the Sealing Technique to construct a power system in the body that converts the Sage Art Chakra into electromagnetic force. This not only allows me to perfectly control the Sage Art Wind, Thunder and Fire Chakra mode, but also provides powerful electromagnetic kinetic energy to the Susanoo Mecca. So next, I can study the sealing techniques in Danzo's mind. Especially the sealing technique of Li Sixiang's seal, its principle is really interesting. And Orochimaru's artificial jinchuriki technology also contains sealing techniques. Combined, it should allow me to complete this electromagnetic sealing technique. Thinking of this, Bai Xuan quit Sage Art Wind, Thunder and Fire Chakra mode. Sitting in front of the desk, he took out the knowledge about sealing from the drawer. Keep learning, keep researching. At the same time, Orochimaru came to the Hokage office. Looking at Orochimaru, the student he was once the most proud of, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes also flashed with a somewhat complicated look. Thinking about what Orochimaru once said to him about Bai Xuan, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked after a slight pause, "Orochimaru, how much do you know about Uchiha Bai Xuan?" Listening to Sarutobi Hiruzen's question, a strange color flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. "Teacher, My understanding of Uchiha Bai Xuan should be almost the same as yours. Uchiha Bai Xuan is no ordinary Uchiha, he is a real genius. I don't want to be his enemy if I can help it. Listening to Orochimaru's reply, Sarutobi Hiruzen was not surprised at all, but nodded slightly. If possible, he wouldn't want to be an enemy of Bai Xuan. It's just that Uchiha Bai Xuan is too dangerous, even if they can coexist peacefully for a short period of time. In the future, Bai Xuan's strength will reach the first Hokage level, or even surpass the first Hokage level. How should he deal with Bai Xuan? Endless, bottomless concessions and compromises. This is impossible, but even the current Bai Xuan is not something he can deal with. Although it is said that the corpse seal has the ability to kill Bai Xuan with one blow. But whether Bai Xuan can be hit is also unknown. As a Hokage, how could he risk his life? Gambling with one's life, Bai Xuan will die. If he didn't hit, wouldn't he be at a loss? Moreover, Bai Xuan's attitude also made Sarutobi Hiruzen not want to break up with Bai Xuan. It is precisely because of this that Sarutobi Hiruzen is so entangled. I see. As Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, Orochimaru spoke unhurriedly. Teacher, I don't think we need to think about how to deal with Bai Xuan. For a ninja, strength is the most important thing. I have some scientific research results recently. If we can conduct human experiments, there may be amazing gains. As he spoke, Orochimaru handed over a scroll. Listening to Orochimaru's words and looking at the scroll in front of him, Sarutobi Hiruzen also felt a little curious. He opened the scroll and looked at the first line of text on the scroll, and his breathing became a little faster. Then he read the scroll seriously, carefully and solemnly. Orochimaru, I never thought you could develop such amazing technology. The semi-finished immortal body transformation technology made Sarutobi Hiruzen extremely excited. If Orochimaru can perfect this technique, he can undergo immortal body transformation surgery, gain a lifespan of 500 years, and even regain his youth. He is no longer young, and his youth was lost very early. He also misses his youth, is also afraid of physical aging, and is even more afraid of death caused by aging. But originally he believed that human beings could not escape birth, old age, illness and death. Who would have thought that Orochimaru would come up with such a shocking technology? It seems that I still underestimated your wisdom, teacher. If you want to conduct human experiments, I fully support it. He looked at Orochimaru. Orochimaru was younger than him. Therefore, he is the one who needs this immortal body transformation technology the most. It is precisely because of this that he thought in silence and thought of the roots. There are many scientific researchers at the root, and Danzo has also conducted many taboo human experiments. Although Danzo is dead, the roots are still there. The scientific researchers in the root are still there, as well as a large number of experimental instruments and many precious experimental materials. Instead of wasting it, give it to Orochimaru. As long as Orochimaru can complete the immortal body transformation technology, he can have a lifespan of 500 years. Moreover, the immortal body transformation technology not only represents a lifespan of 500 years, but also the power of immortal magic. If he mastered the power of immortality, could he defeat Bai Xuan? You can't defeat Bai Xuan's words alone. Plus what about Orochimaru, and Jiraiya, Tsunade, Hatake Tsukumo? There are many powerful people in Konoha. If these powerful people all undergo the immortal body transformation surgery and master the power of immortal arts, taken together, can Bai Xuan be defeated or even killed? And, after killing Bai Xuan, Konoha's strength has been greatly improved due to the immortal body transformation technology. Not to mention that the immortal body transformation technology can also increase lifespan to 500 years. It can keep the strong alive and continue to accumulate strong ones. Konoha's strength will eventually surpass other ninja villages, and even everything in the world. By the time, as long as Konoha doesn't want to start a war, who in the ninja world dares to start a war? Doesn't this mean, in its own hands, can Konoha bring true and permanent peace to the whole world? In this way, didn't his achievements surpass those of first Hokage and second Hokage? And if Orochimaru can continue to upgrade the immortal body transformation technology, can I obtain eternal life? What about becoming the eternal Hokage? Chapter 29 Orochimaru, Lord of Roots, Seal of Immortal Magnetic Source. 2956. Chapter 29 Orochimaru, Lord of Roots, Seal of Immortal Magnetic Source. Orochimaru, you should know the root. It's yours now. With that said, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately took out an appointment book, wrote Orochimaru's name, and then signed his own name. Believe me, with roots, you will be able to carry out experiments smoothly. While handing over the appointment letter, Sarutobi Hiruzen said pointedly. After hearing this, Orochimaru felt some complicated emotions in his heart, but he didn't show any of them on the surface. Smiling slightly, he replied politely and confidently, "Teacher, please don't worry, I will never let you down." Patting Orochimaru on the shoulder, Sarutobi Hiruzen said happily, "You are my proudest student, I believe in you." This sentence sounded extremely sincere, but Orochimaru only felt it was hypocritical. He nodded heavily. Afterwards, the two exchanged a few words, and Orochimaru left. With the letter of appointment in hand, head to the root's base. On the way, Orochimaru couldn't help but sigh in his heart. "Teacher, when did you become so stupid, blind, greedy and hypocritical? Is the former ninja hero dead? Or are you failing to resist the corruption of power? Hehehehe. Humanity. Power. Soon." Orochimaru came to the base of the root. With the Hokage's appointment letter, he also quickly took over the roots. When Orochimaru began to understand the situation at the root, he couldn't help but be surprised. "Although I knew that the power of the root was great, I didn't expect that the power of the root was so great. To a certain extent, it was even greater than Anbu's power. And what Danzo did was really bold. He actually dared to use these secret techniques of the ninja clan, and more importantly, he actually succeeded. Interesting, really interesting. Now these secret techniques are all advantageous to me, and ninjas born into the ninja clan can also be used as materials for my experiments. I have long wanted to study the principles of secret techniques. There are actually some scientific researchers in the root. That's good. I just lack assistance." At last, sure enough, as Bai Xuan said, Danzo did something to first Hokage's body before he died. "This is all mine." Just thinking about this, Orochimaru's eyes also had a glimmer of light. He knew that his teacher did not trust him. But the temptation of the immortal body transformation technology was too great for his teacher. So he got the roots. But he also knew his teacher. There are definitely nails left by his teacher in the roots. But he didn't care. How could his teacher know more about scientific research than he did? Not to mention a mere nail. It's enough to simply do a scene. "Teacher, you can't even fight me, how can you fight Mr. Bai Xuan?" "And Mr. Bai Xuan, don't worry. Now that I have first Hokage's cells, it won't be long before I can upgrade the first generation immortal body transformation technology. When the time comes, what will you offer for trade?" Just muttering in a low voice, Orochimaru couldn't help but cast his eyes on his left hand. The white and gold gloves were transformed into gray by Orochimaru. Although the function has not changed, it is enough that Sarutobi Hiruzen cannot distinguish it. Orochimaru briefly studied the Susano armor. He found that this was definitely a product that transcended the times, and it contained many technologies that he could master. It's just that it's more important to upgrade the immortal body transformation technology now. After he completes the upgrade of the fairy body transformation technology, he plans to study the Susano armor and use his own technology to transform the Susano armor to make it more suitable for him. He even felt that he could use these technologies to develop some new technologies. "I don't think so much anymore, experiments are still important." Finally muttering something in his mind, Orochimaru was ready to start the experiment. And on the other side, after several days of research, Bai Xuan finally completed his idea. Just by simply adjusting the human body's meridian system with sealing techniques, you can transform it into an energy system that can convert the magic chakra into electromagnetic force. Sure enough, those who are difficult can't do it, and those who can do it are not difficult. After mastering the principles of sealing, it was so easy to complete my vision. Well, this sealing technique is called Immortal Magnetic Source Seal. The basic framework has been completed. Now I just need to fill in some details. It will only take me 2 days to complete. After some simple thinking and calculation, Bai Xuan said softly. After saying that, he concentrated his energy and started to create the Immortal Magnetic Source Seal. Just as Bai Xuan expected, 43 hours later, Bai Xuan completed the seal of Immortal Magnetic Source. After completing it, Bai Xuan suddenly felt a strong sense of accomplishment. You know, the Immortal Magnetic Source seal was created bit by Bai Xuan. It was created purely with one's own wisdom without the help of Mangekyo technique. This sense of accomplishment is really strong. And I've always wanted to experiment. What's the difference between a jutsu created with my own wisdom and a jutsu created using the Mangekyo pupil technique? In other words, what will happen if I use the Mangekyo pupil technique to deduce the technique I created? With some anticipation, Bai Xuan turned on Mangekyo, his left eye turned scarlet, and the right triangle embedded in the ring slowly rotated. As the pattern changes, the circle turns into an equilateral triangle, and the equilateral triangle turns into a circle. The brain cells become extremely active in an instant, and the sparks of thinking burst out and converge, creating a raging fire. However, in the blink of an eye, the Immortal Magnetic Source seal has been further optimized, becoming more perfect, more powerful, and even derived a brand new function, the Biomagnetic Field Control System. Interesting. Mangekyo closed, and the corners of Bai Xuan's mouth raised slightly. Just between breaths, Bai Xuan thought of how he should use this new function. But the most important thing for me to do now is to impose the Immortal Magnetic Source seal on myself. Forming a seal with one hand, silver brilliance suddenly overflowed from the fingertips of the 5 fingers. By gently pressing on the dantian, the meridian system of the human body has been modified to a certain extent. The magic chakra circulates spontaneously in the body, first transforming into silver electric chakra, and then into electromagnetic force. The electromagnetic force resonates with the human body's magnetic field at the same frequency, which can not only strengthen the human body's magnetic field, but also constrain the electromagnetic chakra with the help of the human body's magnetic field, so that it can be stably stored in the Immortal Magnetic Source seal at the dantian. With the help of the Immortal Magnetic Source seal, Bai Xuan also gained the ability to control his own biological magnetic field. Chapter 30 Start Designing the Susanoo Mecca. 3056. Chapter 30 Start Designing the Susanoo Mecca. Chakra is the combination of physical energy and spiritual energy. It is an important part of the living body. Biomagnetic field is an important characteristic of the living body and can deeply sense and control the body. So biomagnetic field can control chakra to a certain extent, and magical chakra is naturally a type of chakra. Using the biomagnetic field, I can control the magic chakra in a more detailed way, thereby giving full play to the power of the magic chakra. So, with the Immortal Magnetic Source seal, I can. While muttering, Bai Xuan suddenly had a thought in his mind. With his palm open, golden flames, divine winds, and silver lightning suddenly gathered together, and then merged and intertwined. Gold and silver, seamless. Fire and electricity blend together, and divine wind wraps around. Under Bai Xuan's control, this ball of wind, thunder and fire chakra actually condensed into a sphere in an instant. The sphere spiraled at high speed, much like the most famous ninjutsu in the world, Rasengan. The extreme speed of the kamikaze, the high temperature of the flames, and the explosion of thunder and lightning are perfectly combined. This is simply an extremely fast tracking missile, and its destructive power even exceeds the tailed beast bomb. But for me, I can treat it like a bullet and fire dozens of them in a very short period of time. Even if it's a mountain, I can erase it in a very short time. And, when Bai Xuan held the Rasengan, which was a blend of wind, thunder and fire. Pinch hard. This mixed chakra covered Bai Xuan's body in an instant, condensing into an energy coat of gold and silver. Sage Art Wind, Thunder and Fire chakra mode has become more stable and perfect. This form is very similar to Nine Tails chakra mode. Maybe I have touched the deeper power of chakra. Combined with the power of Susano's armor, I am getting closer and closer to surpassing the cage level. As he spoke, with Bai Xuan's thoughts, the Susano armor automatically covered Bai Xuan's body, perfectly integrating with the Sage Art Wind, Thunder and Fire chakra mode. Cool and gorgeous, noble and haughty, it feels really powerful, and I feel like I'm at ease. I can perfectly control my power with the help of the Immortal Magnetic Source seal, and even control the Susano armor. This feeling can no longer be described as powerful. I have perfect control over my own power. I am my own king. With this control over power, It seems that even if I upgrade the Susanoo armor into a Susanoo Mecca, I can still control it perfectly. Very good. Next, I can finally upgrade the Susanoo armor into a Susanoo Mecca. And based on my experience in creating the Immortal Magnetic Source Seal, I feel that if I first complete the plan of upgrading the Susanoo armor into the Susanoo Mecca, and then use the pupil technique to deduce it, the final plan created will be more perfect. Thinking of this, Bai Xuan also made a decision in his heart. Just do it. Next moment, Susanoo's armor turned into gloves, and the gloves turned into celestial magic and chakra merged into her body. The chakra mixed with wind, thunder, and fire on his body also converged. Bai Xuan took out a pen and paper and began to design an upgrade plan for Susanoo's armor. Power system, detection system, weapon system, defense system. The structure of a mecha is much more complicated than that of armor. I'm graduating next month and I feel like I won't be able to finish before graduation. It will take at least 3 months to create a perfect Susanoo Mecha. But I'm not short of time either. Take your time and don't rush. That's all. Time passes day by day. At the same time, in the courtyard of Hitaki's house, Hitaki Tsukumo is sparring with his son Kakashi. Although Kakashi is young, he seems to be extremely talented. Although his strength is not as strong as that of an adult, his body flexibility is stronger than that of most ninjas. He moved flexibly and kept waving the short sword in his hand. Fast, accurate, and ruthless, these 3 words are almost used by Kakashi to a perfect level. More importantly, the short sword in Kakashi's hand is also covered with a uniform and extremely thin layer of chakra. It seemed like a ball of white light, and the short sword, covered in white light, looks like a pure white fang of a beast. Block, block, block. Hitaki Tsukumo is the famous Konoha's White Fang. Naturally, he couldn't be weaker than Kakashi. He easily blocked all Kakashi's attacks, and attacked Kakashi's weak points from time to time to train Kakashi's reaction speed and defense ability. He didn't speak, just silently watching Kakashi's every move. He has told Kakashi everything about the White Fang swordsmanship. So Kakashi doesn't need his verbal guidance. If you can understand it, you can naturally master the White Fang swordsmanship. If you can't understand it, you won't be able to master White Fang swordsmanship. However, Hitaki Tsukumo was very pleased that his son was very talented. There is only one step away from fully mastering the White Fang swordsmanship. He has mastered the White Fang swordsmanship at the age of 5. Presumably, in the future, his son Kakashi will be able to carry forward the White Fang swordsmanship and even further improve the White Fang swordsmanship to make it even more powerful. And in Hitaki Tsukumo's opinion, the White Fang swordsmanship is already powerful enough, otherwise he would not be able to obtain the extremely glorious title of Konoha's White Fang. What if White Fang improves his swordsmanship to a higher level and can make his son Kakashi as strong as a demigod? It doesn't seem impossible. It is precisely because of this that Hitaki Tsukumo has great hopes for Kakashi's future. And Kakashi seems to be responding to Hitaki Tsukumo's hope. The next moment, Kakashi seemed to realize something, and his movements suddenly stopped. Seeing this scene, Hitaki Tsukumo couldn't help but hold his breath and slowed down the movement of waving the short sword. I see. At the next moment, the short sword in Kakashi's hand suddenly glowed with dazzling white light. Yes, it is this kind of sharpness close to the wind-style chakra. This is the essence of White Fang swordsmanship. Through the shape change and nature transformation of the chakra becomes extremely sharp, so that the blade and the slash also become extremely sharp. As Kakashi swung the short sword, white light seemed to flash across the void. Facing Kakashi's attack, Hitaki Tsukumo smiled happily. Then, the same dazzling white light glowed on the short blade in his hand. Block. The crisp sound of metal collision sounded and echoed. Hitaki Tsukumo smiled, and so did Kakashi. Father, I finally mastered the White Fang swordsmanship. Yes, Kakashi, you did great. Chapter 31 Kakashi's Second Challenge. 31/56. Chapter 31 Kakashi's Second Challenge. Finally mastered the White Fang swordsmanship. Now I should be qualified to challenge Uchiha Bai Xuan. If we don't challenge him, he's going to graduate. I hope I can defeat him before graduation, and then I will apply to graduate early. On the way to the ninja school, Kakashi thought to himself, and Chunin could not help but look forward to it. He expected that he could defeat Uchiha Bai Xuan, wash away the previous shame. In this way, Kakashi came to the school gate and waited quietly for Bai Xuan. Bai Xuan, who has always been punctual, did not keep Kakashi waiting. Soon, Kakashi saw Bai Xuan. "Uchiha Bai Xuan, I challenge you." When Kakashi's voice reached Bai Xuan's ears, Bai Xuan couldn't help but pause slightly. Bai Xuan looked at Kakashi, his eyes suddenly became deep. Able to create powerful lightning-style ninjutsu such as Chidori, Reikiri, and Purple Lightning, Kakashi's talent goes without saying. In his original Destiny track, Kakashi did not give full play to his talent due to many reasons. But now he has traveled through time and has changed the future. So, what kind of achievements will Kakashi have in the future? Such a genius. Wouldn't it be a shameful waste not to use it? So Bai Xuan did not refuse, but replied in a calm tone, "Come to me after school in the afternoon." Good. Kakashi didn't say another nonsense. After responding, he turned around and left. After this period of study, he has fully realized the importance of learning. Knowledge can not only assist his practice and improve his practice efficiency, but also improve his learning efficiency. And his father also told him that only by learning a lot of knowledge can it be possible to further upgrade the White Fang swordsmanship and master more powerful power. Kakashi thinks so he studies very hard now. Certainly, Bai Xuan also studies very hard. The wind, thunder and fire Rasengan can be used as ammunition for the Susanoo Mecca's long-range attack weapon. But the Susanoo Mecca also needs melee attack weapons, defense systems, detection systems, flight systems, etc. The detection system can use electromagnetic radar. As for the defense system, I think the Susanoo Mecca's own defense power, as well as the defense power of the wind, thunder and fire chakra mode, are very powerful when combined. However, to be on the safe side, we still use electromagnetic force as the core and design an electromagnetic repulsion field system to enhance defense. It's just that the electromagnetic repulsion field system seems to be not only used to enhance defense, but the Shinra Tensei imitating Rinnegan can also be used to attack. The only thing that needs attention is the flight system. Although the wind, thunder and fire chakra mode has the ability to fly, making the Susanoo armor fly and making the Susanoo Mecca fly are two different things. Electromagnetic force is so easy to use, so magnetic levitation technology must also be used. Well, it seems that electromagnetic force technology will be the core of the Susanoo Mecca. Bai Xuan's ideas are very clear, and the design progress is slowly advancing, very smoothly. Even if he encounters some difficulties, Bai Xuan solves them very quickly. In this way, time passes quickly. School was over before he knew it, and Kakashi also found Bai Xuan. "Come with me." Listening to Bai Xuan's words, Kakashi nodded obediently. The person he is now is no longer the person he was a few months ago. He has deeply realized that he is only a genius, not a strong man, and he is not qualified to be arrogant and look down on others. Looking at the silent Kakashi, the corners of Bai Xuan's mouth also curved. Kakashi looks much more pleasing to the eye now than before. In this way, Bai Xuan took Kakashi to the forest near the Uchiha tribe. "Come on, let me see your progress." Bai Xuan's tone was very calm, his posture was relaxed, and he looked calm and relaxed. After hearing Bai Xuan's words, Kakashi took a deep breath. And then, he rushed directly towards Bai Xuan, reaching Jonin's average speed. But for Bai Xuan, this is too slow. But Bai Xuan knew that Kakashi's progress must be considerable, otherwise he would not challenge himself. He is not that stupid. And Bai Xuan can probably guess that Kakashi should have mastered the White Fang swordsmanship. Bai Xuan was naturally curious about the famous White Fang swordsmanship and wanted to see it. At the next moment, Kakashi did not disappoint Bai Xuan. He used the White Fang swordsmanship move. "Draw your sword and chop." The moment the short sword was pulled out, a dazzling white light suddenly bloomed. This move has reached Chunin's average level. It can be said that Kakashi can completely crush his peers, but for Bai Xuan, this is too weak. Stretching out his palm, the wind, thunder and fire chakra suddenly burst out, covering Bai Xuan's hand like an energy glove. Then, Bai Xuan held the short blade in Kakashi's hand. White Fang's swordsmanship is truly extraordinary. But Kakashi, the gap between us is too great. Bai Xuan didn't even use any force, and the short sword in Kakashi's hand turned into ashes. Listening to Bai Xuan's words, Kakashi's expression couldn't help but become extremely embarrassed. He didn't expect Bai Xuan to be so powerful. It was so powerful that he had no power to resist. What would happen if the terrifying chakra you just touched yourself? My short sword turned into ashes almost instantly. What about yourself? How is flesh and blood stronger than steel? I lost. I was overestimating my abilities. Although Kakashi felt uncomfortable, he could still afford to lose and said very frankly. As for Bai Xuan, he took out a scroll and handed it to Kakashi. Kakashi, you are indeed a genius, but I am also a genius, and I am 5 years older than you. Isn't it normal for you to lose to me? Don't worry, continue to study hard and practice hard. You will become stronger and become an excellent ninja. This is my gift to you, I hope you like it. Certainly, I also hope you can give me a gift that I like. Listening to Bai Xuan's words, Kakashi was slightly startled, and then nodded gently. Well, I understand, then I'll accept it. Seeing Kakashi accept it, Bai Xuan smiled slightly. Goodbye, let's go back to our homes. Bai Xuan waved his hand coolly, turned around and left. After putting the scroll away, Kakashi took one last look at Bai Xuan's back and made a deep note of it. Then he went home too. Chapter 32 Konoha's White Fang's Visit, Susanoo Mecca's Melee System. 3256. Chapter 32 Konoha's White Fang's Visit, Susanoo Mecca's Melee System. After returning home, Kakashi opened Bai Xuan's gift. Then he couldn't help being stunned, and then looked down with a serious face. The more he watched, the more shocked he became. Is there such an exquisite lightning-style ninjutsu in this world? This is completely different from the ninjutsu I know. There is also this, Chakra Sage Art, Dragon Transformation Chapter. Immortal Magic. There is such a thing as fairy magic in this world. Sage Art Electricity Control Technique. Sage Art Silver Electricity Chakra Mode. These fairy techniques are more subtle, more complex, and more powerful than the White Fang Sword technique. Uchiha Bai Xuan, the gift he gave me is so precious. Why would he give me such a precious thing? He hopes that I can give him a gift that he likes. How do I know what he likes? Or is it that the gift he wants is knowledge? But even if I give White Fang swordsmanship to him, the value between the two is not equal. For a time, Kakashi had a lot of questions and troubles in his heart, and his brows could not help but frown. Small head, big doubts. But doubts remain doubts, and he still wants to continue reading this knowledge. Slowly, Kakashi became fascinated. This knowledge opened his eyes and planted a seed in his heart. Maybe, upgrading White Fang's swordsmanship is not a lofty ideal. Using this knowledge, he might be able to easily upgrade his White Fang sword skills. Even, he can use this knowledge to do more. Unconsciously, time passed quickly. Hatake Tsukumo also returned home after completing his mission. As soon as he walked into the room, he saw Kakashi, who was obsessed with studying. There was some confusion in his eyes, because he had never seen Kakashi so obsessed with studying. Out of concern for his son, he slowly walked behind Kakashi and took a look. At this sight, his pupils couldn't help but shrink, and a serious expression appeared on his face. Immortal magic. This is actually magic. As the famous Konoha's White Fang in the ninja world, he certainly knows what senjutsu is. It was precisely because of knowing that he was so shocked. How did his son Kakashi obtain such precious knowledge? Besides, is this magic the real magic? There won't be any problem, right? He continued to look down. The more he looked at it, the more frightened he became. This was definitely real magic, and it was also a very advanced magic. What's more important is that the difficulty of learning is very low, and the effect is very amazing. It can permanently strengthen the body and spirit of the practitioner, and even have the effect of extending lifespan. As for those lightning-style magical skills, they are even more amazing. Sage Art Electricity Control Technique only requires one ninja seal, and you can even use one-hand seal to release lightning-style magic to control thunder and lightning. Sage Art Silver Lightning Chakra Mode. This is a more powerful magic than lightning-style chakra, almost utilizing the nature transformation and form changes of lightning-style chakra to the limit. This knowledge is more precious than White Fang swordsmanship. Even an ordinary lightning-style ninja has a high probability of becoming a 5-kage level strongman after getting it. And his son Kakashi is no ordinary lightning-style ninja. With this knowledge, he might be able to become as powerful as, or even surpass, demigod Hanzo. Thinking of this, Hatake Tsukumo's expression couldn't help but become dazed. However, at the next moment, Kakashi also discovered Hatake Tsukumo standing behind him. Father. Kakashi's voice also brought Hatake Tsukumo back to his senses. Kakashi. Seeing his father's appearance, Kakashi knew it was because of this scroll, a gift from Uchiha Bai Xuan. So after a slight pause, Kakashi said, "Father, this is it. This morning I challenged Uchiha Bai Xuan. He asked me to go find him after school, and he defeated me with one move, and then gave me this scroll, saying it was a gift for me. At the same time, he also said that he hoped that he could give him a gift that he would like." Kakashi explained the whole story succinctly. After hearing this, Hatake Tsukumo's expression became extremely serious and serious. Gift. This knowledge is so precious, and it is different from other ninjutsu in the ninja world, and even senjutsu is so unique, as if this knowledge does not belong to this world, or does not belong to this era. Bai Xuan defeated Kakashi, who had mastered the White Fang swordsmanship, with one move. Could it be that these magic techniques and lightning style were all developed by Bai Xuan? He gave this knowledge to Kakashi as a gift. Perhaps he hoped that after Kakashi learned this knowledge, he could combine it with the White Fang sword technique to create a more powerful and amazing technique, and then give this technique to him as a gift. But, he was only 10 years old, how could he create such amazing magic? If he did not create it, where did he get this knowledge? Why give it to Kakashi? Or is there a mysterious organization behind him? This mysterious organization wants to take advantage of Kakashi. For a time, Hatake Tsukumo had many speculations in his mind. But he wasn't even sure that guess was correct. Just say it anyway. Whatever the truth of this matter is, it will affect his son Kakashi, so he must go and meet this Uchiha Bai Xuan. I understand, Kakashi, you don't have to think too much. I'll go see Uchiha Bai Xuan and I'll know the truth. Patting Kakashi's head gently, Hatake Tsukumo showed a WeChat message. It was this smile that made Kakashi feel more relaxed. You continue to study, I'm going to find Uchiha Bai Xuan. Come back soon, father. I will. Hatake Tsukumo turned around and walked out of the door. Kakashi looked at his father's back and for a moment lost the intention to continue studying. At the same time, Bai Xuan is designing the melee combat system of the Susanoo Mecca. Kakashi gave me a hint that swordsmanship is a good choice. The White Fang swordsmanship is indeed extraordinary, but the Uchiha-style swordsmanship is not bad either. Earning a giant sword to the Susanoo Mecca can greatly improve the Susanoo Mecca's melee combat capabilities. And today I have gained insight into some of the principles of White Fang swordsmanship. Combined with Uchiha-style swordsmanship, I may be able to create a Bai Xuan-style swordsmanship. But speaking of which, since I gave Kakashi a gift, White Fang must have come to see me. It shouldn't be a problem to get the complete White Fang swordsmanship with this opportunity. I don't know how powerful the Bai Xuan-style swordsmanship will be. Chapter 33. Competing with Konoha's White Fang. 3356. Chapter 33. Competing with Konoha's White Fang. Just when Bai Xuan was thinking about how he should design Bai Xuan's swordsmanship, a special chakra breath also appeared in Bai Xuan's perception. This chakra aura is extremely sharp, unstoppable, and even somewhat similar to Kakashi. Needless to say, it must be Konoha's White Fang. No need to knock, just come in. As Bai Xuan's voice reached Hatake Shuomao's ears, Hatake Shuomao couldn't help but be slightly startled. Then he opened the door directly and walked in. Looking at Bai Xuan sitting at the desk, he felt how extraordinary Bai Xuan was almost instantly. As a ninja who has experienced many battles, Konoha's White Fang will naturally not be able to distinguish between the strong and the weak. In his perception, Bai Xuan is a strong person, and a very strong one at that. Even, no weaker than Hokage-sama. However, Bai Xuan is only 10 years old. Why can it have such powerful power? Are those techniques really created by Bai Xuan himself? Or is Bai Xuan so powerful because of the mysterious organization behind him? Senior White Fang, there is no need to be so serious, and there is no need to make random guesses in your mind. If you have any doubts, ask them as soon as possible. I will tell you everything I know. While talking, Bai Xuan poured 2 cups of tea. The indescribable elegance of his posture also made Hitoki Tsukumo relax a little. Bai Xuan's attitude was much friendlier than he expected. And since Bai Xuan said so, he doesn't have to hide it and be cautious about gathering information. Good. After responding, Hitoki Tsukumo asked directly, I want to know where the knowledge you gave to Kakashi came from. What is your purpose in giving it to Kakashi? Bai Xuan took a sip of tea first, then said calmly and unhurriedly, that knowledge was created by myself. The purpose of giving it to Kakashi is actually very simple. I just hope that he can give full play to his talents. If he can combine the knowledge I gave him with the White Fang swordsmanship, he can create a new and powerful swordsmanship. I hope I can get this technique. If I can, I also hope to have a second knowledge transaction and a third knowledge transaction. As Bai Xuan said these words, Hitoki Tsukumo couldn't help but fell into extreme shock. He looked at Bai Xuan and didn't think Bai Xuan was lying. But such a powerful, sophisticated, and even beyond the era technique was actually created by Bai Xuan. To know, Bai Xuan is only 10 years old. What kind of talent is this? What kind of talent is this? And Bai Xuan is still Uchiha. In the future, he might be able to surpass first Hokage, the man known as the god of ninja. So that's it. Then I'll be relieved. His eyes flickered slightly, and Hitoki Tsukumo suddenly changed his words. I wonder if I can compete with you, Mr. Bai Xuan. He wanted to determine whether Bai Xuan had the qualifications to surpass the ninja god. Of course, no problem, come with me. Good. With Hitoki Shuomao, Bai Xuan came to the place where he last competed with third Hokage. When Hitoki Tsukumo looked at the surrounding environment, he seemed to notice something strange. But he didn't say anything, and still looked at Bai Xuan silently. Although it's just a competition, if you don't go all out, White Fang Senpai, you might be defeated by me in one move. With your powers of observation, you should be able to find something strange about this land. A month ago, I easily defeated the third Hokage here. While talking, Bai Xuan completed the transformation. Susano armor covers her body. The blazing golden crow, divine wind tiger, and silver electric snake are integrated into it. Sage art wind, thunder and fire chakra mode is activated. Immortal magnetic source seal, full power amplification of biological magnetic field. Golden flame, divine wind, silver lightning. Perfectly mixed together, it turns into a gorgeous and exquisite energy coat. Gold and silver, noble and gorgeous. Seeing this scene, listening to Bai Xuan's words, and feeling Bai Xuan's power, Hitoki Shuomao couldn't help but feel shocked. Unexpectedly, he still underestimated Bai Xuan. He never expected that Bai Xuan would be so powerful. He is not weaker than the third Hokage. He has surpassed the third Hokage. The third Hokage is a ninja hero and a ninjutsu professor. No matter what, he is a cage-level strongman. And Bai Xuan, now only 10 years old, has not even graduated from ninja school. But it has surpassed the third Hokage. Who would believe this kind of thing if they didn't see it with their own eyes? No matter how unbelievable it is. The facts were right in front of him, and he, Hitoki Tsukumo, had to believe it. In this case, I can only do my best in this competition. I see. Bai Xuan. Jun, I will do my best. After saying that, Hitoki Tsukumo's figure seemed to turn into a white light, and the whole person suddenly disappeared from the spot. He's very fast, and his short sword, faster. The dazzling white light suddenly bloomed, and the white light seemed to turn into a sword energy, flying straight towards Bai Xuan. Hiss! The white light tore through the air, causing a slight roar. This is the true power of White Fang's swordsmanship. Konoha's White Fang is worthy of Konoha's White Fang. Only, I am really too strong now. Even Konoha's White Fang cannot pose any threat to me. Bai Xuan was neither sad nor happy. The golden firelight and silver electric light on his body were intertwined, and his figure disappeared in place. The speed was almost ultimate, like a gorgeous flash. In the eyes of people with poor dynamic vision, this was teleportation. Silently, the white light cut by White Fang turned into nothingness in an instant. The power of the wind, thunder, and fire chakra is simply too powerful. Looking at this scene, Hotaki knew that Bai Xuan's words were not exaggerated. His strength. It's really scary. This speed, this destructive power. Definitely crushing third Hokage. Even, he also crushed himself. Facing such a powerful enemy, he could only go all out. Keep moving at high speed, avoid Bai Xuan's attacks as much as possible, and find suitable attack opportunities. At the same time, he kept waving the White Fang short sword in his hand, slashing out white light one after another. The dazzling white light is brighter and more eye-catching than the moonlight. And it is extremely sharp, able to easily cut through steel, let alone flesh and blood. Not only that, its speed is also amazingly fast. As you can imagine, facing such a swift and sharp attack. How many ninjas can dodge and block it? If you can't dodge, you can't block. Naturally, it is a dead end. However, such a fierce attack has no lethality to Bai Xuan. Kang. Chapter 33. Competing with Konoha's White Fang. 33/56. Chapter 33. Competing with Konoha's White Fang. Just when Bai Xuan was thinking about how he should design Bai Xuan's swordsmanship, a special chakra breath also appeared in Bai Xuan's perception. This chakra aura is extremely sharp, unstoppable, and even somewhat similar to Kakashi. Needless to say, it must be Konoha's White Fang. No need to knock, just come in. As Bai Xuan's voice reached Hotaki Shuomao's ears, Hotaki Shuomao couldn't help but be slightly startled. Then he opened the door directly and walked in. Looking at Bai Xuan sitting at the desk, he felt how extraordinary Bai Xuan was almost instantly. As a ninja who has experienced many battles, Konoha's White Fang will naturally not be able to distinguish between the strong and the weak. In his perception, Bai Xuan is a strong person, and a very strong one at that. Even, no weaker than Hokage-sama. However, Bai Xuan is only 10 years old. Why can it have such powerful power? Are those techniques really created by Bai Xuan himself? Or is Bai Xuan so powerful because of the mysterious organization behind him? Senior White Fang, there is no need to be so serious, and there is no need to make random guesses in your mind. If you have any doubts, ask them as soon as possible. I will tell you everything I know. While talking, Bai Xuan poured 2 cups of tea. The indescribable elegance of his posture also made Hotaki Sakumo relax a little. Bai Xuan's attitude was much friendlier than he expected. And since Bai Xuan said so, he doesn't have to hide it and be cautious about gathering information. Good. After responding, Hotaki Sakumo asked directly, I want to know where the knowledge you gave to Kakashi came from. What is your purpose in giving it to Kakashi? Bai Xuan took a sip of tea first, then said calmly and unhurriedly, that knowledge was created by myself. The purpose of giving it to Kakashi is actually very simple. I just hope that he can give full play to his talents. If he can combine the knowledge I gave him with the White Fang swordsmanship, he can create a new and powerful swordsmanship. I hope I can get this technique. If I can, I also hope to have a second knowledge transaction and a third knowledge transaction. As Bai Xuan said these words, Hotaki Sakumo couldn't help but fell into extreme shock. He looked at Bai Xuan and didn't think Bai Xuan was lying. But such a powerful, sophisticated, and even beyond the era technique was actually created by Bai Xuan. To know, Bai Xuan is only 10 years old. What kind of talent is this? What kind of talent is this? And Bai Xuan is still Uchiha. In the future, he might be able to surpass first Hokage, the man known as the god of ninja. So that's it. Then I'll be relieved. His eyes flickered slightly, and Hotaki Sakumo suddenly changed his words. I wonder if I can compete with you, Mr. Bai Xuan. He wanted to determine whether Bai Xuan had the qualifications to surpass the ninja god. Of course, no problem, come with me. Good. With Hotaki Shuomao, Bai Xuan came to the place where he last competed with third Hokage. When Hotaki Sakumo looked at the surrounding environment, he seemed to notice something strange. But he didn't say anything, and still looked at Bai Xuan silently. Although it's just a competition, if you don't go all out, White Fang Senpai, you might be defeated by me in one move. With your powers of observation, you should be able to find something strange about this land. A month ago, I easily defeated the third Hokage here. While talking, Bai Xuan completed the transformation. Susano armor covers her body. The blazing golden crow, divine wind tiger, and silver electric snake are integrated into it. Sage Art Wind, Thunder and Fire Chakra mode is activated. Immortal Magnetic Source Seal, full power amplification of biological magnetic field. Golden Flame, Divine Wind, Silver Lightning. Perfectly mixed together, it turns into a gorgeous and exquisite energy coat. Gold and silver, noble and gorgeous. Seeing this scene, listening to Bai Xuan's words, and feeling Bai Xuan's power, Hitachi Shuomo couldn't help but feel shocked. Unexpectedly, he still underestimated Bai Xuan. He never expected that Bai Xuan would be so powerful. He is not weaker than the third Hokage. He has surpassed the third Hokage. The third Hokage is a ninja hero and a ninjutsu professor. No matter what, he is a cage-level strongman. And Bai Xuan, now only 10 years old, has not even graduated from ninja school. But it has surpassed the third Hokage. Who would believe this kind of thing if they didn't see it with their own eyes? No matter how unbelievable it is. The facts were right in front of him, and he, Hitachi Tsukumo, had to believe it. In this case, I can only do my best in this competition. I see. Bai Xuan. Jun, I will do my best. After saying that, Hitachi Tsukumo's figure seemed to turn into a white light, and the whole person suddenly disappeared from the spot. He's very fast. And his short sword, faster. The dazzling white light suddenly bloomed, and the white light seemed to turn into a sword energy, flying straight towards Bai Xuan. Hiss. The white light tore through the air, causing a slight roar. This is the true power of White Fang's swordsmanship. Konoha's White Fang is worthy of Konoha's White Fang. Only, I am really too strong now. Even Konoha's White Fang cannot pose any threat to me. Bai Xuan was neither sad nor happy. The golden firelight and silver electric light on his body were intertwined, and his figure disappeared in place. The speed was almost ultimate, like a gorgeous flash. In the eyes of people with poor dynamic vision, this was teleportation. Silently, the white light cut by White Fang turned into nothingness in an instant. The power of the wind, thunder, and fire chakra is simply too powerful. Looking at this scene, Hitachi knew that Bai Xuan's words were not exaggerated. His strength. It's really scary. This speed, this destructive power. Definitely crushing third Hokage. Even, he also crushed himself. Facing such a powerful enemy, he could only go all out. Keep moving at high speed, avoid Bai Xuan's attacks as much as possible, and find suitable attack opportunities. At the same time, he kept waving the White Fang short sword in his hand, slashing out white light one after another. The dazzling white light is brighter and more eye-catching than the moonlight. And it is extremely sharp, able to easily cut through steel, let alone flesh and blood. Not only that, its speed is also amazingly fast. As you can imagine, facing such a swift and sharp attack. How many ninjas can dodge and block it? If you can't dodge, you can't block. Naturally, it is a dead end. However, such a fierce attack has no lethality to Bai Xuan. Kang. Chapter 34 Bai Xuan's Swordsmanship, New Inspiration. 3456. Chapter 34 Bai Xuan's Swordsmanship, New Inspiration. In less than a minute, White Fang completely suppressed Bai Xuan. The frequency of his attacks became less and less frequent, and he began to evade and defend with all his strength. This is the first time White Fang has encountered this situation. I was actually suppressed so hard. This is just a sparring match. Originally I didn't want to use that move. But look at this situation. I want to barely resist. It's impossible not to use that trick. After hesitating for less than 2 seconds, White Fang made a decision. He could accept his defeat, but he could not accept that he lost so embarrassingly. Then, after successfully dodging an attack from Bai Xuan, he suddenly made a kneeling movement. Insert the White Fang short sword into the scabbard. Then, secret sword fangs tear through the air. The white light seemed to condense into substance at this moment, and suddenly grew in size in an instant. Dozens of meters of white light slashed towards Bai Xuan. Like bloodthirsty fangs. Tear. The air and sound barrier were torn apart easily, causing a sharp scream. This is a terrifying slash that exceeds the speed of sound. This move is indeed beautiful. It's a pity that it's still a little weak for me. Stretch out your palm, and the wind, thunder, and fire chakra rises violently. The golden firelight echoed with the silver electric light, obliterating the white light in an understatement. When the white light turned into nothingness, White Fang couldn't help but widen his eyes. This is his ultimate move. No one in the ninja world can stop him. This was the first time I was blocked. More important, it was actually blocked by Bai Xuan in such an understatement. He is White Fang. Bai Xuan is so strong. The strength is actually able to crush him in all aspects. He is only 10 years old. What a terrifying talent is this. Now the White Fang can be confirmed. Bai Xuan's future will surely surpass the ninja god. And what is the ninja that surpasses the ninja god? Are they real gods? Besides, the god of ninja can end the Sengoku era and establish the ninja village era. So what kind of changes will real gods bring to this world? Hatake Tsukumo couldn't imagine it. But this does not prevent him from thinking that Bai Xuan will be the future of Konoha. There are such strong people. Who dares to wage war against Konoha? And, third Hokage has already been defeated by Bai Xuan. Who else can stop Bai Xuan from becoming Hokage? I lost. Jun Bai Xuan. No, it should be Mr. Bai Xuan. Thank you for your advice. Senior White Fang, there is no need to be so restrained. I believe you have the most basic trust in me now. If possible, I would like to learn White Fang swordsmanship. You shouldn't refuse. Certainly. Hatake Tsukumo had already anticipated this. So Bai Xuan successfully acquired the White Fang swordsmanship. Senior White Fang, this is my gift to Kakashi. You can also learn from it. If you can have new understanding, I hope I can know it too. Before White Fang left, Bai Xuan said pointedly. After hearing this, White Fang nodded slightly after a slight pause. I know, thank you Mr. Bai Xuan. After White Fang left, Bai Xuan returned to his room and began to study White Fang's swordsmanship. The principle of White Fang swordsmanship is just an application technology of chakra form change and nature transformation. Chakra is not only materialistic, but also spiritual. Materialism manifests itself in chakra following physical and chemical properties, while idealism manifests itself in chakra being affected by the spirit. The application method of the former is to change the shape of chakra, and continuous compression enhances its hardness, density, and sharpness. The application method of the latter is to affect the properties of chakra through spiritual changes, such as elementalization, sharpness, hardness, etc. This is part of the principle of White Fang swordsmanship. The principle of Uchiha-style swordsmanship is also inseparable from the morphological changes of chakra and nature transformation, but Uchiha-style swordsmanship is more biased towards the application of fire-style nature transformation. Thinking about it this way, I can definitely integrate Golden Flame, Divine Wind, and Silver Electricity into Bai Xuan-style swordsmanship. There is also electromagnetic force, which can also be integrated into it to speed up the swing of the sword. After all, the sword is also metal. Just thinking about it, the Susanoo Mecca's melee combat system is almost complete. Moreover, the created Bai Xuan-style swordsmanship can not only be used by Susanoo Mecca, but Bai Xuan himself can also use it. The idea is very clear. I will be able to create the Bai Xuan-style swordsmanship tomorrow. Thinking of this, Bai Xuan's eyes showed a bit of expectation. Next, Bai Xuan studied for about 2 hours, then washed up and went to bed. The next day, I went to school to study swordsmanship during the day. When I came back at night, I created the prototype of Bai Xuan-style swordsmanship. And then, naturally, turn on Mangekyo. The scarlet color appeared in the left eye, and the ring inlaid with an equilateral triangle slowly rotated. As Bai Xuan used the pupil technique, the circle quickly turned into an equilateral triangle, and the equilateral triangle quickly turned into a circle. Brain cells activate rapidly, and sparks of thought suddenly burst out, gathering together to form a raging fire. In the midst of lightning and flint, Bai Xuanliu's swordsmanship was finally born. Exactly as I suspected, Bai Xuan-style swordsmanship is similar to a derivative of Sage Art Wind, Thunder and Fire Chakra mode. Cover the wind, thunder and fire chakra on the sword to greatly enhance the sword's lethality. And it can also use the biomagnetic field sealed by the immortal magnetic source to increase the speed of the sword swing and enhance its lethality. And with the help of some techniques in Uchiha-style swordsmanship and White Fang swordsmanship, you can use the wind, thunder and fire chakra as sword energy to perform long-range attacks. I'm still very satisfied. Not only does it enhance my melee capabilities, it also enhances the Susanoo Mecca's melee capabilities. It's just that since I created Bai Xuan-style swordsmanship, I also have to create a sword suitable for me. This sword can also be used as an extension of Susanoo's armor. Of course, I also need to design and create a sword for the Susanoo Mecca. The creation of Bai Xuan's swordsmanship was just an episode for Bai Xuan. Bai Xuan's research focus is still on the Susanoo Mecca. It's just that the birth of Bai Xuan's swordsmanship also gave Bai Xuan a new inspiration. Speaking of which, although I want to upgrade the Susanoo armor into a Susanoo Mecca, there is no need for the Susanoo armor to be eliminated. Perhaps it can become part of the Susanoo Mecca, or it can become my combat uniform for driving the Susanoo Mecca. Even more, why can't I design the Susanoo Mecca as the second form of the Susanoo armor? The first stage of transformation is the Susanoo armor, the second stage of transformation is the Susanoo Mecca, and there can be 3 stages of transformation in the future. Chapter 35 Orochimaru and Bai Xuan and the Truth. 35-56. Chapter 35 Orochimaru and Bai Xuan and the Truth. There are so many elements about transformation in anime, movies, and novels. The armor changes into a mecha, and the mecha becomes a larger mecha, or it can be a mechanical beast, a vehicle, or other forms. So for a while, Bai Xuan also had many ideas in his mind. It's just that ideas are ideas, and it's not that easy to turn them into reality. For now, I am still designing the Susanoo Mecca honestly as the second form of the Susanoo armor. Don't think too much about the rest, we'll talk about it in the future. Energy system, power system, long-range attack system, melee attack system, defense system, flight system, detection system, and control system. The 8 basic systems of the Susanoo Mecca are almost complete. It's just that there are still some details that need to be improved. If these 8 systems are perfectly combined, it will be the last problem for me to design the Susanoo Mecca. Well, it will take about half a month and I will be able to complete it. Soon. Graduated from the ninja school, completed the Susanoo Mecca, shocked the doves in the Uchiha clan, became the leader of the Uchiha clan, and then reformed the Uchiha clan. There is also waiting for Orochimaru to be able to research the secret of Senju Hashirama cells, and then use Orochimaru's results to upgrade the Chakra Shu Sage Art, and most importantly, upgrade the Mangekyō Sharingan. Speaking of which, now that Orochimaru has become the master of the roots, he should have started studying Senju Hashirama's cells. Presumably, he will come to me soon. This thought flashed through Bai Xuan's mind. At the same time, the lowest level of the root base, in the Wood-Style Institute. Orochimaru looked at the many data displayed on the screen, and a strange color appeared in his eyes. This is the cell of first Hokage Senju Hashirama. Sure enough, the god of ninja is the god of ninja. With such terrifying vitality, is this still a cell that humans can possess? It's really amazing. Such a majestic vitality, if not restrained or suppressed, will inevitably cause distortion of the human body and lead to death. So if you want to complete the Wood-Style experiment, the most important thing is to find a way to control this huge vitality. But speaking of it, if such a huge vitality can be used rationally, it will definitely be able to complete the upgrade of the immortal body transformation technology. And the second generation immortal body transformation technology has a high possibility of allowing me to have a true immortal body and gain a lifespan of thousands of years. Sure enough, Mr. Bai Xuan did not lie to me, but how did Mr. Bai Xuan know this secret? Bai Xuan, Uchiha, maybe I need to meet Mr. Bai Xuan. After looking at the time, Orochimaru had a plan in mind. 2 hours later, Orochimaru left the root base and also found Bai Xuan. Orochimaru Senpai, congratulations on becoming the master of roots. I think, Orochimaru Senpai, you should be satisfied with the roots. Really satisfied? Orochimaru smiled and replied unhurriedly. He stared at Bai Xuan with thousands of thoughts in his mind. At this time, Bai Xuan's voice continued to sound. Now that Orochimaru Senpai has become the master of the roots, he must have started studying Senju Hashirama's cells. I wonder what Orochimaru Senpai discovered. Since Bai Xuan had already guessed the purpose of his arrival, Orochimaru was naturally not prepared to beat around the bush, but went straight to the point and said, "Of course I have discovered something, and that is exactly why I came here." Senju Hashirama's cells are structurally different from ordinary human cells. More importantly, his cells contain huge vitality. This life force can easily induce flesh and blood distortion. If you want to use Senju Hashirama's cells, the most critical thing is to control this extremely huge life force. And I think Mr. Bai Xuan, you should know something. After all, the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan have been enemies for thousands of years. Hearing Orochimaru say this, Bai Xuan smiled pointedly. Since you have thought of this, Senior Orochimaru, can't you guess the answer to the question? As Bai Xuan's words reached Orochimaru's ears, Orochimaru's eyes suddenly flashed. My guess turned out to be true. If you want to control the vitality of Senju Hashirama cells, you need to use Sharingan. However, after listening to Orochimaru's words, Bai Xuan continued to add, the answer is indeed true, but the truth is not that simple. Vitality is the embodiment of Yang escape, but Sharingan is the embodiment of Yin escape. And whether it's Yang escape or Yin escape, the root lies in genes. I think Senju and Uchiha have the same ancestor. And this ancestor may be the Sage of Six Paths. Bai Xuan's tone was very calm, but it made Orochimaru feel shocked. Although Bai Xuan said, I think, it was, maybe. But based on Orochimaru's understanding of Bai Xuan, he felt that Bai Xuan could definitely be 100% sure that what he said was the truth. That is to say, are Senju and Uchiha both descendants of Sage of Six Paths? And Sage of Six Paths is not a myth, but a real human being. No, maybe the Sage of Six Paths aren't human after all, but a true immortal. But why are the immortals in the three holy places alive to this day, but the Sage of Six Paths died thousands of years ago? Logically speaking, if the moon was really created by Sage of Six Paths, then its power should be far stronger than that of the sages of the three holy places. And power also reflects lifespan to a certain extent. Since Sage of Six Paths is known as an immortal and has mastered the power of immortality, how come he only has the lifespan of an ordinary human? Could it be that Sage of Six Paths is not dead at all? As soon as this idea came to his mind, Orochimaru's body couldn't help but tremble slightly. This guess is really amazing. If this guess is true, then this ninja world is so interesting. Who knows what other amazing existences are hidden in the ninja world? Certainly. Anyway, now that Bai Xuan has told this truth, he also knew how to continue his wood-style experiments. No, this is no longer a wood-style experiment. Moreover, in the Sage of Six Paths experiment, I don't know what kind of power the combined power of Senju and Uchiha can produce. Wood-style and Sharingan, or the legendary Rinnegan, etc. Jiraiya, the land of rain, that brat of the Uzumaki clan, seems to have the Rinnegan. The Uzumaki clan are also distant relatives of the Senju clan and descendants of the Sage of Six Paths. Philu's 18th anniversary brand upgrade gives back to readers. Recharge 100 N. Chapter 36 Graduation and Susanoo Mecca. 3656. Chapter 36 Graduation and Susanoo Mecca. If what you said, Mr. Bai Xuan, is true, it seems that I still underestimated the ninja world. Perhaps there are many powerful beings hiding in the shadows, and they are planning something. Orochimaru said calmly, and Bai Xuan also looked calm and calm. Senior Orochimaru is right, this ninja world is not simple. But you and I are even more extraordinary. Knowledge is power, and new knowledge is stronger power. As long as we continue to progress and have the power to destroy the world, those reptiles hiding in the dark will be just reptiles after all. Although the tone was very calm, Orochimaru felt Bai Xuan's full confidence. This is good. He is a confident and proud person. He liked Bai Xuan's words very much. Mr. Bai Xuan, you are right. Since it's hiding in the dark, a reptile is just a reptile after all. As long as we have enough power, all reptiles are not afraid. So in order to gain more power, I wonder what Mr. Bai Xuan wants to give me. I have long been ready. When Bai Xuan performed the Tianlong transformation surgery on himself, he collected some blood and muscle tissue. Taking out a storage scroll, Bai Xuan handed it to Orochimaru. After Orochimaru took the scroll, he couldn't help but smile. Really, Bai Xuan has prepared everything long ago. Jun Bai Xuan, you really did not disappoint me. When the research has results, I will come to you as soon as possible. Look forward to it, Orochimaru said as he put away the storage scroll. Bye now. Looking at Orochimaru's disappearing back, Bai Xuan didn't say anything, but raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Orochimaru, it's really useful. Without further ado, let's continue designing the Susanoo Mecca. In this way, time passed quickly. Before I knew it, it was the end of the semester. It's time to graduate. The graduation assessment is a cultural assessment and a three-body technique assessment, namely body replacement technique, clone technique, and transformation technique. Bai Xuan naturally passed with full marks. It's just that ordinary graduates will become genin and perform tasks under the guidance of their mentor jonin. But Bai Xuan is no ordinary graduate. He also needs to mentor jonin, and he doesn't want to do those time-wasting tasks. After 3rd Hokage received Bai Xuan's application, they met Bai Xuan. Bai Xuan, can you tell me your plan? Sure. After taking a look at 3rd Hokage, Bai Xuan said calmly, 3rd Hokage, you should know very clearly about my information. I have a close relationship with Uchiha Satsuna. To be precise, Uchiha Satsuna has become my person. He will fully support me in becoming the chief of the Uchiha clan, and after I become the chief of the Uchiha clan, I will also reform the Uchiha clan. Don't worry, I will integrate the Uchiha clan into Konoha. The Uchiha clan will no longer be allowed to become an alternative to Konoha. Listening to Bai Xuan's answer, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but be stunned. He thought of many answers, but never thought that Bai Xuan would answer like this. Become the leader of the Uchiha clan, change the Uchiha clan, and integrate the Uchiha clan into Konoha. He stared at Bai Xuan. Although Bai Xuan was only 10 years old and had just graduated from the ninja school, he knew that Bai Xuan was a monster genius. Perhaps, Bai Xuan can really accomplish these things. Only, Bai Xuan is a genius. In his hands, will the Uchiha clan become stronger? If the Uchiha clan becomes too powerful, this is also a very dangerous thing. Certainly, now he does not have the strength to suppress Bai Xuan and the Uchiha clan. So he could only let it go. If he is powerful enough to control Bai Xuan, control Uchiha, then Bai Xuan and Uchiha will not be a threat to him. Orochimaru, I hope you won't let me down soon. After thinking to himself, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly. I see, it's a good idea, I wish you success. After taking a deep look at Bai Xuan, he left. As for Bai Xuan, he casually threw Konoha's ninja forehead protector on the desk. Ninja, huh. Picking up the design of the Susanoo Mecca from the desk, Bai Xuan's eyes also showed a bit of passion. The Susanoo Mecca is finally completed. It's just that I know it's not perfect yet. But I can use the Mangekyō technique to make it even more perfect. Just murmuring softly, Bai Xuan also opened the Mangekyō Sharingan directly. Scarlet color appeared in the left eye, and the ring with an equilateral triangle slowly rotated. Deduction. When Bai Xuan activates the pupil technique, Mangekyō also changes accordingly. The circle turns into a right triangle, and the right triangle turns into a circle. Brain cells are suddenly activated, and sparks of thinking burst out, gathering together, and igniting a blazing fire. Design drawings of the Susanoo Mecca. It has also become more perfect and powerful. Perfect. Although it's only a 10-meter mecha, it's already powerful enough. You must know that the Susanoo Mecca is not just about its size. The 8 major systems are interlocked and complement each other. The power it can generate is extremely powerful, at least more powerful than the tailed beast. In fact, the power of the Susanoo Mecca will be more powerful than the 3-stage Susano, and I don't need to consume pupil power to use the Susanoo Mecca. What does stage 3 Susano look like? Not only does it have skin, flesh, and bones, but it also has a set of Karastengu armor, and it can even use weapons. For example, the 10-fist sword and the flame control sword. This is a power that is difficult for ordinary Mangekyo to use for a long time. However, as long as Bai Xuan creates the Susanoo Mecca, he will be able to possess powerful power beyond the 3 stages of Susano. Who can resist piloting a mecha? With a hint of strange color in his eyes, Bai Xuan turned on a switch slowly. This is the basement that Uchiha prepared for Bai Xuan. It has a very large volume and can be used to create the Susanoo Mecca. Let's start. The Mangekyo of the right eye emerges, rapidly changing with a scarlet pattern. Pieces of metal material were born one after another. Deformed, twisted, and turned into parts one after another. 20 minutes later, Bai Xuan looked at a pile of parts on the ground, suddenly stretched out one hand, and formed a ninja seal. A mortal magnetic source seal. As a large amount of magical chakra is consumed, the biomagnetic field suddenly rotates. The metal parts with strong magnetism suddenly levitated and were quickly assembled. 5 minutes later, the pure white Susanoo Mecca is assembled, standing in front of Bai Xuan like a hill. Chapter 37 The Power of Susanoo Mecca. 37/56. Chapter 37 The Power of Susanoo Mecca. So handsome. Bai Xuan couldn't help but sighed. Then he placed his palm on the metal, and the cold touch made Bai Xuan feel a little excited. Looking at this Susanoo Mecca, Bai Xuan thought. Through the biomagnetic field, it slowly levitates. Come to the door of the Susanoo Mecca's cockpit, use the biomagnetic field to open it, and then fly into it. Considering the strong defensive capabilities of the Susanoo armor, I did not design a very strong shock absorption capability for the Susanoo Mecca. So if I want to pilot the Susanoo Mecca, I also need to wear the Susanoo armor as a battle suit. With a thought, the Susanoo armor appeared on Bai Xuan's body. And then, that's the key. Start up. Buzz. Buzz. As the buzzing sound sounded, the electromagnetic force quickly covered the Susanoo Mecca. Then, Bai Xuan opened his palm, and the blazing golden crow, divine wind tiger, and silver electric snake suddenly appeared, and grew larger in an instant. As 3 behemoths exceeding 10 meters in size merged into the Susanoo Mecca. Golden firelight and silvery electric light also covered the pure white Susanoo Mecca. Although Bai Xuan couldn't see what the Susanoo Mecca looked like at this time. But it is conceivable, the pure white Mecca was bathed in golden flames and silver thunder and lightning, and was surrounded by invisible winds. Such a posture must be extremely cool and handsome. This feeling, I really want to control the Susanoo Mecca and destroy it to my heart's content. Well, let's give it a try. After raising the corner of his mouth slightly, Bai Xuan quickly put away the Susanoo Mecca, and then left Konoha with the Susanoo Mecca and came to a very remote barren mountain. The 62-meter barren mountain, will it be a little smaller? Forget it, just make do with it. Bai Xuan couldn't wait any longer and quickly took out the Susanoo Mecca and entered the cockpit. Start up. Buzz. Buzz. When the golden crow, kamikaze tiger, and silver electric snake are integrated into the Susanoo Mecca. Golden firelight, silvery electric light, and violent divine wind also completely covered the Susanoo Mecca in an instant. The flames roared, the wind roared, and the thunder and lightning thundered. Controlling the Susanoo Mecca, his left hand quickly transformed into a cannon muzzle. Then, as the magic chakra gathered, a wind, thunder and fire spiral cannonball also condensed. Golden firelight and silver thunderlight intertwined and merged, strong winds twisted and spiraled, and there was invisible electromagnetic force blessing. Bang! With a roar, the wind, thunder, and fire spiral cannonballs the size of a human head were launched in an instant, and then fell on the barren mountain. Boom! As the mountain trembled slightly, a huge crater with a diameter of more than 10 meters suddenly appeared. Large and small gravels were spattered in all directions, and billowing dust and smoke slowly rose. Seeing that the power of the wind, thunder and fire electromagnetic cannon was so powerful, and feeling the consumption of the magic chakra in his body, Bai Xuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Then, bang, 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 but in the blink of an eye, 9 wind, thunder and fire electromagnetic cannons suddenly flew out. Like 9 meteors streaking through the void, their speed has already exceeded the speed of sound. Boom, boom, boom. Amid the terrifying roar, huge craters emerged one after another, large and small gravels sputtered, and billowing dust and smoke flew into the air. A barren mountain with a height of 62 meters turned into a pile of rubble in a matter of breaths and disappeared on the land. 10 wind, thunder and fire electromagnetic cannons are enough to flatten a 62-meter high barren mountain. I am very satisfied with this power. Feeling the consumption of the magical chakra in his body, Bai Xuan felt that even if he fired 20 more wind, thunder and fire electromagnetic cannons, it would not be a problem. But having said that, this barren mountain with a height of only 62 meters is really not enough. Well, find another barren mountain. After thinking to himself, Bai Xuan continued to control the Susanoo Mecca. As the back deformed, a pair of mechanical wings suddenly unfolded. The wind, thunder and fire chakra also entangled the pair of mechanical wings in an instant. Then, the mechanical wings flap, the Susanoo Mecca soared into the sky. The speed is more than twice the speed of sound, about 700 meters per second. In less than 10 minutes, Bai Xuan found the second barren mountain. This barren mountain is larger, about 84 meters high. Flying in the sky, Bai Xuan looked at the barren mountains 200 meters below him, and Bai Xuan thought, how about testing the Susanoo Mecca's defense system? Electromagnetic repulsion field, start up. When a large amount of magical chakra is converted into electromagnetic force, the electromagnetic force wraps the wind, thunder and fire chakra, forming a gold and silver protective cover. And then, the mechanical wings suddenly contracted, and the Susanoo Mecca fell freely. As the wind roared, the Susanoo Mecca landed hard in front of the barren mountain. Boom! With a roar, the top of the barren mountain suddenly shattered. This 84-meter barren mountain lost 1/3 of its body in just one collision. Good, unscathed. After standing up, Bai Xuan controlled the Susanoo Mecca and pulled out the giant sword from the spine. Then, Bai Xuan-style swordsmanship, dance of reincarnation, wind, thunder, and fire chakra covers the blade. As the blade turns, flames, wind, and thunder are mixed together, turning into a ring, and spreading rapidly. Boom! 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 Most of the remaining 2/3 of the mountain collapsed at this moment. No need to swing the second sword, this barren mountain has been turned into ruins. What a powerful force! Although there is still a certain distance before Uchiha Madara can use up all Susano and split a mountain with one sword, it is not far away. Perhaps, I only need to upgrade the Susanoo Mecca one more time, so that the Susanoo Mecca can have the power of a complete Susano. And that power is Susano's true form, and what Uchiha Madara calls it, Uchiha's divine power. After testing the performance of the Susanoo Mecca, Bai Xuan put away the Susanoo Mecca and returned to his room. Actually, the Susanoo Mecca still has some room for optimization. I think I should study storage scrolls and develop space folding technology. Then I use space folding technology to combine the Susanoo armor with the Susanoo Mecca. Then I can transform into the Susanoo armor in an instant, and then transform into the Susanoo Mecca in 2 stages. It's just space folding technology. Will it be difficult? Try to study it first. After all, practice is the only criterion for testing truth. Chapter 38 Space Folding Technology and Uchiha Gathering. 38/56. Chapter 38 Space Folding Technology and Uchiha Gathering. Among the Uchiha clan, there must be no shortage of information about storage scrolls. After reading this information, Bai Xuan also found that the space folding technology of storage scrolls was not as difficult as he imagined. The core of its technology lies in a special ore in the ninja world. This ore has spatial properties and can create a miniature subspace after absorbing chakra. It cannot store living things, but it can be used to store dead things. By analyzing the structure of this substance, Bai Xuan also gained the ability to create the substance using pupil magic. Next, as long as you design a triggering sealing technique, you can complete your vision. Give yourself the ability to transform. A transformation, Susanoo armor. Second stage transformation, Susanoo Mecca. Very perfect. However, this does not affect Bai Xuan's actual combat effectiveness, and the difficulty is not high. Therefore, it is only a secondary task of Bai Xuan. Now Bai Xuan's main task is to become the leader of the Uchiha clan. Master Bai Xuan, the family gathering will start at 7 o'clock tonight. I have taken control of all the members of the Eagle faction, and they will be your strong backing, Lord Bai Xuan. Uchiha Satsuna said respectfully. Bai Xuan listened and nodded gently. Good, Elder Satsuna, you should know that no one in the Uchiha clan can stop us. So you don't have to worry. How can a mere Uchiha Fugaku deserve to compete with me? Listening to Bai Xuan's words, Uchiha couldn't help but laugh. Although Uchiha Fugaku has good talent, his abilities are also decent. But compared with Lord Bai Xuan, how is this comparable? With Master Bai Xuan's talent, wisdom, and strength, who can stop Master Bai Xuan? Master Bai Xuan, you are right. The two looked at each other and smiled, looking indescribably relaxed. Unconsciously, time passed quickly. At 7 o'clock, Bai Xuan walked into Nanhei Shrine surrounded by Uchiha Satsuna and others. This scene was seen by Uchiha Fugaku and others, and their eyes couldn't help but reveal some doubts. Especially Uchiha Fugaku, he has obtained the full support of the doves. As long as he suppresses the Hawks, he can become the leader of the Uchiha clan. And he knew that there was no one of his generation among the Hawks who was better than him, which meant that there was no successor to the Hawks. If he wants to suppress the Hawks, wouldn't it be easy to become the leader of the Uchiha clan? But he didn't expect that the Hawks would actually choose to support this Uchiha Bai Xuan. Of course just Uchiha Bai Xuan is a genius. But he was also a genius back then. Who was not a genius back then? It was precisely because of this that he found it ridiculous. A 10-year-old child who had just graduated from ninja school. The Hawks actually launched such a person to compete with themselves. It's really a big joke in the world. Ridiculous. That's ridiculous. HMPH, Uchiha Satsuna, you Hawks are really becoming more and more depraved. A child of only 10 years old was actually pushed out. If you really have no successor, then let Uchiha Fugaku become the leader of our Uchiha clan. Don't try to grandstand here. It's a disgrace to our Uchiha clan. The speaker was Uchiha Fire Core, who was once an elite subordinate of Uchiha Madara, but he was also the leader of the Dove faction. When Uchiha Madara wanted to lead the Uchiha clan out of Konoha, he was the first person to oppose Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Fire Core, shut up. You have no idea how powerful Master Bai Xuan's talent is. Even Master Madara is far inferior to Master Bai Xuan. Uchiha's righteous reprimand Uchiha's Fire Core. After hearing this, Uchiha Huohei's eyes couldn't help but widen. He certainly didn't think Uchiha would lie at a family gathering. But that man, he knew Uchiha Madara's strength very well. That is a strength comparable to that of a god. Does this Bai Xuan really have a talent that far exceeds that of Uchiha Madara? To know, Uchiha Satsuna said it was far beyond. And after listening to Uchiha Satsuna's words, not only Uchiha Kaori was shocked, but also other people present could not help but burst into excitement. Uchiha Satsuna, do you know what you are talking about? That's Madara-sama. His talent is one of the best in Uchiha's thousands of years of history. The power of the Eternal Eye is comparable to that of a god. How can this Bai Xuan have a talent that far exceeds that of Madara? Don't talk nonsense. Especially Uchiha Fugaku, whose expression has become extremely embarrassed. Since Uchiha Satsuna dared to say such words in a family gathering. Presumably this Uchiha Bai Xuan's talent must be more powerful than him. Uchiha Bai Xuan, this is a variable. With this variable, can he still successfully become the leader of the Uchiha clan? Only now, no one cares what Uchiha Fugaku thinks. Everyone looked at Uchiha Bai Xuan, as if they wanted to see clearly whether Bai Xuan's talent was so far superior to that of Uchiha Madara. As for Bai Xuan, he has a calm attitude. Uchiha Satsuna will take care of this little thing for him. Listening to these noisy sounds, Uchiha couldn't help but feel angry. Shut up. This is a family gathering of the Uchiha clan. How is it appropriate to be noisy? I, Uchiha Satsuna, would never tell such a clumsy lie at a family gathering. As soon as Mr. Bai Xuan takes action, you will naturally understand everything. What you have to do now is to calm down for me. I have to say that what Uchiha said makes sense. And few of the people present were really fools. They naturally know that if they want to know the authenticity of this matter, they only need Bai Xuan to show his talent or strength. So they became quiet and looked at Bai Xuan with different expressions. Master Bai Xuan, please. Bai Xuan nodded slightly, and then glanced at everyone present. Among the Uchiha clan, I want to prove my talent and strength. There is a method that you should all know. As he spoke, Bai Xuan directly opened Mangekyō Sharingan. Scarlet color appeared in the eyes, and the ring inlaid with an equilateral triangle slowly rotated. An extremely terrifying sense of oppression pressed on everyone almost instantly. How is this possible? Starting Mangekyō Sharingan at the age of 10. This is Mangekyō Sharingan. Uchiha Bai Xuan has been studying in the ninja school. What stimulation can he receive? How could he open the Mangekyō Sharingan? For a time, Uchiha present could not help but feel shocked. Chapter 39 Becoming the Uchiha Chief and Reforming the Police Force. 3956. Chapter 39 Becoming the Uchiha Chief and Reforming the Police Force. Uchiha Fugaku, who had not yet opened Mangekyō Sharingan, looked at this scene and knew that he had lost. Among the Uchiha clan, the gap between Sharingan is the biggest gap. Not to mention, Bai Xuan is only 10 years old now. Such a terrifying talent has really surpassed Uchiha Madara. As for everyone else, no matter if they can't believe it or accept it, the facts are right in front of them, and they can only accept this reality. After a slight pause, Bai Xuan continued, "You should all know that each pair of Mangekyō Sharingan represents a different eye technique. And my pupil technique has a very special ability. Not only can it give me extremely powerful power, but it can also give you powerful power." As he spoke, Bai Xuan activated the Susano armor and also turned on the wind, thunder and fire chakra mode. Hoo! The golden flame roared and surged. Crack, crack, silver thunderbolts burst into thunderbolts. There is also a violent divine wind entwining Susano's armor. Faintly, the roars, and neighs of the blazing golden crow, divine wind tiger, and silver electric snake can be seen. Not only does it look extremely cool and handsome, this made Bai Xuan's sense of oppression even more terrifying. Everyone present, at this moment, seemed to feel an invisible mountain oppressing their hearts, making it difficult for them to move and breathe. Elder Satsuna. As Bai Xuan's voice fell, Uchiha instantly understood what he was going to do next. "Yes, Master Bai Xuan." After responding, he also activated the Susano gloves. The gloves quickly extended and deformed, turning into Susano armor. The figure of the golden crow suddenly appeared, and then merged into Susano's armor, which also caused Uchiha to enter the golden crow chakra mode in an instant. Hoo! The golden firelight is hot and dazzling. Uchiha stood behind Bai Xuan in an instant. Although the sense of oppression was far less than that of Bai Xuan, the golden crow chakra mode was not as cool as the wind, thunder and fire chakra mode. But his presence should not be underestimated. Everyone present looked at this scene and couldn't help but feel an indescribable feeling of shock in their hearts. Of course they understand what this scene represents, which means that Bai Xuan's pupil technique can give them the power shown in this Uchiha moment. How cool and powerful this is. If you had this power, then how powerful you can become. Uchiha clan. They are a clan that longs for power. They are also a clan that worships the strong. And there are some smart people among them, too. They looked at Bai Xuan, who was only 10 years old now. Bai Xuan will definitely continue to become stronger in the future. So will the power he bestows on others continue to grow stronger. The only thing that worries me, even Bai Xuan's Mangekyo is not the eternal eye, and he has no brothers. Will I be blind in the future? Certainly. Bai Xuan can naturally guess the worries of many people. So Bai Xuan looked around and continued to speak. "I know there are still people who are worried about whether my Mangekyo will lose its light. Don't worry, I have found a way to give Mangekyo permanent light. What you have to do now is to support me, let me become the leader of the Uchiha clan, obey my orders, and master the power I have given you." As Bai Xuan finished speaking, Uchiha immediately took the lead in kneeling down, kowtowing and shouting, "Please, Lord Bai Xuan, become the leader of our Uchiha clan and make Uchiha great again." Make Uchiha great again. This sentence sounds simple, but it seems to have an inexplicable appeal. So the members of the Eagles knelt down without hesitation. "Please ask Mr. Bai Xuan to become the leader of the Uchiha clan and make Uchiha great again." Some members of the Dovish faction were shaken and fell to their knees, shouting, "Please ask Mr. Bai Xuan to become the leader of the Uchiha clan and make Uchiha great again." Bai Xuan looked at those who had not knelt down. They didn't dare to look at Bai Xuan due to the terrifying pressure. Soon, one after another, the Uchiha fell to their knees. "Please ask Mr. Bai Xuan to become the leader of the Uchiha clan and make Uchiha great again." When everyone crawled at his feet, Bai Xuan couldn't help but smile. The process of becoming the leader of the Uchiha clan was smoother than I imagined. I thought, I want to kill a chicken to scare the monkeys. Only then can I become the leader of the Uchiha clan. But that's fine too. Don't worry, I will make Uchiha great again, even leading the Uchiha clan to an unprecedented glorious future. After becoming the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Bai Xuan began to reform the Uchiha clan step by step according to his own plan. The first is the police force, which began to be reformed according to the division of police agencies in the previous life, divided into civilian police and criminal police, responsible for different incidents. Certainly, whether they are civilian police or criminal police, they must receive special training. They must not act condescendingly, but must smile, be friendly, and be patient. In addition, publicity work must also be done well. Serving Konoha, if you have any problems, please contact the police. The more you shout these words, the more they will naturally sink in. As Bai Xuan launched reforms, Uchiha Huohei and others could not help but feel in awe. They did not expect that Bai Xuan was not only talented but also surpassed Uchiha Madara. With this kind of wisdom, these methods are not something Uchiha Madara can think of. The more reverent you are, the more obedient you will be. With their help, the reform work promoted by Bai Xuan has become easier. A week later, the police force has completed initial reforms and the Uchiha clan is on the right track. Bai Xuan also completed the analysis of space folding technology and further improved the Susano armor and Susanoo Mecca. Looking at the glove on his left hand, with its pure white mane color and dark sealing technique lines, Bai Xuan's eyes also filled with satisfaction. Very good, very smooth, and I'm very satisfied. Bai Xuan was not in a hurry to start testing, because the Susano armor and Susanoo Mecca only had one more function, and there was not much change in the method of comprehensive combat effectiveness. His first priority now is the reform of the Uchiha clan. The reform of the police force is about reputation, and business development is the focus. With enough money, we can promote the development of science and technology and industry. Supermarkets, shopping malls, various promotions. You can give it a try, but market research is also required. We still need to discuss it with the elders. Development requires the protection of strong people, and it also requires talents in other fields to exert their value. 2CA, Chapter 40 Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru, Izanagi and Izanami. 4056, Chapter 40 Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru, Izanagi and Izanami. The reform of the Uchiha clan is advancing in an orderly manner. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has been paying attention to the Uchiha clan, also showed a solemn expression in the Hokage office. Uchiha Bai Xuan, I didn't expect that he would choose to do this. Reforms in the police force can really change the reputation of the Uchiha family. Just as he said, the Uchiha clan will integrate into Konoha under his leadership. Is it just a good thing? Sarutobi Hiruzen began to ponder the reason why his teacher Senju Tobirama put the Uchiha clan in charge of police work. Even if you have accurately calculated the character of the Uchiha clan, you know that even if the Uchiha clan does a good job in police work, they will inevitably lose their reputation. But now, under Bai Xuan's reforms, the Uchiha clan has not only done a perfect job in police work, but also gained a better reputation for the Uchiha clan, and even gained the trust of the people of Konoha village. The Uchiha clan has strength, reputation, and even credibility. The position of the Hokage, the struggle for power. Even if Uchiha Bai Xuan really doesn't want to be a Hokage. Others from the Uchiha clan may also be able to become Hokage in the future. In this way, the Uchiha family not only controls the police force, but also Anbu, and even Uchiha itself is a huge force. By then, won't Konoha be the home of the Uchiha clan? What can I do now to stop the Uchiha clan from reforming? Or do I have to wait until Orochimaru perfects the immortal body transformation technology so that I can take the opportunity to strengthen my power? No, Konoha's power, so as to suppress Uchiha for a long time. Sarutobi Hiruzen was very hesitant and could not make up his mind. Just wait, whispering under his breath, Sarutobi Hiruzen lit the pipe in his hand and began to smoke. Harm. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed quietly, but Orochimaru in the laboratory couldn't help laughing. Ha 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 ha, Mr. Bai Xuan's inference is indeed correct. The Uchiha clan and the Senju clan have the same ancestor. And Uchiha's power and Senju's power complement each other perfectly. Once the power of Yin escape and Yang escape reach a balanced state, they can be perfectly integrated together, just like the birth of the blood succession limit. Bai Xuan's cells can restrain Senju Hashirama's cells to a certain extent. With just a simple dilution, I can balance the power of Yin escape and Yang escape, thereby obtaining the power of Yin and Yang escape, and then use it to upgrade my immortal body transformation technology. It's just that it's not that simple to get wood style, or Sharingan. But my goal is to upgrade the immortal body transformation technology. It is enough to achieve the goal. As for wood style and Sharingan, just continue to study them in depth. And I think the power of Yin and Yang escape may not only be used to upgrade the immortal body transformation technology, this power should be more important to Senju and Uchiha. I don't know what kind of results Bai Xuan will develop after he gets this power. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, showing a bit of anticipation. No matter what, I will perfect this result first and complete the upgrade of the immortal body transformation technology before going to find Mr. Bai Xuan. That night, after handling the day's affairs, Bai Xuan returned to his room. It seems that the Uchiha clan still has a lot of talents. That's good, I can relax a little bit. Now that I have analyzed and mastered the space folding technology through the storage scroll, can I develop other space technologies? If there is a flying thunder god technique, I should be able to master the space teleportation technology, but how do I get the flying thunder god technique? How about asking Orochimaru directly next time? With Orochimaru's current status, it shouldn't be difficult to obtain the flying thunder god technique. But speaking of Orochimaru, I don't know when Orochimaru will be able to produce results. Based on my understanding of Orochimaru, it shouldn't take long. This really makes people look forward to it. After pondering this point, Bai Xuan restrained his thoughts. It is enough for you to know these things in your mind. Bai Xuan, who has become the leader of the Uchiha clan, has been able to access the secrets of the Uchiha clan. Among them, the two forbidden techniques that Bai Xuan values most are Izanagi and Izanami. Among them, Izanagi's usage requirements are relatively low, and Sharingan holders can master it. By forming the three seals of Mao, Hai, and Wei, Izanagi can be activated. Sharingan holders can use Izanagi to turn things that are not good for them within a period of time into never happening, and only choose things that are good for themselves to become reality. The activation time varies according to each person's ability. However, you will definitely become blind after using it, which is dangerous. When it is activated, it can change reality even if you die. It is a terrifying pupil technique that can make you invincible. And Izanami is even more powerful. It is the only illusion that can stop Izanagi. It will also cause blindness after use. Izanami can record a scene where the other party and herself take action, and make the same scene happen again, staged. The opponent who has been hit by the illusion will be imprisoned in the time between the first scene and the second scene remembered in the mind, entering a world of infinite reincarnation. If an opponent wants to undo Izanami's illusion, they must accept their original fate and repent with sincerity. An opponent who has been hit by Izanami will be unable to move. All pupil techniques are Yin escape ninjutsu. And Yin escape is the power of the spirit, the power of imagination, and the power of creating something out of nothing. The art of creating something out of nothing and making visualization come true is the advanced application technology of Yin escape. Izanagi and Izanami are also Yin escape powers. Bai Xuan paused for a moment and fell into deep thought. The reason why Izanagi and Izanami have such serious side effects is because the Yin escape chakra required by these two techniques is too huge. Releasing this forbidden pupil technique by excessively squeezing the pupil power will inevitably lead to Sharingan's blindness. So as long as you have a powerful enough Yin release chakra, you can use Izanagi and Izanami without side effects. The Chakra Sage Art, or the Heavenly Dragon type celestial body transformation surgery, has given me mental power that far exceeds that of an ordinary Uchiha. But it's not enough to use Izanagi and Izanami without side effects. But what if I weaken the effects of Izanagi and Izanami? Is it possible to reduce the consumption of Yin escape chakra? Chapter 41 Mangekyo's Method of Evolution. 41/56. Chapter 41 Mangekyo's Method of Evolution. If Izanagi only lasts for 1 second to be immune to fatal injuries, how much Yindushi chakra will be consumed? Probably not too much. Well, as long as Izanagi's activation time is controllable, I can greatly reduce its side effects and make it a life-saving technique for me. And it's a life-saving technique that can distort reality. Except for Izanami, it can be called invincible. And I also have Izanami's information in my hand. If I study it in depth, I cannot fuse Izanagi and Izanami to create a pupil technique that can distort reality without any flaws. Reality is reality. Illusion is illusion. But chakra, or yin escape chakra, can distort reality and illusion. Thinking of this, Bai Xuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Whether it is illusion or pupil magic, they are the power of escape. Previously, I had combined the white geki technique with illusion to create an illusion that could control the five senses. I remembered that there is information about the Kurama clan in the root, and there are even ninjas from the Kurama clan. Thinking of this, a strange color flashed in Bai Xuan's eyes. The Kurama clan is a very ancient ninja clan. The clan members are good at illusions, but they are gradually declining due to the small number of people who can inherit the blood inheritance limit. The limits of the Kurama clan's blood successors are even more extreme. They are terrifying blood successors who can control the five senses and realize illusions. The former controls people's five senses and makes others become puppets on strings. I can do it so that you can speak without thinking, and you can't control yourself. What you see, what you hear, what you taste, what you touch, everything you know is what I want you to know of. Moreover, it can create an illusion world, and everything that happens in the illusion world can be real, such as damage or repair to things or human bodies, etc. It can even materialize the existence in the painting and make it a reality. Certainly, such a powerful blood inheritance limit has another side effect. That is to awaken the blood successor, the personality will be split, and the inner demon will become a monster named IDU. IDU. Maybe this IDU can be used as a yin escape artificial tailed beast. Sharingan is the strongest yin escape blood successor limit, and the Kurama clan's blood successor limit is also the yin escape blood successor limit. If the two can be fused or used superimposed, they will definitely produce incredible effects. I even think that the Kurama clan's bloodline limit may allow Mangekyō Sharingan to evolve into eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Although the Tianlong immortal body transformation surgery not only strengthened Bai Xuan's physique, but also strengthened Bai Xuan's spirit. Coupled with the effect of Chakra's sage art, Bai Xuan's body and spirit were extraordinary and even surpassed the limits of humanity. This allows Bai Xuan to reduce the loss of Mangekyō Sharingan when using Mangekyō I technique, so that Bai Xuan can have more opportunities to use Mangekyō I technique than ordinary Uchiha. But this is not unlimited after all, and you will still get blind if you use it too much, so Bai Xuan naturally hopes that his Mangekyō Sharingan will evolve into eternal Mangekyō Sharingan as soon as possible. Certainly, Senju Hashirama's cells have a high chance of allowing Mangekyō Sharingan to evolve into eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Bai Xuan also guided Orochimaru to start research on Senju Hashirama cells. Just multiple paths can also increase some possibilities. After all, according to Bai Xuan's research, the reason why Mangekyō Sharingan becomes blind is the same as using Izanagi. It's because the yin escape chakra is insufficient, or the mental power is not strong enough. The reason why Mangekyō Sharingan is able to evolve into eternal Mangekyō Sharingan is by changing eyes, or absorbing his biological brother's Mangekyō Sharingan. It is because the chakras of blood brothers are similar, the yin escape chakra can fit perfectly and can be absorbed by each other, thus increasing the mental power and strengthening the yin escape chakra. The focus is on mental strength. Yin escape chakra can greatly enhance mental strength. Chakra practicing sage art can also enhance the spirit, but the enhancing effect is not strong enough, or I haven't practiced it long enough. If I can calculate the mental strength required for Mangekyō Sharingan to evolve into eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, I can calculate how much time it would take to cultivate sage art by relying only on chakra without other external forces to evolve Mangekyō Sharingan into eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. But this is meaningless. If I can use external help, why don't I use it? Looks like I need to meet Orochimaru. Bai Xuan is now the leader of the Uchiha clan. It is very easy to convey a message to Orochimaru with the help of the Uchiha clan. Soon, when night fell, Orochimaru's figure also appeared in Bai Xuan's room. Orochimaru Senpai, I need the Flying Thunder God technique, as well as the Kurama clan's information and bloodline boundaries. Since he was already so familiar with Orochimaru, Bai Xuan was not polite and went straight to the point. As he spoke, he handed out a scroll. Above is some information about Chakra's metamorphosis and artificial tailed beasts, as well as some knowledge passed down by the Uchiha clan. Upon hearing Bai Xuan's request, Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly. If you want the Flying Thunder God technique, it seems that Mr. Bai Xuan wants to start studying the space and time ninjutsu. This is normal. In comparison, space ninjutsu represents the power of time and space, which is not comparable to ordinary power. It is certainly worthy of in-depth study by Bai Xuan. As for the information about the Kurama clan and the limits of blood inheritance. While studying Senju Hashirama's cells and Bai Xuan's cells, Orochimaru discovered the power of yin escape and yang escape, and that these two forces can be fused, and they are easier to fuse than chakra with other attributes, forming a blood inheritance limit. The blood succession limit of the Uchiha clan is the yin escape blood succession limit. The limit of the Kurama clan's blood succession is also the limit of the yin-dun blood succession. Although Orochimaru has not yet begun to study Sharingan, he can deduce that the evolution of Sharingan must be related to mental strength, or the quality and quantity of the yin escape chakra. If Bai Xuan obtains the blood inheritance limit of the Kurama clan, the quality of the yin escape chakra will certainly be enhanced to a certain extent. Perhaps, Mr. Bai Xuan's Mangekyō Sharingan can evolve again. In this way, Mr. Bai Xuan may be able to take advantage of this opportunity to have a Sharingan of the same level as Uchiha Madara. Even a Sharingan more powerful than Uchiha Madara. In just a moment, many thoughts flashed through Orochimaru's mind, and Orochimaru's eyes filled with anticipation. Chapter 42 3 Major Space Technology Upgrade Plans. 4256. Chapter 42 3 Major Space Technology Upgrade Plans. You know, Orochimaru has already developed some results on yin-yang escape. If nothing else goes wrong, it won't be long before he can use this achievement to upgrade his first-generation immortal body transformation technology. And he will also trade this result to Bai Xuan. According to his research, this result can not only help Bai Xuan improve his immortal skills, but also have special benefits for Sharingan. If the Flying Thunder God technique could allow Bai Xuan to master the space and time ninjutsu. If the blood inheritance limit of the Kurama clan can make Bai Xuan's Sharingan more powerful. Coupled with the results of yin-yang escape, Bai Xuan's magic and Sharingan became stronger again. Taken together, how powerful will Bai Xuan become? Orochimaru looked forward to it. Don't worry, leave it to me. I can deliver it to you tomorrow. While replying, Orochimaru took the scroll. Jun Bai Xuan, if this is the only thing that matters, then I will leave. Looking at Orochimaru's appearance, Bai Xuan roughly guessed the reason. It seems that Orochimaru-senpai is very busy. The research must be going well and the results will be produced soon. In that case, I won't bother you, Orochimaru-senpai. When the research results are completed, we will naturally meet. Yes, then goodbye, Mr. Bai Xuan. The two looked at each other, and then Orochimaru disappeared. Orochimaru's speed is really getting faster and faster. After watching Orochimaru leave, Bai Xuan slowly picked up the information on Izanagi and Izanami and continued to study it. Yin escape. Outside the window, dark clouds covered the silver moon, and the night became darker. Unconsciously, it arrived the next day. Orochimaru also delivered the Flying Thunder God technique and Kurama clan information that Bai Xuan needed as promised, as well as a bottle of blood. Because Bai Xuan has mastered the space folding technique and can also use the pupil technique of his right eye to generate matter with spatial properties, Bai Xuan first opened the Flying Thunder God technique. Maybe I have a talent for space, otherwise I wouldn't be able to master the space folding technology so easily. Of course, part of the reason is because of the nature of chakra. Chakra can affect space very easily. Otherwise, the summoning technique involving space transfer technology would not be so easy to master. Almost any ninja with a summoningmon can use the summoning technique. Certainly, summoning technique is easy to learn and almost every ninja can learn it. But the Flying Thunder God technique is very difficult to learn. The key to the Flying Thunder God technique is the Flying Thunder God technique. Only by leaving behind the Flying Thunder God spell can the ninja be able to teleport through space. To put it simply, you need a coordinate. So, the difficulty in mastering the Flying Thunder God technique lies in remotely sensing the coordinates of the Flying Thunder God technique and remotely activating the coordinates of the Flying Thunder God technique. Furthermore, the Flying Thunder God technique consumes a lot of chakra, and teleportation in space is also very taxing on the body. No wonder it is difficult for ordinary ninjas to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. Without specific talents, it is indeed impossible to learn it. Even if it is barely learned, it is impossible to control it freely. Just like the future Shiranui Genma, Tamashi Rado, and Iwaki. They only have 3 people forming a formation before they can move objects or human bodies within the formation to other places. But for me, mastering the Flying Thunder God technique is really not that difficult. It can even be said that my talent is much better than Namikaze Minato. There is only the basic Flying Thunder God technique on the scroll, that is, the Flying Thunder God technique is engraved on the special kunai, and the Flying Thunder God technique is released with the help of the kunai to teleport. However, Bai Xuan knew that the Flying Thunder God technique could also derive Flying Thunder God guide mines, which could deflect enemy attacks through space. This was created by Namikaze Minato. When Namikaze Minato can do it, Bai Xuan can naturally do it, or even do it better. My Mangekyo pupil technique can generate material with spatial properties. If I use this material to create a shield, or use it to make the shell of the Susanoo Mecca, wouldn't it be possible to use the power of space to defend, swallow the enemy's attacks, and even rebound them? This idea is really wonderful. It's just that the Flying Thunder God technique requires the help of the Flying Thunder God kunai to teleport. If you want to teleport directly in space, it is still difficult to do it in a short time. But using the Flying Thunder God kunai to teleport seems a little inappropriate for the Susanoo Mecca. Or do I need to design a special firearm to fire Flying Thunder God kunai, or Flying Thunder God bullets? It seems feasible. Let's give it a try. His brain worked quickly, and Bai Xuan quickly came up with 3 plans to use space technology to upgrade the Susanoo Mecca. The first option is to use the summoning technique combined with the Flying Thunder God technique to directly enter the cockpit the moment the Susanoo Mecca is summoned using space folding technology. The second option is to use space folding technology combined with the Flying Thunder God technique to modify the shell of the Susanoo Mecca so that it can use subspace to swallow attacks and rebound attacks. Option 3 is to design and produce a Flying Thunder God firearm to fire Flying Thunder God bullets, thereby using the Flying Thunder God technique to perform space teleportation. The ideas are very clear and the theoretical knowledge is sufficient. However, it will take me at least a month to implement these 3 plans. This speed is already considered fast. After muttering in his heart, Bai Xuan turned his attention to the information about the Pama clan and the bottle of blood. With the senjutsu Duan Yiyuanying from Ruchi Cave, and the fact that Sharingan is the strongest yin release blood succession barrier, Bai Xuan is very confident that he can obtain the Kurama clan's yin release blood succession barrier. But it also requires a lot of time, research information, obtain blood successors, control the blood successors, and then use the yin escape blood successors of the Kurama clan to strengthen Sharingan. First complete the 3 plans to use space technology to upgrade the Susanoo Mecca, and then study the blood succession of the Kurama clan. And this is also an opportunity to test the effect of Immortal technique, Legend of Remote Shadow, if I successfully master the Kurama clan's yin escape blood successor. Presumably as long as I obtain Yi Kang's cell tissue, there is a high probability that I will be able to obtain Scorch Style. At that time, I will be able to develop the Sage Art Scorch Style Transformation Chakra mode and create the Scorch Style Artificial Tailed Beast. After completing this, I can also try to integrate Lightning Style into Scorch Style, and then integrate the Bleeding Step Snare step by step, develop the Bleeding Step Snare Chakra mode, and create the Bleeding Step Snare Artificial Tailed Beast. Take your time, don't rush. Chapter 43 Yin-Yang Escape Potion and White Snake Immortal Body. 43/56. Chapter 43 Yin-Yang Escape Potion and White Snake Immortal Body. Extracted successfully. This is the Yin-Yang Chakra Potion extracted from Senju Hashirama cells and Bai Xuan cells as raw materials. Looking at the light green translucent liquid in front of him, Orochimaru couldn't help but smile slightly sickly. The Yin-Yang Escape Potion can not only greatly enhance physical fitness and mental strength, but can also be used to upgrade the initial immortal body transformation technology. I can't wait to upgrade my first generation immortal body transformation technology. It's not like the immortal's body has been added with the Yin-Yang Escape Potion. What kind of changes will it bring about in me? It's really exciting. Hey 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 hey, hey 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 hey. With a smile like this, Orochimaru immediately began to design an upgrade plan for the first generation immortal body transformation technology. Certainly, in order to explore the best upgrade plan, Orochimaru naturally has to conduct human experiments. At the root, what he lacks most is experimental products. This is really cool. Soon, Orochimaru has completed 13 upgrade plans. Then he ordered his scientific researchers to conduct controlled experiments. As each experimental body is consumed, Orochimaru also received a lot of valuable data. In less than a month, he found the best upgrade plan for first generation's immortal body transformation technology. The White Snake Immortal Body Transformation technology is not only more suitable for my physique, but it can also create a special resonance with the White Snake artificial tailed beast. This resonance method can produce a special change in the magical chakra. Not only will the quality become higher, but the vitality and mental power of the White Snake artificial tailed beast will also become stronger, thereby once again improving the quality of the magic chakra. And the higher quality celestial magic chakra can also strengthen the body and spirit to a greater extent, and can also make my celestial magic more powerful. Certainly, these are secondary. The most important thing is that the White Snake immortal body can give me a longer life. And I have overlooked one point before. The body affects the mind, or the body and the soul influence each other. As long as the body and soul are in a state of dynamic balance, the lifespan of the body is the lifespan of the soul. This means that as long as my body's lifespan reaches 1,000 years, I can really live for 1,000 years, and my soul will not affect my lifespan. Certainly, it's a different story if the dynamic balance between body and soul is disrupted. So I still have to study the soul in the future to ensure that I can obtain stable immortality. Thinking of this, Orochimaru also restrained his thoughts. Now that the White Snake type immortal body transformation technology has been perfected, next, he would naturally undergo surgery to transform himself into a white snake-shaped immortal body. When I complete the transformation, I can go see Mr. Bai Xuan. I don't know what kind of surprise he will bring me this time. Hey. Smiling sickly, Orochimaru walked into the operating room. Form a seal to summon 2 shadow clone. The main body lay on the operating table and slowly closed his eyes. The operation began. As the surgery progressed, a large amount of Yin-Yang escape potion was also absorbed into Orochimaru's body. The body of the first generation immortal also began to slowly change. Tiny snake scales grew on the skin. The snake scales were like transparent crystals, vaguely visible but not obvious. They only made Orochimaru look paler. The muscle fibers became thinner and tighter, and although they were intertwined without causing any obvious changes in Orochimaru's body shape, they greatly enhanced Orochimaru's physique and strength. The bones have become harder. Like a piece of fast steel, the internal organs have become more perfect, the blood has become more viscous, and all the organs and tissues up and down the body have undergone subtle changes. The biggest changes are naturally the cells. Whether they are somatic cells, red blood cells, or white blood cells, most of the cells in Orochimaru's body have become smaller, plumper, and denser. And such cells also represent that Orochimaru's physique has undergone earth-shaking changes, and his lifespan has also been greatly enhanced. Now Orochimaru can literally live to be 1,000 years old. Changes in the body will naturally affect the mind and chakra. Pure white senjutsu chakra flows in Orochimaru's body and circulates in the meridian system, promoting changes in Orochimaru's body. When Orochimaru opened his eyes, he felt this unprecedented feeling. Powerful, light, effortless, wonderful. The world has become unprecedented and different. He felt the natural energy more clearly and felt the close relationship between himself and the natural energy. It's wonderful. After murmuring in a low voice, he felt the white snake artificial tailed beast in his body, and also felt this subtle resonance. This feeling, then let me give it a try. With Orochimaru's thought, he directly entered the white snake chakra sage mode. The pure white chakra also turned into a coat of energy in an instant, like fire and electricity, and the pure white light shone, making Orochimaru look like a god. And just after the energy coat was condensed, the magical chakra suddenly turned into snakes one after another. Pure white snakes, translucent snakes, luminous snakes, snakes with life. Interesting. Now, I can easily give life to the magical chakra and then control them. This has even become an instinct for me. It seems that in the future, I can use these senjutsu snakes to replace my summoning snakes to use my snake ninjutsu. No, it should be said to be snake immortal technique. Stretch out your finger and tap lightly, and the immortal magic chakra on your body turns into hundreds of pure white lights, and these hundreds of pure white lights are hundreds of immortal magic snakes, flying out. The moment he was about to touch the wall, he suddenly stopped. Okay, although I also want to test the destructive power of this move. But this is the root base, and vandalism consumes my experimental budget. At the next moment, these hundreds of senjutsu snakes turned into pure white light again and reintegrated into Orochimaru's body. The pure white light on Orochimaru also converged, causing Orochimaru to return to normal. Although it will take some time to adapt to this power, it will also take some time to develop various combat moves based on this power. But this does not prevent me from meeting Mr. Bai Xuan. I don't know what kind of treasure this Yin-Yang escape potion will bring me. Jun Bai Xuan, what kind of surprise will you bring me? Chapter 44 The Immortal Body, The Secret of Yin and Yang. 44/56. Chapter 44 The Immortal Body, The Secret of Yin and Yang. Full moon night. Orochimaru's figure appeared in Bai Xuan's room. Jun Bai Xuan, I'm done. As he spoke, Orochimaru handed over a scroll and a light green potion. Looking at this potion, Bai Xuan could clearly feel the auras of Yin Dun and Yang Dun. Yin and Yang were combined together, and it seemed that they could merge together spontaneously without any other conditions. This chakra that contains the power of Yin and Yang escape may be called Yin and Yang escape chakra. But it's not Yin-Yang escape, but that doesn't matter. The important thing is that Bai Xuan is very clear about the importance of this potion to him. If nothing else, it can not only enhance one's physical fitness, but also enhance one's mental strength, thus increasing the power of Yang escape and Yin escape, and thus the power of Sharingan. The power of Sharingan has been enhanced, which naturally means that Bai Xuan is further away from losing his light, and one step closer to the evolution of Mangekyō Sharingan into eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. As for the scroll, Bai Xuan also felt the changes in Orochimaru. He should have completed the upgrade of the first-generation immortal body transformation technology and obtained a more powerful and perfect immortal body. The most obvious manifestation is that the snake characteristics on Orochimaru's body have increased and become more obvious. This also means that Orochimaru has a longer lifespan, which is about 1,000 years. Orochimaru-senpai, you are really fast, as expected of you. While talking, Bai Xuan also took out a scroll. Above are the techniques for transforming the celestial dragon body, as well as some research information on Yin escape, and even some analysis of Izanagi and Izanami. Now that Orochimaru has developed this potion with Yin and Yang escape properties, he will probably conduct in-depth research on Yin and Yang escape in the future. Therefore, this research information on Yin escape will definitely be able to help Orochimaru. After completing the transaction, Orochimaru left in no hurry. Because he has completed the upgrade of the first-generation immortal body transformation technology and the next scientific research project has not yet started, he is not in a hurry now. Seeing Orochimaru sitting in front of him, Bai Xuan didn't say anything, just smiled slightly. Then he opened the scroll, and sure enough, the scroll contained the white snake-type fairy body transformation technology, as well as information about the Yin-Yang escape potion. The upgraded version of first generation's immortal body transformation technology is called the white snake-type immortal body transformation technology. It seems that Orochimaru and snakes are really compatible. The basis of the white snake immortal body transformation technology is the Yin-Yang escape potion, and the Yin-Yang escape potion actually has such a great impact on the body and mind. This is a bit beyond my expectation, but it is indeed good news. It seems that the Yin-Yang escape potion will improve Sharingan even more than I expected. With reference to the white snake-type immortal body transformation technology, I can also further upgrade the heavenly dragon-type immortal body transformation technology, and this upgrade may allow me to have an immortal body comparable to the three great immortals. I already have an idea, and with this opportunity, I can even take the opportunity to master Yin-Yang escape. The Yin-Yang done here is not the Yin-Yang done chakra, but a true Yin and Yang escape. Yin escape represents the power of the spirit, and Yin escape technique can create a form invisibly. Yang escape represents the power of the body, and Yang escape technique can inject life into the form. The combination of the two is Yin-Yang escape technique. Bai Xuan's Mangekyō Sharingan is inherently creative. This also means that Bai Xuan's Yang escape talent is very powerful. And Sharingan is the power of escape. If Bai Xuan masters Yin-Yang release, there is even a certain possibility that Mangekyō Sharingan can evolve into eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Even if it doesn't, it can greatly strengthen Mangekyō Sharingan's power. This allows Bai Xuan to avoid blindness and be able to use the power of Mangekyō Sharingan more frequently. Even Yin-Yang escape is the force that creates life. The artificial tailed beast is also a special chakra life form. With the power of Yin-Yang escape, he can also upgrade the blazing golden crow, divine wind tiger, and silver electric snake to make them more powerful. And their power is already very strong. If they upgrade to another level, they will definitely be able to have cage-level combat effectiveness. Also, the artificial tailed beast can be integrated into the Susanoo Mecca to increase the power of the Susanoo Mecca. The addition of 3 cage-level combat capabilities to the Susanoo Mecca will certainly give the Susanoo Mecca a super cage-level combat capability. But in just one breath, Bai Xuan figured out what kind of impact this transaction would have on him and what kind of improvement it would bring to him. And on the other side, for Orochimaru, the content on this scroll was indeed a surprise to him. The Tianlong type immortal body transformation technology is more powerful, more perfect, more sophisticated, and more complex than the first-generation immortal body transformation technology. Through Chakra, the optimization of the human body is almost enhanced to ultimate, and all functions of the human body are improved. Unlike first-generation immortal body transformation technology, in addition to increasing lifespan, it also improves combat effectiveness. Bai Xuan's thinking seems to have jumped out of the category of ninja. His vision is higher than mine. From a human perspective, he has almost utilized the functions of immortal body transformation technology to ultimate. This has also brought me a lot of inspiration. It seems that my white snake type immortal body transformation technology still has many shortcomings and can be further optimized. After sighing inwardly, Orochimaru continued to look down. After seeing Bai Xuan's research on Yin escape and the research materials on the 2 forbidden techniques, Izanagi and Izanami, his pupils could not help but reveal a bit of shock and surprise. Is this the heritage of the Uchiha clan? Is this the wisdom of Bai Xuan? Besides, the power of Yin escape is so powerful, distorting illusion and reality. I simply don't know what to say. Doesn't this phenomenon mean that as long as the power of Yin escape is strong enough, ninjas can have unlimited fantasies come true? In this case, humans are still humans. This ability is not an ability only possessed by gods. This kind of ability is really terrifying, but this is the power of Yin escape. Perhaps, the power of Yin and Yang is a power that surpasses the other 5 attributes. I know what I should study next. I will continue to study the power of Yin Dun and Yang Dun. From the perspective of Yin Dun and Yang Dun, go study Wood Style and Sharingan. By the way, I can't let go of the Kurama clan's bloodline limit. In 1,000 years, maybe I can master the power of God to make my dreams come true. Chapter 45 Sarutobi Hiruzen undergoes first-generation immortal body transformation surgery. 45-56. Chapter 45 Sarutobi Hiruzen undergoes first-generation immortal body transformation surgery. Jun Bai Xuan, are you guiding me to study Yin Dun and Yang Dun in depth? After a slight pause, Orochimaru suddenly spoke with a pointed tone. Hearing this, Bai Xuan just raised the corner of his mouth and replied calmly. Isn't the prospect of Yin escape and Yang escape worthy of Orochimaru Senpai's in-depth study? Of course it's worth it, but I don't know what exactly Bai Xuan is studying in depth. Orochimaru's eyes became dark and he asked softly. What am I studying? I'm studying chakra, studying senjutsu, studying time and space ninjutsu, studying Yin release and Yang release, and studying the blood succession limit. Senior Orochimaru, we have reached the same goal through different paths. By the end of our research, we will surely be able to grasp all the truth, right? Bai Xuan's tone was calm but full of confidence. Listening to Bai Xuan's words, Orochimaru also smiled slightly sickly. Yes, that's absolutely correct. We will eventually master all the truth. Then this deal ends here. Looking forward to our next meeting. As he said this, Orochimaru's body suddenly glowed with pure white light, and then disappeared in a flash of lightning. This way of reality, the white snake type immortal body seems not as simple as I speculated. It has other functions. This function seems to be related to artificial jinchuriki technology. A strange color flashed in Bai Xuan's eyes, and an inspiration suddenly came to Bai Xuan's mind. Perhaps the upgraded version of the heavenly dragon-type immortal body transformation technology can be deeply integrated with the artificial tailed beast. It may be possible to use electromagnetic force to resonate and then fuse between chakra and chakra. Certainly, this fusion should be closer to the principle of compound ninjutsu, rather than a permanent fusion into the blood succession limit. Chakra practice sage art is a skill and a trace. It has the greatest weight. I should stop studying the three major space technologies now. First complete the upgrade of the Tianlong-type fairy body transformation technology, and then continue to study the three major space technologies to upgrade the Susanoo Mecca. Finally, study the limits of the Kurama clan's Yin escape blood inheritance. After arranging the short-term plans for the future, Bai Xuan set his sights on the Yin-Yang escape potion. Just get started. Bai Xuan can't wait to know what kind of effects the upgraded version of the Tianlong immortal body will have. At the same time, after Orochimaru returned to his roots, he was not in a hurry to start his next research, but instead found his teacher, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. He took out the perfect first-generation immortal body transformation technology and placed it in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Teacher, I have completed my research. Orochimaru may seem humble and polite, but he has a lot of things on his mind. However, when Sarutobi Hiruzen heard Orochimaru's words, he couldn't help but get excited. He couldn't help but pick up the scroll and read it carefully. As a ninjutsu professor, he can naturally understand the content on the scroll, as well as the principles and effects of the first-generation immortal body transformation technology. This also made people unable to conceal their excitement and joyful smile. Okay, this is really great. Orochimaru, you make me so proud. With this immortal body transformation technology, my Konoha's strength will be greatly improved, even far surpassing other ninja villages. In this way, Konoha will have enough strength to quell all wars. Certainly, Sarutobi Hiruzen said so verbally. But what he was thinking about was that he was about to have a lifespan of 500 years. Even as Orochimaru continues to upgrade his immortal body transformation technology, he will be able to obtain it for longer. 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years. As long as he lives, he will be Konoha's 3rd Hokage. He holds the highest power in Konoha. He wants, be the Hokage forever. He wants, master the power of the Hokage forever. Orochimaru looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. He knew his teacher and could see Sarutobi Hiruzen's hypocrisy. It was precisely because of his understanding that he did not show the slightest hope. Teacher, I will always be your student. Orochimaru smiled, his expression and tone genuine. Sarutobi Hiruzen gently patted Orochimaru's shoulder to show his closeness. I know. Orochimaru, when do you think it's appropriate for me to undergo surgery? Teacher, I can do it at any time, and I think the sooner the better. That's it, how about tonight? No problem. Sarutobi Hiruzen can't wait, and Orochimaru can't wait either. After deciding, Orochimaru left. Sarutobi Hiruzen, on the other hand, quietly handles official duties. Until he got off work, he went directly to the root base. After a brief preparation, the operation began. Watching the anesthetic being injected into Sarutobi Hiruzen's body, Orochimaru's eyes also showed a deep glint. Teacher, it seems that your rationality has been taken over by greed. In that case, you will become my pawn. Jun Bai Xuan, I will not let anyone hinder our research. We are the ones destined to master all truth, the gods of the future. How can we let these ignorant and corrupt humans stop us from changing the world? Certainly, teacher, as long as you are honest, I won't get rid of you. In fact, I hope and look forward to you being able to witness my future. I will tell you that I am right and you are wrong. A complex color flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. Taking a final deep breath, Orochimaru began to perform the first-generation immortal body transformation surgery wholeheartedly. Unconsciously, time passed quickly. When Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his eyes, he could feel the changes in himself very clearly. Youth, strength, vitality, lightness, ease. There is also the natural energy that is everywhere in the world. The body is passively absorbing these natural energies, and the chakra in the body also begins to combine with the natural energy and transform into magical chakra. As a ninjutsu professor, he naturally knows how powerful senjutsu is. But now, he has been able to master the power of immortal magic. Very good. 500 years of life, a stronger body and mind, and the power of magic. It only takes a certain amount of time to adapt, and I will be able to master this power perfectly. Then I can upgrade the 5-release Dalian bullet technique to the Sage Art 5-release Dalian bullet technique. Furthermore, Bai Xuan also gave me an inspiration, that is, Wudin can produce qualitative changes. When I master the chakra qualitative transformation of the 5 escape techniques, combine it with the Sage Art 5 escape big continuous bullets technique. How strong will I become by then? Is it possible to kill Bai Xuan? Chapter 46 Orochimaru's Layout, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Sannin. 46-56. Chapter 46 Orochimaru's Layout, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Sannin. Orochimaru, thank you for your hard work. Sarutobi Hiruzen said sincerely, I am your student, these are what I should do. Orochimaru is still willing to do superficial work. After hearing Orochimaru's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled happily. I leave the roots to you, I feel relieved. If you have the chance, you can also perform immortal body transformation surgery on Jiraiya and Tsunade. You are all my students. Orochimaru, no matter what you do, I will support you. Teacher, I know. Orochimaru looked moved. At last, Sarutobi Hiruzen patted Orochimaru on the shoulder. I'm leaving, no need to send it off. Well, bye, teacher. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen's leaving back, Orochimaru smiled. Teacher, your hypocrisy is too obvious. Why haven't I seen you supporting me before? It's too late to say you will support me now. No, I should say it's just right. This way, no matter what I do in the future, you will support me, right? 6 Smile. Orochimaru looked at the operating room and the flesh and blood he had collected. His gaze suddenly became profound. But speaking of which, the teacher asked me to perform immortal body transformation surgery on Jiraiya and Tsunade. Jiraiya is fine, but Tsunade's flesh and blood is of great research value. Senju. After looking at the time, Orochimaru prepared to take a rest. Go look for Jiraiya and Tsunade in the evening. Sleep. Eyes closed and opened. The sun went down. As soon as the moon rose, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade arrived at the tavern they often went to. Orochimaru, who had already prepared, placed 2 scrolls recording the first-generation immortal body transformation technology in front of Jiraiya and Tsunade. My research has been completed, you can take a look. As Orochimaru's words reached the ears of Jiraiya and Tsunade, the two looked at each other and then picked up the scroll. Orochimaru told Jiraiya and Tsunade about his research in order to obtain the senjutsu of Mount Myoboku and Shigo Forest. Naturally, Jiraiya and Tsunade also knew what was recorded in this scroll. But none of them expected that Orochimaru would complete his research so quickly. It seems they all underestimated Orochimaru's talent. But speaking of it, Orochimaru has been smarter than them since he was a child. This seems to be a very normal thing. As expected of you, Orochimaru, you are really smart. Ha 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 ha. Jiraiya was sincerely happy for Orochimaru. As for Tsunade, as the most outstanding medical ninja in the ninja world, she can naturally realize that this immortal body transformation technology must have been perfected after a large number of human experiments. It is thought that Orochimaru became the Minister of Roots not long after. She could also guess that their teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen, must also know about Orochimaru's research, and even made Orochimaru the root minister just to let Orochimaru complete his research. Human experimentation, sacrifice, although she could understand it, she still couldn't bear it. But she also understands, now that this technology has matured, and Orochimaru is still in front of them. That means that as long as she wants, she can undergo the immortal body transformation surgery. The sacrifice of those experimental subjects ultimately benefited herself. It is precisely because of this that Tsunade's mood is very complicated. Congratulations, Orochimaru. In any case, now that the technology has matured, of course she can't waste it. To know, this is a lifespan of 500 years and the power of immortal magic. More importantly, she, Tsunade, is best at medical ninjutsu. Using this immortal body transformation technology, she can even further transform her body to make herself younger and more beautiful. If she didn't care about that, why would she change and maintain her appearance? You don't have to congratulate me, I have to congratulate you too. Without your help, I wouldn't be able to complete this immortal body transformation technology. I'm here to see you this time to see when it's convenient for you to undergo surgery. After all, you should all know the importance of this immortal body technology. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Jiraiya's expression couldn't help but change and became serious. Although he is bold and unrestrained, he is not stupid. Of course he knows the importance of this immortal body transformation technology. 500 years of life and the power of senjutsu are enough for them to stand at the top of the ninja world. It can be said that after undergoing the immortal body transformation surgery, they will be able to protect Konoha for 500 years. And in 500 years, if Orochimaru can continue to improve the immortal body transformation technology, they may be able to protect Konoha for a longer time. Just like the immortals of the three holy places, they have protected the three holy places for thousands of years and allowed the three holy places to have peace for thousands of years. Perhaps this immortal body transformation technology is the hope for peace. I understand. I have nothing to do recently and I can undergo surgery at any time. Jiraiya replied seriously. Tsunade stepped aside and responded calmly. Me too, let Jiraiya undergo the surgery first, I will be behind him. Anyway, Tsunade didn't finish his sentence, but both Orochimaru and Jiraiya knew what Tsunade wanted to say. She now suffers from hemophobia, and even if she undergoes surgery and masters the power of senjutsu, she still cannot fight. And if she wants to cure hemophobia, it will definitely be a long process, so she is not in a hurry. Certainly, this time, Orochimaru and Jiraiya have a relaxed attitude. Because he underwent the immortal body transformation surgery, it means that Tsunade has a lifespan of 500 years. With such a long lifespan, how could Tsunade not be able to cure hemophobia? Especially Orochimaru, who also mastered the technique of transforming the white snake-type immortal body. 500 years is not enough. Is 1,000 years enough? If 1,000 years isn't enough, he can also continue to upgrade the immortal body transformation technology. The most indispensable thing is time. So he wasn't in any hurry. Okay. Then Jiraiya, let's do the surgery at 8 o'clock tomorrow night. Jiraiya smiled boldly. As for Tsunade, after Jiraiya finishes the operation, I will take a day off and then do it for you. Okay. I can do it. After discussing all this, Orochimaru's mood became more cheerful, and a bright smile appeared on his face. This is rare good news. Ha 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 ha. We won't go home until we get drunk tonight. Orochimaru, Tsunade, come on, drink and drink. Jiraiya was bold and uninhibited, and Tsunade drank the wine in one gulp without any worries. Only Orochimaru drank slowly and looked at Jiraiya and Tsunade with a smile. Chapter 47 Upgrading Plan for the Transformation Technology of Tianlong Immortal Body. 4756. Chapter 47 Upgrading Plan for the Transformation Technology of Tianlong Immortal Body. The first generation immortal body transformation surgery is almost not difficult for Orochimaru. Therefore, he easily completed the first generation immortal body transformation surgery on Jiraiya and Tsunade, and successfully obtained the flesh and blood tissue of Jiraiya and Tsunade. Jiraiya's flesh and blood tissue may only be useful in the future. But Tsunade's flesh and blood tissue can help him study Senju Hashirama's cells. After all, although Tsunade has not awakened wood style, her cell activity is far superior to that of ordinary humans and she is able to heal herself quickly. Yin escape and Yang escape are special. The former represents spiritual power, and the latter represents vitality. The strength of Yin escape and Yang escape also represents the strength of spiritual power and vitality. The stronger the Yang escape, the stronger the vitality, the stronger the cell activity, and the self-healing ability, Chakra, will be greatly improved. As for Yin escape, the stronger the mental power, the stronger the brain power, and the stronger the effect of illusion. If the mental power is strong enough to a certain extent, Mr. Bai Xuan's inference is that he can use mental power to affect reality. And Yin escape and Yang escape will influence each other. Yin and Yang are mutually reinforcing and restraining each other, and they complement each other. Senju Hashirama's cells and Tsunade's cells are enough to greatly strengthen my vitality. Maybe I can take the opportunity to master wood style. By studying the genes of Senju Hashirama and Tsunade, Orochimaru naturally discovered the similarities and differences in their genes. The gene fragment missing from the Tsunade gene is most likely the gene fragment that represents wood style. Chakra can affect genes, and the blood inheritance limit is the evidence, so the secret of the blood inheritance limit, and even the secret of chakra, is also hidden in the genes. Orochimaru's eyes were filled with passion. He had already found a way to study Yang escape and Yin escape in depth. This way, its genes. When Orochimaru started conducting experiments, Jiraiya happened to fully master the power of the first-generation immortal body. With a thought, Jiraiya entered Sage mode. And there are no toad features on his face, only red eye shadow and yellow horizontal bars in his pupils. Ha 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 ha, I have finally mastered Sage mode perfectly. Minato, look at me, teacher, am I handsome now? Jiraiya's current posture is not only handsome, but also has a strong sense of oppression, making it difficult for Namikaze Minato to breathe. Teacher Jiraiya, your current momentum is so terrifying. We haven't seen you for a few days, how come you have become so strong all of a sudden? As he spoke, Namikaze Minato looked at Jiraiya with a little admiration in his eyes. Seeing Namikaze Minato's expression, Jiraiya couldn't help but laugh. Teacher, I have not only become stronger, but I can't tell you why I became stronger now. It's a secret, but I believe you, Minato, will definitely know this secret in the future. You'll know why then. Listening to what Jiraiya said, Namikaze Minato nodded thoughtfully. I understand. Don't worry, teacher, I won't let you down. Jiraiya smiled, looking at Namikaze Minato with eyes filled with anticipation. Namikaze Minato's talent is already good. She also has a gentle, strong and sunny personality. Such a person will definitely become a hero who protects Konoha. Therefore, in the future, Minato will also be qualified to undergo immortal body transformation surgery. He looked forward to this day. And on the other side, Tsunade looked at himself in the mirror carefully. I seem to be much younger. My body is back to the state it was when I was 18. Light, relaxed and full of vitality, this is the breath of youth. And the surging power and the majestic magical chakra made her feel very wonderful. She certainly knows the importance of strength. The power of the body and the power of the magical chakra, when combined together, how terrifyingly destructive can she have? Orochimaru is truly a genius among geniuses. It's a pity that I still suffer from hemophobia. But this does not prevent me from learning the magic of Shigulen. And I've always wanted to combine the magic of Shigibone with the 100 healings mark to create some medical forbidden technique. 500 years of life is enough for me to complete the ideas in my mind. I just don't know how long it will take before I can forget those tragedies and cure my hemophobia. A ray of light shone in Tsunade's eyes, looking inexplicably sad. At the same time, Bai Xuan also completed the framework of the technical upgrade plan for the transformation of the Tianlong type immortal body. I'm really a genius. I actually thought of using the immortal magnetic source seal as the key to upgrading the heavenly dragon type immortal body transformation technology. The immortal magnetic seal can convert the immortal chakra into electromagnetic force, and then control the fertility magnetic field through electromagnetic force. Now I directly design the immortal magnetic source seal into an immortal technique chakra biomagnetic field system, and integrate it into the 8 major systems of the human body to control and integrate the 8 major systems of the human body. In this way, I will be able to obtain a perfect immortal body, which will not only enhance the various functions of the human body to the ultimate, but also allow me to control deep aspects of the human body through the biomagnetic field. What does it mean to be able to deeply control the human body? It means that I can use the magical chakra to strengthen my body in a more detailed way. Furthermore, the setting of seeing the gods and being indestructible in Chinese martial arts is that practitioners of Chinese martial arts can derive all kinds of incredible and powerful powers through their meticulous control of the human body. When I complete the upgrade of the heavenly dragon type immortal body transformation technology, I will even be able to create a national martial arts training system, and with the blessing of Chakra, the Chakra version of the national martial arts will definitely be more powerful. Certainly, in this world, The chakra version of Chinese martial arts should probably be called Bai Xuan fluid martial arts. The Bai Xuan fluid technique can even be combined with the Bai Xuan fluid sword technique to derive a new set of chakra close combat techniques. Not only that, these are just the basic abilities derived from the upgrade of the Heavenly Dragon type Immortal body transformation technology. A more powerful biomagnetic field will also allow me to control a larger and heavier Susanoo Mecca. The stronger ability to control biological magnetic fields also allows me to try to use the magnetic resonance effect to fuse the blazing golden crow, kamikaze tiger, and silver electric snake together in a short period of time to form a more powerful artificial tailed beast. Certainly, the most important thing is the Yin-Yang escape, which is derived from the upgrade of the Tianlong type Immortal body transformation technology. The power to create life, upgrade artificial tailed beasts, strengthen Mangekyō Sharingan. Chapter 48 Might Guy and Kakashi, the first gate of 8 inner gates. 48/56. Chapter 48 Might Guy and Kakashi, the first gate of 8 inner gates. Immortal body transformation technology is a very important part of chakra sage art. Every technological innovation is like a breakthrough in realm, and the changes brought about are not single changes, but chain changes. It only takes a week for me to complete the upgrade plan for the Tianlong type Immortal body transformation technology. For the reform of the Uchiha clan, it is enough for Uchiha to control it instantly. Then in the next period of time, I will concentrate on improving my strength. After finally thinking to himself, Bai Xuan gathered his thoughts, concentrated his energy, and concentrated on perfecting the upgrade plan for the Tianlong type Immortal body transformation technology. And on the other side, Kakashi, who did not choose to graduate from the ninja school early and become a Konoha shinobi, also mastered the gift given to him by Bai Xuan through dedicated study and practice. Chakra Repair Sage Art Dragon Transformation Chapter, Sage Art Electricity Control Technique, Sage Art Silver Electric Snake Technique, Sage Art Silver Electric Snake Chakra Mode. After mastering these magical skills, Kakashi also discovered a very important point. These magical arts don't seem to suit me. I can also tweak it a little bit to make it better for me. Then by combining these senjutsu with White Fang swordsmanship, I can create my own Kakashi-style swordsmanship. Just when Kakashi was concentrating on thinking, the familiar and loud voice made him frown. Kakashi, I challenge you again. Let us duel for youth. Looking up, Kakashi couldn't help but feel a little upset when he saw a row of big white fangs. If his father hadn't said that this Might Guy would be his rival in the future, Kakashi would really not want to care about this Might Guy. A green tights, a pot head, a big white fang, and this silly look, as well as shouting, "Youth," all the time. It was all unbearable for Kakashi. Harm. Kakashi sighed helplessly. Although it was unbearable, Kakashi knew that Might Guy had no ill intentions. And his persistence and self-discipline make me admire him. That kind of people. He doesn't like to use harsh words either. He couldn't do such a thing. Guy, how many times have we competed? Have you not seen clearly the gap between us? You are no match for me. What's the point of always being defeated by me? Listening to Kakashi's words, Might Guy knew that he had never won, but he still looked confident. Kakashi, the person I am today is not the person I was yesterday. Just last night, I finally mastered the forbidden technique that I have been practicing for a long time. I will never be defeated by you today. Listening to Might Guy's words, Kakashi couldn't help but widen his eyes. Forbidden technique. No, Might Guy actually mastered the forbidden technique. But based on his understanding of Might Guy, how could Might Guy lie to others? So his expression became serious. If it's a forbidden technique, how can it be used casually? Are you sure you want to challenge me with the forbidden technique? Aren't you afraid that something unexpected will happen? Looking at Kakashi's serious expression, Might Guy showed a bright smile. Don't worry Kakashi, the forbidden technique my father taught me is different from other forbidden techniques. There won't be any surprises. You'll know later when you see it. Seeing Might Guy's confident look, Kakashi nodded slightly, although he was still a little worried. To be honest, he was also curious about what the forbidden technique mastered by Might Guy looked like. Unlike other forbidden techniques, what's the difference? Then wait while I pack my school bag. Yeah, I'll wait for you. Hearing Kakashi agreed, the smile on Might Guy's face became even brighter. Soon, Kakashi and Might Guy left the classroom. Arriving at the empty training ground, Might Guy began to unload his weight. Bang, bang, one piece after another the weight fell to the ground, making a dull sound. Although this is not the first time Kakashi has seen such a scene. But every time he sees such a scene, Kakashi's eyes can't help but Kakuzu twitches slightly. Too cruel. Might Guy is too cruel to himself. He was only 5 years old and was already carrying such a heavy burden. This endurance and persistence is truly extraordinary. Kakashi, I want to use it. After that, Might Guy used the technology in 8 inner gates to open the door in the 8-gate system of the human body. After being turned on, the limitations of the brain area can be released to achieve the purpose of exerting 100% of the body's ability, overloading the body's energy to increase strength and speed. He can also use the taijutsu move, Pyo Renka. He kicks the opponent's chin first, causing the opponent to fly up, and then quickly moves behind the opponent, similar to Shadow Dance Leaf, hugs the opponent, and knocks him to the ground, causing the opponent to suffer a lot of damage. It can cause damage, and the opponent usually lands on his head. It can be said to be a fatal move, but it also does a certain degree of damage to yourself, and you can also circle the opponent at high speed to confuse the opponent before using it. At this time, Might Guy's figure has disappeared and is circling Kakashi at high speed, trying to confuse Kakashi and find Kakashi's flaws. Such an aura. Is this the forbidden technique that Might Guy has mastered? The speed is indeed much faster, and the strength should also be greatly enhanced. But it consumes a lot of energy. Looking at Might Guy's current state, he will definitely not be able to maintain this state for a long time. Only, do I need to stall for time to defeat Might Guy? No need at all. After narrowing his eyes slightly, Kakashi stretched out his right hand and formed a seal. Sage Art Silver Electric Snake Chakra Mode. Silver current suddenly burst out from Kakashi's hand, turning into a silver thunder snake among the lightning flints. When the thunder snake wrapped around Kakashi's body, it seemed to turn into a thunder armor, with dense silver current and dazzling silver lightning. Gorgeous and powerful, Might Guy is very fast, but Kakashi is very fast at this time. Moreover, Sage Art Silver Electric Snake Chakra Mode is not 8 inner gates and has no side effects. What kind of technique is this? I didn't expect Kakashi to have such power. It's really too strong, as expected of the opponent I want to chase throughout my life. Might Guy seemed to be more excited and excited. At the very next moment, after Kakashi dodged Might Guy's kick, he kicked Might Guy directly on the shoulder. However, Might Guy's reaction was not difficult. He twisted his body to avoid this move and began to counterattack. Chapter 49. Choice and Luck, Plan Completed. 49/56. Chapter 49. Choice and Luck, Plan Completed. Bang, bang, collision, constant collision. Kakashi and Might Guy were getting faster and faster, punch after punch, palm after palm, elbow after elbow. Although Kakashi's physical skills are not as good as Might Guy's, Kakashi is faster, stronger, and has the blessing of the Gindan Chakra. Wisps of silver current were transmitted to Might Guy's body, causing Might Guy to show a painful expression. This also makes Might Guy slower and weaker. But Might Guy is very tenacious and will not give in even if there is no hope of victory. Instead, squeeze out the last bit of physical strength and chakra in your body, and try to avoid, defend, and even counterattack as much as possible. Bang! The two exchanged a kick. Might Guy was kicked away as expected. The body rolled twice in midair and finally landed on the ground. Might Guy, you lose. Ahem. As Kakashi's voice reached Might Guy's ears, Might Guy coughed and climbed up. Yeah, I lost. But this time, I was not defeated by one move from you, Kakashi. This also means that I am constantly getting closer to you. Kakashi, I will never give up chasing you or even surpassing you. With that said, Might Guy also revealed his big white fang. Seeing Might Guy's expression, Kakashi couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. I really can't stand you. There's no doubt he's approved of Might Guy. Looking at the sun that was about to set, Kakashi said to Might Guy, it's getting late, I have to go home, see you tomorrow, Guy. See you tomorrow, Kakashi. Might Guy stood up straight away, smiled and waved vigorously to Kakashi. It was the first time he heard Kakashi say, see you tomorrow. So he smiled brightly and waved hard. After returning home, Kakashi looked at his father who was cooking and couldn't help but said, "Father, Guy challenged me again today, and he also used the forbidden technique." As Kakashi's voice reached Hatake Tsukumo's ears, Hatake Tsukumo couldn't help but pause slightly. Forbidden technique. I didn't expect Guy to master 8 inner gates at such a young age. 8 inner gates. Father, do you know the forbidden technique Guy uses? Hearing his father's voice, Kakashi asked curiously. Yes, I know, because I know Might Guy's father, he is a respectable ninja. Okay, father, can you tell me about the 8 inner gates? I know a little bit, but not a lot. This is a forbidden technique that temporarily gains powerful power by opening the channel that binds chakra in the human body. It has very demanding requirements on the human body and requires a lot of exercise to master, and the side effects are very serious. I heard that opening the last door to death will burn your life to death. That's right. That's really a scary forbidden technique. Kakashi's expression suddenly became serious. Then he suddenly realized something. Then the gift Bai Xuan gave him was really too precious. It can be seen from today's results that Sage Art Silver Electric Snake Chakra mode is more powerful than 8 inner gates, but Sage Art Silver Electric Snake Chakra mode has no side effects. At most, it consumes a lot of chakra. But is this a drawback? Isn't this a normal thing? The more powerful the technique, the more chakra it will consume. It feels really pity for Guy. There is no other choice. If you want to gain powerful power, you can only practice 8 inner gates, a forbidden technique with very strong side effects. With his persistence and self-discipline, he can master other techniques as well. Not only is it more powerful than 8 inner gates, it also doesn't have such serious side effects. You will die if you open the last gate. The 8 inner gates is really a terrible forbidden technique. Listening to Kakashi's emotion, Hatake Tsukumo couldn't help but hesitate. Isn't knowledge monopoly a matter of course? Might Guy has no choice. What other options do others have? More people don't even have the opportunity to come into contact with forbidden technique. Kakashi, you're still young. You will know what the world is like in the future. Guy, that kid is lucky. You're just luckier. Listening to what his father said, Kakashi glanced at his father in surprise. Lucky. In fact, he understands everything. Kakashi is lucky to have such a strong and wonderful father. Do other people have such a father? How can that be possible? I know. Because I am still young, I need to learn and understand the world. Father, I am no longer the person I used to be. I won't be so arrogant anymore. Of course I know. Kakashi, wash your hands and eat. At the same time, Might Guy was also happily talking to his father Might Guy about his duel with Kakashi. Very good, son, you finally get Kakashi's approval. This is so passionate. This is youth. Yes, Dad, I am so happy today. The father and son were laughing like fools. Then Might Guy suddenly suggested, to celebrate my son being recognized by Kakashi, I will run 50 laps around Konoha, and if I can't finish, I will do 1,000 squats. Dad, I'm with you. I can't wait to start working out. Okay, let's get started. Soon, there were 2 more father and son running in green tights in Konoha. Before I knew it, a week had passed. Bai Xuan also completed the upgrade plan for the Tianlong type Immortal Body Transformation Technology. The upgraded Heavenly Dragon Immortal Body Transformation Technology was named True Dragon Immortal Body Transformation Technology by Bai Xuan. Because after this transformation, Bai Xuan will have a true immortal body, a body that can live for thousands of years. Such an immortal body will naturally allow Bai Xuan to derive many magical powers that seem to be possessed by a real dragon. For example, the 9th system of the human body, in-depth control of the human body, in-depth control of the biomagnetic field, yin and yang escape, Sharingan strengthening, and so on. Completely adapting to these changes and then developing the abilities represented by these changes will be enough to significantly improve one's own strength. It even gave Bai Xuan super cage level combat power. Now that the plan has been completed, then it's time to prepare for surgery. I can't wait to perform the surgery, master and digest this powerful power, and have super cage level combat effectiveness. As long as I have super cage level combat power. Chapter 50. The operation is completed, the true dragon-shaped immortal body. 50-56. Chapter 50. The operation is completed, the true dragon-shaped immortal body. Bai Xuan never forgets that Uchiha Madara is not dead yet. Although Uchiha Madara is very old, with some Gedo statue in hand, there is a great possibility that it can explode into combat power beyond cage level. If Uchiha Madara thinks that she will hinder his project Tsuki no Mi, she wants to eradicate herself at all costs. He might actually be in danger. But as long as you have super cage level combat power, Uchiha Madara is no longer a threat. Even, he can also take the initiative to find Uchiha Madara. After all, whether it is his corpse, white Zetsu, or Gedo statue, they are all very precious experimental items. Not to mention, there is also a Black Zetsu. Even though Black Zetsu is the third son of Otsutsuki Kagaya, he has lived for thousands of years and has many trump cards. Bai Xuan also doesn't believe that super cage level power can't deal with Black Zetsu. Power is everything. When I have super cage level combat power, I can barely be considered invincible. By the time, I can leave Konoha and collect the precious experimental items I need. Finally, after murmuring in his heart, Bai Xuan began to prepare for the surgery to transform his body into a real dragon. After becoming the leader of the Uchiha clan, Bai Xuan can mobilize more resources. In less than half a day, Bai Xuan prepared a professional operating room and many sophisticated surgical instruments. 3 shadow clone were assigned to perform the operation. 49 hours later, Bai Xuan slowly opened his eyes. This is the body of a true dragon-shaped immortal. It is indeed a body comparable to that of a true dragon. The power is majestic and vast, the vitality is vigorous, and the quality of the magical chakra in the body has also been greatly improved. The chakra magnetic field system is also very powerful and perfectly integrates the 8 major systems of the human body. The magic chakra is also more deeply involved in the operation of the 8 major systems of the human body. This powerful biological magnetic field can even allow me to directly control electromagnetic force, as if I already have the power to control electromagnetic force. You must know that even the magnet-style blood succession limit requires the formation of seals to control magnetism, so just the basic ability of the true dragon-type immortal body has already surpassed the power of the blood succession limit. Just this basic ability can derive many powerful technologies. For example, the Chinese martial art that deeply controls the body using biomagnetic fields, the electromagnetic martial arts based on electromagnetic force, or it can be developed directly as a special ability to control magnetism. Certainly, in this world of chakra, the most promising development direction is naturally the many technologies derived from combining electromagnetic force with chakra. His eyes flickered slightly. Bai Xuan had already had an idea in his mind. The above ideas can be combined to develop a Bai Xuan fluid technique. Moreover, the stronger biomagnetic field also allows Bai Xuan to control a more powerful Susanoo Mecca. After a slight pause, Bai Xuan also stretched out his right hand and opened his palm. As chakra overflows, the power of yin escape and the power of yang escape are perfectly combined. And the true dragon immortal body also allowed me to master yin-yang escape. With yin-yang done, Bai Xuan can not only upgrade the artificial tailed beast, but also strengthen the Mangekyō Sharingan. The upgraded blazing golden crow, kamikaze tiger, and silver electric snake are also fused using magnetic field technology. There was a bit of expectation in his eyes, and Bai Xuan had already thought about what he should do after the operation. First, we use biomagnetic field, Chinese martial arts and electromagnetic martial arts, combined with chakra to create Bai Xuan fluid technique, focusing on enhancing physical fitness and improving close combat capabilities. Secondly, use yin-yang escape to upgrade 3 artificial tailed beasts, and create magnetic field fusion technology, which can fuse 3 artificial tailed beasts in a short time, thus greatly strengthening the sage art wind, thunder and fire chakra mode. Then it is natural to upgrade the Susanoo Mecca, and this upgrade of the Susanoo Mecca can also complete the 3 major space technologies. In this way, Bai Xuan can drive a larger, more powerful Susanoo Mecca that is also loaded with space technology. At last, it is also a top priority. Study the blood inheritance limit of the Kurama clan and use Sage Art Duan Yiyuanying to obtain the blood inheritance limit of the Kurama clan. Combined with the power of Yin-Yang Dun, try to evolve Mangekyō Sharingan into Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. It's best if you succeed. If you don't succeed, just wait for Orochimaru's next research results. Anyway, according to Bai Xuan's plan, Mangekyō Sharingan will definitely evolve into Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan 1 year later. At that time, Bai Xuan will be able to use the pupil technique unscrupulously, and even master the complete Susano. And Bai Xuan is also thinking about how to combine the complete Susano with Susanoo Mecca technology. How much terrifying power can I master? That must be beyond the power of sage art wood-style Senju Shinsu the Buddha on the top. I can't wait to get started. After a night's rest, Bai Xuan began to design Bai Xuan's fluid technique. Because Bai Xuan's ideas are very clear, the design process went very smoothly. Use the biomagnetic field to deeply control the body, master various organs, tissues, and even glands of the human body. With a single thought, you can control the operation of the organs and even the secretion of hormones, thereby maximizing the control of the power contained in the human body. Combining the biomagnetic field with the magical chakra can strengthen the physical quality to the greatest extent. This is what Bai Xuan values most about Bai Xuan's fluid technique. Because no matter what kind of strength system it is, the body is always the foundation and the top priority. Moreover, Bai Xuan made unexpected discoveries during the design process. The biomagnetic field combined with the magic of chakra, plus the power of yin and yang escape, can completely simulate the power system of electromagnetic martial arts, which is the so-called magnetic field rotation. The magnetic field rotation technology can also allow Bai Xuan to explode with terrible destructive power. This kind of destructive power is much more powerful than Tsunade's strange power. Magnetic field rotation technology, combined with the upgraded version of Sage Art Wind, Thunder and Fire Chakra mode, I can even integrate Bai Xuan's sword technique into Bai Xuan's fluid technique. Thinking about it this way, how powerful will my Bai Xuan fluid technique be? 5 days later, Bai Xuan designed the Bai Xuan fluid technique and also opened the Mangekyō Sharingan in the left eye. As the scarlet Mangekyo pattern slowly rotates, the circle turns into an equilateral triangle, and the equilateral triangle turns into a circle. However, in the flash of lightning, brain cells are activated, and sparks of thinking burst out and gather together, igniting the raging fire of wisdom. Bai Xuan fluid technique was born. And it's more powerful than Bai Xuan imagined. It also gave Bai Xuan hope to permanently open the 8 inner gates. Chapter 51 Bai Xuan Fluid Technique Body Forging Chapter, Permanently Opening the 8 Inner Gates. 51-56. Chapter 51 Bai Xuan Fluid Technique Body Forging Chapter, Permanently Opening the 8 Inner Gates. There is such a change. Maybe it's because Sharingan has been strengthened by the true dragon-type immortal body. Bai Xuan Fluid Technique can actually strengthen the body so deeply and tap into the human body's potential. More importantly, the impact of biomagnetic field and magic chakra on the human body has already affected the 8-gate system. The principle of 8 inner gates is to temporarily gain powerful power by unlocking the channels that bind chakra in the human body. The 8-gate system is the body's self-protection mechanism, as if excessive chakra damages the human body. And this means that as long as the human body is strong enough to withstand more chakra, it is useless for the 8-gate system to limit the function of chakra. In other words, the 8-gate system can perform its other function, which is to greatly enhance the quality of chakra and speed up the movement of chakra in the human body. The 8-gate system is a treasure contained in the human body. By tapping it, the human body can become more powerful, and it can also allow the human body to carry and control more powerful chakra. In this way, as long as I obtain the 8 inner gates, I can further upgrade the Bai Xuan fluid technique into a body refining technique with 8 realms. Thereby permanently opening the 8 inner gates in the human body in turn, and finally permanently mastering the power of the 8 inner gates formation. Yi Gai. That's a move that can distort space. Of course, when the chakra's mass reaches a certain level, and coupled with a fast enough speed, the chakra can distort space. Thinking of this, Bai Xuan became excited. Because he really knows what kind of power permanently opening the 8 inner gates formation will give him. That is a power infinitely close to the level of 6 paths. And this is still a physical skill, if combined with other powers and techniques. For example, the future Sage Art Blood Successor Chakra mode. What kind of power would that be? Is it the power to twist or even break space with one punch, to smash the moon with one kick, or even destroy the sun. Looks like I have to get the 8 inner gates first. For Bai Xuan, it is too easy to obtain 8 inner gates. Someone was sent to deliver the message to Orochimaru. That night, Orochimaru asked his summoning beast, a black snake, to deliver the scroll recording the 8 inner gates to Bai Xuan. It seems that Orochimaru has begun to study Yang escape and Yin escape in depth, otherwise he will definitely come in person. This is a good news. After thinking to himself, Bai Xuan opened the scroll directly. The content of 8 inner gates is very similar to what Bai Xuan speculated. This is not a very complicated forbidden technique. It's just that mastering the 8 inner gates is indeed not something ordinary people can do. Might Guy and Might Guy are indeed a different kind of genius, especially Might Guy. His talent is much better than his father's. If there is an opportunity in the future, I can teach Bai Xuan fluid skills to Might Guy. I don't know if he will bring any surprises to me, although Bai Xuan fluid technique will definitely be more powerful than 8 inner gates. But Bai Xuan fluid technique is definitely easier to master than 8 inner gates. Might Guy can open the 8 inner gates formation in the future, so there's no reason why he can't master Bai Xuan fluid technique. Maybe, he can also modify the Bai Xuan fluid technique into the Might Guy fluid technique. You can look forward to it. In less than half an hour, Bai Xuan finished reading all the related content of 8 inner gates. It's pretty much what I expected. And Bai Xuan's fluid technique can also accommodate 8 inner gates. So, let's get started. After murmuring, Bai Xuan opened Mangekyō Sharingan again. A scarlet color appeared in his left eye, and a ring with an equilateral triangle slowly rotated. As it turns, it changes. The circle becomes an equilateral triangle, and the equilateral triangle becomes a circle. Brain cells spark, thinking sparks burst out, and the fire of wisdom burns brightly. But in a blink of an eye, 8 inner gates has been perfectly integrated into Bai Xuan's fluid technique. Bai Xuan's fluid technique body forging chapter has also become a method to permanently open the 8 inner gates. As long as your physical fitness reaches the standard, you can permanently open the 8 inner gates. With my current physical fitness, I can probably permanently open the first and second gates of the 8 inner gates. Then just try it. The first gate of the 8 inner gates is called opening the door. It is located in the right brain area. When opened, it can release the limitations of the brain area to achieve the purpose of exerting 100% of the body's abilities. It can overload the body's energy to increase strength and speed, and can also use the taijutsu move Exoteric Lotus. Certainly, Bai Xuan doesn't like Piao Lianhua's physical skills. So Bai Xuan decided to develop his own physical skills corresponding to 8 inner gates. No, it should be said that it is a taijutsu move corresponding to Bai Xuan's fluid technique. As Bai Xuan mobilized the magic chakra in his body and used Bai Xuan's fluid technique to open the 8 inner gates, the door was permanently opened in just a breath. This feeling, the change is really subtle. However, after being exposed to the restriction of chakra on the brain by opening the door, my ability to control the body has also been improved, and I can already vaguely perceive cells. And by consuming body energy to increase strength and speed, combining yin and yang escape can even do more, and the effect will be better. Just opening the doors permanently has made such a difference, and I can't wait to open the second gate of 8 inner gates. The second gate of the 8 inner gates is called the Hue Gate, which is located in the left brain area. When opened, it can relieve physical fatigue restrictions, restore physical strength by overloading the body's energy, and offset the fatigue caused by the energy consumption rate of opening the door. As long as your physical fitness reaches the standard, you can permanently open the 8 inner gates, and the opening process is very simple. And as long as the physical fitness is not up to standard, the 8 inner gates cannot be permanently opened no matter what. This is similar to what is easy for those who can do it, but not for those who are difficult. In just one breath, Bai Xuan permanently opened the second gate of the 8 inner gates. Call. This feels really good. Strength, speed, physique, and ability to control the body have all been improved. The first 2 gates of the 8 inner gates have been permanently opened. I can also respond to Bai Xuan's fluid technique and develop some physical techniques. Let me think about it. What kind of taijutsu moves should I develop? Bai Xuan narrowed his eyes slightly, and a lot of inspiration came into his mind. But after thinking about it, Bai Xuan felt that he could first upgrade the artificial tailed beast, then create the magnetic field fusion technology, and finally upgrade the Sage Art Wind, Thunder and Fire Chakra mode, and then develop the corresponding physical skills. Chapter 52. Magnetic Field Fusion Technology, 3-Phase Chakra Mode. 52-56. Chapter 52. Magnetic Field Fusion Technology, 3-Phase Chakra Mode. Without going out, Bai Xuan continued his research and began to design how to use Yin-Yang escape to upgrade the 3 artificial tailed beasts, the blazing golden crow, the kamikaze tiger, and the silver electric snake. Yin-Yang escape can create forms out of nothing and give them life. To put it simply, it creates life. The artificial tailed beast is the Senju chakra life form, but the artificial tailed beast is not a real life form. However, Yin-Yang escape can give real life to artificial tailed beasts. And real life must have a specific body structure. As for intelligence, I don't think artificial tailed beasts need intelligence. So what I have to do is design a specific body structure for the artificial tailed beast, which is not a difficult task for me. After all, the blazing golden crow is a life form similar to a crow, the kamikaze tiger is a life form similar to a tiger, and the silver electric snake is a life form similar to a snake. I only need to refer to these 3 animals to design the specific body structure of the artificial tailed beast. It only took 3 days for Bai Xuan to design the body structure of the Chijinwu. Summoning the blazing golden crow, he pressed his palms on the feathers of the blazing golden crow. With the input of the power of Yin-Yang escape, the vitality in the body of the blazing golden crow has become more and more powerful. The chakra, the magic technique that constructs the body of the blazing golden crow, has also condensed organs and tissues one after another. In less than half an hour, Chijinwu completed the upgrade and became a true immortal chakra life form, possessing regular cage-level combat effectiveness. I don't know when the golden crow will be able to possess super cage level, or even 6 paths level combat power. Looking at the noble and gorgeous golden crow in front of him, Bai Xuan thought to himself. Then we started designing the kamikaze tiger's body structure. 3 days later, the palm of his hand was placed on kamikaze tiger's body. As the power of Yin-Yang Dun was integrated into it, kamikaze tiger also completed its upgrade. 3 days later, as the silver electric snake completed its upgrade, Bai Xuan began to design magnetic field fusion technology, trying to use the power of the magnetic field to fuse the blazing golden crow, kamikaze tiger, and silver electric snake. The principle is similar to compound ninjutsu, rather than the blood inheritance limit. So the difficulty is not high. After all, although artificial tailed beasts have become real-life forms, they are ultimately composed of chakra, and they all have the characteristics of chakra. It's nothing more than chakra's form change and nature transformation. How can it be so hard to get me? Magnetic field is really a magical power. Everything has a magnetic field, and chakra is no exception. Bai Xuan certainly knows that matter is composed of particles. Molecules are made up of atoms, which have nuclei, neutrons, electrons. In the presence of electrons, a magnetic field is formed. And chakra may also be a substance. Matter, particles, magnetic field. The magnetic field fusion technology was not a problem for Bai Xuan. In less than a week, Bai Xuan completed the magnetic field fusion technology. Finally finished. Let me see what kind of existence the 3 artificial tailed beasts, the blazing golden crow, the kamikaze tiger, and the silver electric snake, can be fused with magnetic field fusion technology. Go to the basement and summon the blazing golden crow, kamikaze tiger, and silver electric snake. Bai Xuan stretched out his right hand, made a seal with one hand, and cast a spell with one seal. Sage Art Magnetic Field Fusion Technique. Launch. But in an instant, densely packed spells appeared on the bodies of the blazing golden crow, kamikaze tiger, and silver electric snake. The magnetic fields of the 3 began to resonate, and the chakra began to merge. Golden fire, silver lightning, invisible wind. The 3 are intertwined, blooming with extremely dazzling gold and silver brilliance. The breath became more and more terrifying. In the golden and silver light, a dragon slowly formed. The slender and sinuous body, the ferocious and haughty dragon head, the intertwining of golden firelight and silvery electric light, and the entanglement of invisible divine wind, it is simply handsome to the point of ultimate. It's actually in the form of a dragon. Since this dragon controls the 3 powers of golden flame, divine wind, and silver and electricity, then it is called the three-phase dragon. Just as he said this, Bai Xuan couldn't wait to reach out his right hand. When Bai Xuan's palm pressed on the head of the Sanxiang Jiao. Sage Art Wind, Thunder and Fire Chakra Mode are called Sage Art 3 Phases Chakra Mode. It suddenly activates. When the golden firelight, silvery electric light, and invisible divine wind entangled around Bai Xuan's body, the shadow of the dragon vaguely emerged. Such a form is really so handsome and cool. It also made Bai Xuan's eyes and face show a color of satisfaction. Try wearing the Susano armor. As Bai Xuan thought, Susano armor also appeared on Bai Xuan's body. Susano armor 3 phases chakra mode. So handsome. Not only handsome, but also very strong. This kind of power is really too powerful. This is a power that surpasses the 8th inner gates and the 7th gate. Certainly, although this power has surpassed the 7th gate of the 8 inner gates, it is still far behind the power of the 8 inner gates formation. The next step is to develop physical techniques in this state. After all, it would be a waste not to use such a powerful physical force. After murmuring in his heart, Bai Xuan made a decision. 7 days later, Bai Xuan created the corresponding physical technique under Susano armor chakra mode. Movement, defense, attack, very comprehensive and perfect. Especially the last move, the power of 3 phases, dragon transformation. I really want to test it. Then go and test it. With a ray of expectation in his eyes, Bai Xuan's figure turned into a stream of gold and silver and disappeared from the place. When Bai Xuan appeared in the deserted wilderness, looking at the barren mountain hundreds of meters in front of him, Bai Xuan's movements suddenly stopped. Golden flame, divine wind, and yin electricity intertwined together and turned into a dragon. The dragon wrapped around Bai Xuan's body and punched out with Bai Xuan's punch. The 3-phase dragon also circled and flew out with Bai Xuan's fist, and turned into a real dragon in the process. Boom! 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 The terrifying power set off rolling thunder, the air was torn, the airflow was shattered, and the sound barrier was shattered. The terrifying kinetic energy represented the pure power of destruction. Punch out! As the earth shook, the 100-meter barren mountain suddenly collapsed. The power of golden flame, divine wind, and silver lightning also spread rapidly. Pieces of the mountain were ignited, cut, and blasted into pieces, turning into smaller rocks and soil. As dust and smoke rose, the barren mountain turned into ruins. Seeing such a spectacular scene, Bai Xuan also showed a happy expression. Okay, as expected of me, such destructive power is already beyond cage-level destructive power. One punch breaks a mountain, it's a myth. Chapter 53 Upgraded Susanoo Mecca. 53-56. Chapter 53 Upgraded Susanoo Mecca. Next, it's time to upgrade the Susanoo Mecca. Yin-Yang escape has given me more powerful creative power. The true dragon-type immortal body also gives me the ability to control magnetic fields, allowing me to control the more powerful Susanoo Mecca. As for the 3 major space technologies, Sharingan, which has been strengthened by the true dragon-type immortal body, will also allow me to complete the research on the 3 major space technologies faster. Summoning technology, subspace defense counterattack technology, and flying thunder god weapon technology. I hope this time, we can design a 20-meter Susanoo Mecca. After thinking to himself, Bai Xuan began to design an upgrade plan for the Susanoo Mecca. Just as Bai Xuan had budgeted, there was almost no difficulty. In up to a month, you can complete the Susanoo Mecca upgrade plan. During the brief period of peace, nothing could disturb Bai Xuan. That's all. 1 month's time. It passed before I knew it. Bai Xuan also successfully completed the Susanoo Mecca upgrade plan. Certainly, after completing it, Bai Xuan also plans to use pupil skills to deduce it. A scarlet color appeared in his left eye, and a ring with an equilateral triangle slowly rotated. As it turns, it changes. The circle becomes an equilateral triangle, and the equilateral triangle becomes a circle. Brain cells spark, thinking sparks burst out, and the fire of wisdom burns brightly. But in a blink of an eye, a more perfect Susanoo Mecca upgrade plan was born. The strengthened Mangekyō Sharingan is indeed powerful. I didn't even expect that Susanoo Mecca could be designed like this. The three major space technologies were perfectly combined to form a flying thunder god system. Summoning technology and space folding technology are perfectly combined, allowing me to summon Susanoo armor and Susanoo Mecca with just a thought. The subspace defense counterattack technology has also been perfectly applied to the Susanoo Mecca, giving the Susanoo Mecca the ability to defend space without blind spots. The changes in Flying Thunder God's weapon technology are even more dramatic. The Flying Thunder God weapon has become an electromagnetic flying sword. The electromagnetic flying sword is controlled by a magnetic field, and teleportation is performed through the Flying Thunder God spell. Not only is it more convenient, it's also more handsome. I can't wait to see the upgraded Susanoo Mecca. After thinking to himself, Bai Xuan's figure disappeared. In the basement, as Bai Xuan's right eye glowed with scarlet light, the ring inlaid with an equilateral triangle also began to rotate slowly. As Bai Xuan activates his pupil technique, the circle turns into an equilateral triangle, and the equilateral triangle turns into a circle. In front of Bai Xuan, pieces of matter were generated one after another, and then rapidly deformed, turning into parts one after another. Gears, screws, nuts. Half an hour later, all the parts were produced by Bai Xuan's Mangekyo pupil technique. You can start assembling it. Bai Xuan, who could control the magnetic field, easily controlled these highly magnetic parts and began to quickly assemble them together. Soon, the 20-meter-tall Susanoo Mecca was born. The pure white body looks divine and flawless. The exquisite and gorgeous shape makes it look like a perfect work of art. It feels very sci-fi. Bai Xuan nodded with satisfaction, and then stretched out his right hand. Make a seal with one hand and cast a spell with one seal. Along with the surge of magical chakra, densely packed magic spells suddenly appeared on the Susanoo Mecca. The dark technique, like a dragon and snake, looks complex and mysterious, but it is also perfectly integrated with the Susanoo Mecca. Finished. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, and Bai Xuan formed the seal again. When a Flying Thunder God spell appeared on the back of Bai Xuan's right hand, the Susanoo Mecca suddenly disappeared. The upgraded Susanoo Mecca must be tested. As he spoke, Bai Xuan's body also glowed with the brilliance of gold and silver. At the next moment, Bai Xuan seemed to turn into a ray of light and disappeared. This is extremely fast, but within a breath, Bai Xuan appeared in front of a barren mountain. Poor barren mountains. If nothing else goes wrong, Bai Xuan will destroy more than one barren mountain this time when testing the Susanoo Mecca. Just get started. Bai Xuan, who couldn't wait any longer, just thought about it. As the magic chakra poured into the Flying Thunder God spell on the back of his right hand, the Susanoo Mecca suddenly appeared on the spot, and Bai Xuan's figure also appeared in the cockpit. Sage Art 3 Phases Chakra Mode. Without any pause, Bai Xuan directly entered the strongest mode. Golden flames, silver thunder and lightning, and invisible winds intertwined in an instant, completely covering the Susanoo Mecca as if it were a gorgeous energy coat. Faintly, the shadow of a dragon appeared, like the guardian spirit of the Susanoo Mecca. On the pure white Susanoo Mecca, there is a dark dragon and snake technique. In the invisible violent wind, there are golden firelight and silvery electric light. Black and white, gold and silver, the four colors combine perfectly. It makes the Susanoo Mecca look like a giant god who controls wind, thunder, and fire. High and above, looking down at everything in the world. This may be a scene that can only be seen in myths. And this is Bai Xuan's power now. The test has begun. Under Bai Xuan's control, the Susanoo Mecca moved. As the Flying Thunder God spell was activated, electromagnetic flying swords flew out from the Susanoo Mecca one after another. Under the influence of the magnetic field, 100 electromagnetic flying swords began to fly around the Susanoo Mecca at high speed. Electromagnetic rotation. Boom, boom. The electromagnetic flying sword easily exceeded the speed of sound, even reaching 10 times the speed of sound. Then these 100 electromagnetic flying swords chopped up the small barren mountain in front of Bai Xuan in an instant, turning it into large and small gravel and falling to the ground, forming a ruin. What a fast speed! What a terrifying destructive power. There was unconcealable satisfaction and joy in his eyes, and he followed Bai Xuan's thoughts. The Flying Thunder God spell is activated naturally. The Susanoo Mecca disappeared and appeared where an electromagnetic flying sword was. As the electromagnetic flying sword continued to move at high speed, the Susanoo Mecca also began to rapidly teleport through space. Whizzing. How fast the electromagnetic flying sword is, how fast the Susanoo Mecca can teleport in space. In less than 10 seconds, the Susanoo Mecca arrived in front of another barren mountain. This time, Bai Xuan wants to play big. 100 electromagnetic flying swords flew around the Susanoo Mecca at high speed. Then suddenly turned, stabbed the Susanoo Mecca. Chapter 54 The upcoming Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. 54-56. Chapter 54 The upcoming Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. When the tip of the electromagnetic flying sword touched the body of the Susanoo Mecca, the Flying Thunder God spell was activated, invisible ripples in space were set off, and the 100 electromagnetic flying swords disappeared. The speed at which you enter subspace is the speed at which you can exit from subspace. Although this cannot change the ultimate speed of the electromagnetic flying sword, it can reduce the acceleration process of the electromagnetic flying sword, thereby increasing the explosive power of the electromagnetic flying sword. And the application of this kind of space technology can defend against almost all conventional attacks in the ninja world. Only attacks that are fast enough and can distort space can break this subspace defense. In other words, I am invincible against enemies who do not have the above two attack methods. How wonderful! Bai Xuan couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth, and then looked at the barren mountain in front of him. Controlling Susano, the mecha stretched out its palm. Then 100 electromagnetic flying swords turned into a torrent and flew out with a bang. Boom, boom, but in an instant, the barren mountain was crushed by the torrent of electromagnetic flying swords and turned into ruins. This is a power comparable to that of the complete Susano. And in other aspects, my Susanoo Mecca is even more powerful than the complete Susano. Certainly, although my Susanoo Mecca has surpassed the full Susano in all aspects, this does not prevent me from evolving the urban Hanako Sharingan into the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan and controlling the full Susano. It's even possible to combine the complete Susano with the Susanoo Mecca to create a complete Susanoo Mecca. That must be a very huge gesture of the gods. Just thinking about it made Bai Xuan feel very excited. Such a terrifying existence. Maybe it can make humans despair when they see it. Alright, now that the Susanoo Mecca upgrade has been completed, then the most important part comes. Using Sage Art Legendary Distant Shadow to swallow the cells of the Kurama clan, so that I can obtain the Yin Escape Blood successor of the Kurama clan. Combined with the Yin and Yang Escape, I try to evolve the Mangekyō Sharingan into the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Although it has not yet started practice, Bai feels that this process will be smoother than he predicted. Since Bai Xuan can use Mangekyō Sharingan's pupil technique to optimize Sage Art Inorganic Reincarnation, he can naturally also use pupil technique to optimize Sage Art Transformation and Distant Shadow. After using the optimized Sage Art Legendary Shadow to easily swallow the cells of the Kurama clan, Bai Xuan also felt subtle changes in his body. It really works. The principle of Sage Art Chuan Yiyuan Ying is to use the magic chakra to record genetic information through phagocytes and load it on the user's body. This also allows the user to obtain the genetic information of the cell owner, thereby controlling the cell owner's inheritance limits. Although the cell master I swallowed is a ninja of the Kurama clan, he has not awakened the blood successor of the Kurama clan. So although I can feel the subtle changes in my body, I can't awaken the blood successor of the Kurama clan. But I already know how to awaken the Kurama clan's Yin Escape Blood successor. I just need to use Sage Art Dian Yiyuanying to swallow more cells of the Kurama clan's ninjas, and I can awaken the Kurama clan's Yin Escape Blood successor. Now that he knew the method, Bai Xuan took action immediately. First, send a message to Orochimaru and ask him to give himself a copy of the cells of all the Kurama clan ninjas in his roots. Secondly, let the Uchiha clan trade with the Kurama clan and collect as many Kurama clan cells as possible. The former has no difficulty, and the latter has no difficulty either. The Kurama clan has declined, how can we reject the Uchiha clan? Of course, the Uchiha clan did not let the Kurama clan suffer from the emperor's resources, which also made the Kurama clan very satisfied. In this way, in less than 3 days, Bai Xuan devoured enough cells of the Uma clan, thus successfully awakening the Yin Escape Blood successor of the Uma clan. With this practice, I probably know how to use Sage Art Duan Yiyuanying to swallow the cells of other blood successor ninjas, thereby controlling the boundaries of other blood successors. Wind plus fire is Scorch style, and wind plus thunder is Magnet style, then fire plus thunder. As long as I control enough blood succession boundaries, I will be able to discover the secret of elemental fusion, thereby integrating all attributes and mastering the power of the blood succession snare. Of course, in a short period of time, my goal is to integrate fire style, wind style, and lightning style to master a kind of blood elimination. This thought flashed through Bai Xuan's mind. Then Bai Xuan concentrated his mind and began to perceive subtle changes in himself, especially subtle changes in his spirit. Sure enough, after awakening the Yin escape blood successor of the Kurama clan, the spiritual power will continue to become stronger, but the spiritual power will also be separated accordingly. Extreme emotions are also part of spiritual power. Under the influence of the Yin escape blood of the Kurama clan, they will combine with Chakra to form a special existence. It can be a second personality or the so-called inner demon. Certainly, it takes time to take shape of IDU. During this time, Bai Xuan was able to make IDU into an artificial tailed beast. But this is not the key, nor is it the focus. The focus is on the growing mental power and the ever-growing stronger Yin escape chakra. Bai Xuan wants to combine the power of Yin-Yang Dun and let Mangekyō Sharingan evolve into eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. The enhancement of mental power and the improvement of the quality of Yin escape chakra are already strengthening Sharingan. It's just that this kind of strengthening requires Mangekyō Sharingan to evolve into eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Boldly speculate. In order for Mangekyō Sharingan to evolve into eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, the Yin escape chakra's weekly transformation is required. Quantitative changes will naturally lead to qualitative changes, but if Yin-Yang Dun is used to intervene, it can catalyze the qualitative changes of Yin Dun chakra in advance. Well, the escape of Yin and Yang, the principle of Yin and Yang, the principle of mutual generation and mutual restraint, the principle of taking Yang and replenishing Yin. Bai Xuan's eyes lit up slightly, and an idea suddenly came to him. Then the Mangekyō Sharingan of the left eye was opened. Deduction. When the circle becomes a triangle, the triangle becomes a circle. Brain cells spark, thoughts burst out, and the fire of wisdom burns brightly. Bai Xuan also acquired an immortal skill. Sage Art Yin-Yang Escape Transform Yang into Yin Technique. This sage art can consume physical energy and convert physical energy into spiritual energy, thus strengthening the Yin escape chakra. Through the principle of quantitative change leading to qualitative change, the Yin escape chakra undergoes qualitative change, thereby triggering the evolution of Mangekyō Sharingan, and ultimately the birth of eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Chapter 55 Eternal Eye. Let the complete Susano control the Mecha. 55-56. Chapter 55 Eternal Eye. Let the complete Susano control the Mecha. Fortunately, I got the 8 inner gates, and permanently opened the first 2 gates of the 8 inner gates. I know how to use the body's energy, otherwise I would not be able to create the technique of transforming Yang and transforming Yin. After murmuring in a low voice, Bai Xuan stretched out his right hand. Make a seal with one hand and cast a spell with one seal. Now Bai Xuan has no intention to develop the Yin escape blood successor of the Kurama clan. Now Bai Xuan just wants to evolve Mangekyō Sharingan into eternal Mangekyō Sharingan first. Wouldn't it be better to wait until you have the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan to develop the Kurama clan's Yin escape? It's definitely more efficient. Under the guidance of Bai Xuan, a large amount of physical energy flows into the brain, and after opening and closing the door, it is converted into spiritual energy. Under the action of the immortal chakra, spiritual energy continuously synthesizes the Yin escape chakra. The Yin escape chakra continues to strengthen, and it continues to pour into the 500 Mangekyō Sharingan. Mangekyō Sharingan has been opened. The ring inlaid with an equilateral triangle is rotating, and the speed is getting faster and faster. It has reached ultimate and is starting to compress. Perceiving this process carefully, Bai Xuan suddenly realized something. If fire style, wind style, lightning style, earth style, and water style want to undergo qualitative changes, they need to pass the ultimate nature transformation. If Yin Dun and Yang Dun want to produce qualitative changes, they may only rely on the intensity of mental power and vitality to reach the standard from quantitative change to qualitative change. This discovery is also an unexpected surprise. But since yin and yang have the nature of mutual reinforcement and restraint, then I, who have controlled the qualitative change of yin escape, may be able to easily control yang escape, and even the qualitative change of yang escape. After all, the cathode generates the yang. Just when Bai Xuan was murmuring in his heart, the compression of the yin escape chakra had reached its limit. The particles of yin escape chakra have begun to reorganize. Changes in particle structure can produce changes in density and can even cause essential changes. Qualitative change. Here we go. The qualitative change of yin escape represents the breaking of the boundary between spirit and reality. The spirit has the power to interfere with reality. With a thought, Bai Xuan can easily feel the changes in the air. Under the influence of mental power, the air is stirred. My speculation is indeed correct. The yin escape after the qualitative change will definitely allow Mangekyō Sharingan to evolve into Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, and Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan also represents the qualitative change of yin escape and the more powerful power of yin escape. Using the Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan to develop and control the Kurama clan's yin escape blood successor will definitely get twice the result with half the effort, and it will be a piece of cake. It's almost complete evolution. My Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan is about to be born. When the yin escape chakra completes the qualitative change, when the qualitative change of the yin escape chakra pours into Mangekyō Sharingan, Mangekyo's fortune began to slow down slowly. The patterns in its Mangekyō Sharingan have also changed. Originally Bai Xuan's Mangekyō Sharingan, the pattern was an equilateral triangle inlaid in a circle. When the Mangekyō Sharingan stopped rotating, the pattern that appeared in the mirror was an infinite symbol with 2 hexagrams embedded in it. This feeling, this change. It turns out that Mangekyō Sharingan's evolution into Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan does not mean that 1 + 1 = 2. But 2 × 2 = 4. The power of 1 pair of Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan is equivalent to the power of 4 pairs of Mangekyō Sharingan. Too powerful. I really like it. Unable to help himself, Bai Xuan raised the corners of his mouth and showed a brilliant smile. Under the power of Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, the Kurama clan's yin escape blood successor is like Bai Xuan's toy. With a thought in Bai Xuan's mind, Bai Xuan knew how to control the 5 senses of others, how to control the 5 senses of a living body, and how to make the illusion come true. Stretching out his fingers, a butterfly suddenly appeared. It is the yin escape butterfly, which is both an illusion and reality. In the next moment, a yin escape butterfly turned into thousands of yin escape butterflies, and then turned into nothingness in an instant. The yin escape blood successor of the Kurama clan is indeed powerful. However, compared to the power of Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, it is far behind. The left eye has 8 thoughts and can deduce knowledge. Now it has become a permanent enhancement of wisdom, allowing me to deduce knowledge all the time. The 5 gods in the right eye can generate matter. This was originally the power of creation, but now it has become the power of creation. Combined with yin and yang escape, it can even allow me to create life easily. Just like, as his right eye glowed with scarlet light, and as Bai Xuan opened his palm, a pure white kitten suddenly appeared. It's just that if I want to create a living body in an instant, I can only create a very weak living body. And I also need to understand the physiological structure of this living body very well. Of course, 1. It's not impossible to create a more powerful life form, but it will take a lot of time and chakra, and I also need to design a specific and logical physiological structure. In a sense, creating clones is also a very easy thing for me. It's just that a clone with only a body and no soul is nothing more than a toy. Do I need it? And, since even life can be created, it is naturally easier to generate matter. At last, it's Susano. And the full Susano. Susano has many forms, from the initial form with only ribs and arms, but the first form, second form, third form, and even fourth form are all complete Susano. Only the complete Susano is the true form of Susano. Its size exceeds that of a mountain peak, taking on the posture of a warrior god. Its combat power is enough to crush tailed beasts. The wings transformed from the armor on its back can soar into the sky, and it can use the ninjutsu that the caster is good at. 4.5 Uchiha Madara uses the complete body Susano, and can split a mountain with just one swing of the giant sword. Its destructive power is comparable to Bai Xuan's Susanoo Mecca. It will not be difficult for me to combine the complete Susano and the Susanoo Mecca. This is equivalent to designing an exoskeleton power armor for the complete Susano, which can greatly enhance the strength of the complete Susano. It is also equivalent to letting the complete Susano control the Susanoo Mecca on my behalf, allowing me to control a larger Susanoo Mecca. In the future, I can even let the complete Susanoo Mecca control a larger mecha. The size of the pilot is comparable to a mountain. So how huge will the mecha be? Will it be comparable to the stars? Chapter 56 The Complete Susanoo Mecca and the Yin Escape Artificial Tailed Beast Fantasy Dragon. 56 Chapter 56 The Complete Susanoo Mecca and the Yin Escape Artificial Tailed Beast Fantasy Dragon. If the perfect Susano could be allowed to control a mecha the size of a star, how shocking would such a scene and such power be? Bai Xuan's eyes were filled with anticipation. His eyes flickered slightly, although Bai Xuan had not used the complete Susano yet. But eternal Mangekyō Sharingan had already allowed Bai Xuan to instinctively know the size and shape of the perfect Susano. It was a pure white sword-wielding giant. A pair of light wings resembles a mythical angel. Certainly, it could also be God. There is no need to deduce a new technology, just modify the Susanoo Mecca and modify it into a complete Susano exoskeleton power armor. This is not difficult for Bai Xuan. Now that knowledge deduction has become a passive skill that can be used all the time, what is Bai Xuan waiting for? 5 minutes later, the modification was completed. When the densely packed parts are manufactured, they are quickly spliced and assembled as the magnetic field rotates, turning into a complete Susanoo Mecca. Flying Thunder God Technique. 24 Make a seal with one hand to cast a spell. When the Susanoo Mecca disappeared, Bai Xuan's figure also disappeared. Certainly, this is the application of Flying Thunder God Technique. Appearing in the wilderness, looking at the majestic mountains in front of you. Summoning. Susano, a 100-meter tall complete body, wearing exquisite and gorgeous exoskeleton alloy power armor, appeared in front of the mountain. Lift the giant sword in your hand properly. The height of the sword tip has reached 180 meters. Slash the mountain in front of you, which is only 200 meters high. Boom. As the earth quaked and the mountains shook, the majestic mountains were split into two. It's so powerful. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but raise, and Bai Xuan couldn't help but stretched out his right hand. The palms of the hands are pressed on the body of the perfect Susano, which is composed of chakra. Then, Sage Art 3 phases chakra mode. Golden Flame, Silver Thunder, Invisible Divine Wind. Intertwined together, they turned into an extremely huge dragon. The dragon wrapped around the body of Susano, the complete body, and merged into it in an instant. It also makes Yin-Yang, Kamikaze, and Silver Lightning another layer of armament for the complete Susanoo Mecca. Raise the great sword again. Bai Xuan Liu swordsmanship power of 3 phases transformation into a dragon. When the huge ferocious dragon wrapped around the giant sword, it swung down with the giant sword. The shadow of a real dragon also appeared, circling and roaring as it flew out like a sword. Sonic booms, roars, whizzes, hisses, the combination of terrifying sounds is like rolling thunder. Boom, boom, boom. Thousands of meters away, a large mountain suddenly shattered and turned into ruins. Such power is simply terrifying. This is power beyond cage level. Even if Uchiha Madara harnesses the power of 9 tails and uses the powerful Susano, she is definitely no match for me. However, Night Guy of the 8 Inner Gates formation can definitely break the defense of the complete Susanoo Mecca, but it is also difficult to kill me directly. I just don't know how much more powerful Sage Art would style true several thousand hands the Buddha on the top as the Night Guy. His eyes flickered slightly, and Bai Xuan didn't know the answer to the question. But Bai Xuan knew very well that when Senju Hashirama appeared in front of him, his power would definitely surpass Sage Art would style true several thousand hands top Buddha. Go back first. As the Flying Thunder God spell was activated, the complete Susanoo Mecca and Bai Xuan disappeared from the place together. After returning to his room, Bai Xuan fell into deep thought. I have mastered the qualitative transformation of Yin Escape, and even mastered the Yin Escape blood successor of the Kurama clan. Next, I can try to develop Sage Art Yin Release Chakra mode, and create an artificial Yin Release Tailed Beast. But there is a problem now. The metamorphic form of yin escape is telekinesis, not a simple element. It is not easy to develop sage art yin escape metamorphosis chakra mode. On the other hand, it is easier to create a yin escape artificial tailed beast. After all, the yin escape blood successor of the Kurama clan has already helped me create a prototype. Perhaps, I can create the yin release artificial tailed beast first, and then use the power of the yin release artificial tailed beast to create sage art yin release metamorphosis. Good idea. Then create the yin escape artificial tailed beast first. Just thinking about it, Bai Xuan closed his eyes after thinking for a moment. The blood inheritance limit of the Kurama clan can create an illusion world. The illusion world is similar to a field, turning illusion into reality. Simply put, it is about making fantasies come true. The world of illusion is the world of imagination and the world of spirit. And here, it's Bai Xuan's spiritual world. In the endless nothingness, dense knowledge floats. All emotions, feelings, instincts, are like specks of light of different colors, one after another, like dust. As for Bai Xuan's ideals, dreams, pursuits, and goals, it's the sun. A colorful sun, immortal, omniscient and omnipotent, dominating the truth, dominating everything. This is arrogance and greed. It's even more. Bai Xuan's inner demon. It has only been so long, but it has already reached such a spectacular scale. But it's my fault too. Who made me so arrogant and greedy? Hee. Smiling to himself, Bai Xuan raised his head, stared at the sun, and controlled his mental power to the greatest extent. In an instant, earth shaking, 497 Bai Xuan's body keeps getting bigger, keeps getting bigger, keeps getting bigger. No emotion, no feeling, no instinct, no arrogance, no greed, are not as important as myself. I am my own master. I want to control everything. When Bai Xuan became bigger than the sun, when Bai Xuan held the sun in his palm, when Bai Xuan opened his eyes. On the palm of his hand, a colorful ball of light suddenly appeared. It is IDU, and it is also the embodiment of qualitative change and yin escape. Sage art yin-yang escape inorganic reincarnation. When Bai Xuan makes a seal with one hand, one seal activates the magic. This sun suddenly deformed and twisted, turning into a real dragon. The translucent body seems to be of any color and seems to have all colors. It is the most perfect work of art. Every corner of the body can affect the spirit of the living body. It is the yin escape artificial tailed beast fantasy dragon. Ordinary people will fall into the world of illusion and lose themselves after just one glance. And this fantasy dragon also has the power to control the five senses and make fantasies come true. Interesting. The fantasy dragon actually possesses all the power of the Kurama clan's yin escape blood successor, and the fantasy dragon can also increase the Kurama clan's yin escape blood successor. Certainly, the more important point is, this fantasy come true power can be used to carry the power of the blazing golden crow, the divine wind tiger, and the silver electric snake.